Welcome one and all to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Quacks. I've got Jay Beto here alongside me as well, and we are diving straight into game number one of our lower bracket finals. WE, the miracle dream that has taken a little bit of a downturn versus BLG, the mighty titan who rises from below. It is going to be a fun one nonetheless, gentlemen. I am excited as we get into this draft number one here, Quacks.
I am super duper stoked, and I mean, a little bit of molasses thrown on the magic that WE have managed to conjure up so far here in the playoffs, though nonetheless was strong enough to beat BLG the first time. Maybe they could rebound it a little bit and beat them out the second time. Would be absolutely another big story of an already extremely historic and eventful tournament.
I think it's really funny to see where we are in the bracket and then take a look at the scores that are still here from the regular season. 1-13, 2-12, yet this is the semi-final / lower finals. One of these teams is going to MSI tonight, speedrunning through the picks and bans. With the Seraphine priority already, I expect an Ashe answer, a Lulu follow-up from WE, and I also expect some priority through the jungle. I think Monkey has been a player on this team that has been driving this team forward, and tonight, a matchup against Shun, something that's going to need to be very important.
But Seraphine, crucially, immobile, so I do think snagging up the Jarvan right away does have a lot of value. Also, the mid laners, relatively untouched in the ban phase. We did see the Orianna, obviously, taken off the board. That's kind of a given in a lot of drafts, especially worldwide. True. So the Rise is still available. Cassiopeia is still also on the board, but Cassiopeia priority has dropped off significantly in the LPL because it has been on a cataclysmic loss streak. So Anivia probably going to be the default if Knight wants to go for that. But this just puts them in a bit of a pickle here because they want to give that Scion priority over to Bin. It is one of Cube's best champions, and they also want to complete the Ashe Seraphine, so it will deny some of those immediate counter picks over to the mid lane and maybe gives Karis a favorable matchup going into game one.
Yep.
I do really like that. I do really like the fact that they do have the Ashe here to at least get that combo. It's not stolen away or anything earlier on.
Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing like the the Ashe Lulu being paired together. A lot of Bin blind picking, and the last time Bin actually played this matchup specifically was last series. So he played the Scion. It was into a Shen. Bin's been blind picking this Scion quite a lot. So obviously some comfort.
He's the Scion merchant.
He's currently he's 3-1 on it in playoffs so far. Sion's been going through a tear recently in the LPL, but junglers left up for BLG. I think like the Vi is a great ban here from WE, allowing some like more setup and follow up with the Ashe Seraphine. But I want like this draft to develop into an identity. Right now you've got a really strong bot lane that generates push, is great around dragons, and you've got your top side, but you've got real no core. Whereas for WE, they've got insane side lane, they've got good team fighting with this Jarvan, and plenty of bot lanes that we've been seeing answer and rise up to this Ashe Seraphine.
I like this Nautilus ban as well because it does signal that I think BLG are under the impression that they maybe want to go for like a Ziggs lane and try to close the gap in this already really high-ranged BLG duo. So they're going to deny that possibility by taking away the Nautilus. Also means that the Ziggs probably not going to be high priority for WE going into the rest of Game 1's draft. So Karma just going to be the default answer here. Does give you some poke, gives you some fight back in the 2v2s, but nothing can really stand in the way of Ashe Seraphine winning in those lane dominant skirmishes, I feel. So it puts WE in a bit of a tight situation. And also, I feel like with the Jarvan and the Shen, this is your engage button. This is your go in combo. But I think the disengage from BLG with the Ashe Seraphine plus the Scion just gives you so much space to work with and really allows you as BLG to pick your battles for sure.
Yo, but we do have the Knight special coming out in game number one. A lot of weight put on his shoulders with this Ahri pick and a lot of at least consistency between him and Knight in terms of what they're going to be looking for, the aggressive stances and the mobility he's going to have out of mid lane.
Ooh.
Okay.
Declaration there.
Been rising up in priority a lot recently through playoffs after his changes, but game one, BLG, was talking about this draft not having too much of an identity earlier on, but now it absolutely does. It is a front to back. We are picking off the first target. The Lee Sin is a statement pick here for Shun. Quax and I were actually just talking about Jin. We were watching the Gen
you
G
were,
series.
weren't you? Yeah, you were.
We were.
You were.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Oh.
There was a Mazel around there somewhere.
To your main.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember you guys downtrodding my guy.
You didn't hear I said I like Jin. It's just sometimes we see some builds that are a little bit here or there, and the Jin that we were watching did end up losing and did do very little damage. There is a Sion on the other team. Not a ton of things that can like reliably get through that. The Shen will help it in lane. The Jarvan is Pen. But I don't want to see the lethality Jin build. We need AD, we need an LDR in there, and something to take down this Sion.
There is very little I think WE are going to be able to actually leverage against BLG if Bin ends up coming out to an early lead in this matchup against the Shen. We saw this matchup last time. When these two teams met first time around, it felt like Cube got the better of Bin, not through the lane, but through his influence in a lot of these team fights. And I feel like this is a matchup where your influence post-laning phase is going to be way more important than what you actually end up doing in said laning phase. But if Bin can jump out to an early lead, if he can be that tanky Sion, it really feels difficult to imagine a world where WE can get through his health bar, get onto those backliners, and that's just free scaling, free poke for what is a very damage-heavy rest of BLG comp.
And that's the scariest part, is these solo lanes have been very lethal for BLG in that lower bracket run that they've been in. And we have seen that slump from WE. But all that matters now is the rift in front of us and who wins this best of 5. A ticket to MSI, a ticket to the domestic title here in spring. It is the LPL lower bracket finals in spring 2026. WE versus BLG.
Winner ending up going to MSI, gonna meet Top Esports in that fabled grand final to determine who will be the first and second seeds. Not gonna matter too much for the LPL, all things considered, given that both of them will auto-qualify past the play-in stage and just immediately be able to play against some of the best from the other regions, because we are the first stand champions, so we get that privilege here. But still, a big deal for a lot of the WE members who have never gotten into a grand finals so far in their careers. It would be absolutely monumental for them.
Yep. I want to talk about this Sion pick quickly here. Going on a bit of a tear through playoffs. I mean, there was one game in mid, but it is 14 games, 71% win rate. So far as the HUD breaks, and actually on an 8-game win streak so far in the LPL in playoffs. Bin's played it, I think, 3 times recently, all to wins. Both of these players pretty comfortable on this pick, provide so much comfort in blind picking top, which is something that is very important these days. This top matchup that we see so oftentimes go one way or the other, and getting Bin on it in this, early on in this draft, I think speaks positives to BLG's drafting.
I would agree, and we go ahead and have that graphic here for you, and be able to see how dominant this pick is. But I think that's what's so funny is the last time I was casting for BLG, I was thinking about how Bin is just become the Sion man, which is hilarious because it's like a full circle of his arc of being, a carry top laner into getting taught to play tanks because he needed to beat 369 to then playing carries again and then now playing Sion again. So I think, life is a wonderful circle, and Bin has been pretty damn good at it.
Yeah, he can do it all. I mean, Bin has been touted as the best top laner in the world before, and having that dynamic champion pool is certainly part of owning up to that moniker, as both junglers have gone for their full clears. Monkey, instead of contesting a Crab, actually opting to go for a reset because he knows Shun started on those Raptors, so maybe wants to try and contest him on those. We can already see Arha moving toward mid lane as well to give him that reinforcements necessary to deny this camp away from the Lee Sin.
Yep. See what happens here as Shun crosses over. There is a ward down. Raptors spawning in a moment.
I do like to see some of this early move. I think that's something that's going to be super important for WE to kind of keep pace of things here. but BLG have some good answers. They are deploying
Viper and
4
Honor
people
here.
out here to fight this one.
Wow.
This is going to be huge, though. They go right back in for the fight, and now we see the flash charm come through from Knight, and the miss flash from Monkey. He's just going to be taking down first blood as the BLG flags fly.
Unfortunate flash fail there from the jungler of Team WE, and BLG did not want to let that go for free. They committed their bot side toward the top lane. This is going to be a lot of CS missed under the turret for Viper, so they had to get their money's worth. They had to have their time well spent, and they get a kill in response. Monkey does get the chicken, the big raptor, but at what cost?
Yep. Really great charm flash from Knight as well. Sets up that play. You can see the synergy of BLG already. And I want to go back to something you were talking about before, Quacks, and continue the conversation about BLG solo laners. They're just so incredible. We saw it in the series prior to this. BLG so far have looked really good. Now, last time against WE, that wasn't necessarily the case. Ben didn't have the best series, but after that, it feels like these players have found themselves again and seeing already the impact on the map.
Yep. Yeah, I think we'll continue to see that as well with the early game focus for both of them. One of the funny stats for WE, they haven't played as many games, obviously, as BLG have at this point, but they were 100% win rate in the playoffs when ahead at 15 minutes with a lot of the pace that they like to play with, a lot of the tempo that they play with in the early game through Monkey, and I think BLG is going to try to match some of that with the style they've come with draft number 1. Still very, very heavy trades in the bot side. We do have Dragon up and available, and with this push for BLG, they could go for the early neutral.
But it also feels like it's a double-edged sword here, Mazel, where when Monkey is ahead, WE can take on the world, but when Monkey isn't able to get those proactive plays, isn't able to move around the map, when the Monkey madness essentially is limited in WE's playoff games, they struggle a lot more to find those windows in the mid to late game, and BLG, I think, have really shored up their early inconsistencies. Their macro has been a major point of discussion over their lower bracket run, and we're seeing just how clean and tightly they're playing here in game 1.
See on miss a little bit there, but yeah, it's the zoning abilities. That's what it was. Yeah. They do get the dragon like anyways. WE come in full force after the fact of the play being done. They do take a little bit of control back towards the bot side, but it is already said and done. About 1,000 gold lead for BLG early on into this game.
Yep. The upgraded smite for Shun will mean that the dragon goes pretty easily over to BLG. A little bit of showing up from WE, but mostly a fake contest, just making sure BLG are doing the dragon, not going for anything sneaky. Speaking of sneaky, Shun's in this brush.
Shun is here, and then you can also see On is in the corner too.
Oh, he goes for the kick flash, and he didn't even have to flash for it. He just gets the kick right back into the charm, and that is all she wrote for Karis. That's 2-0 on the board, and really nice combo play, at least from the mid jungle again.
They were up to something sneaky, all right? They were. WE were right. They checked the dragon. It wasn't happening to the dragon. It was 10 seconds later at this brush. Shun picks up the scuttle. Lee Sin's a champion that we've been seeing rise back up into the meta, like we were talking about in the draft, because of his changes. And I still feel like people aren't respecting the amount of early pressure that this pick can really bring out.
I gotta say, I'm so happy whenever this champion gets brought back into the pro meta.
I'm not.
It's so much fun to see.
It is fun.
What do you mean? You don't like seeing
I'm an
the best
ADC.
players in the
Come
world?
on. I don't want to get insect.
See, that's fair. But counter argument, we're about to see some real insane mechanical skill.
True.
Grub's up in about 30 seconds. You can see that both teams are around this top side. Monkey is actually pathing up. He wants to fight for that in the river. The biggest mechanical skill outplay on Ashe is about to come through here. He's got that ult button. He's gonna click R, and from across the map, someone's getting hit.
And I think the big thing here is that tick over to level 6, because this is where the functioning comp of WE does start to feel better. You can kind of connect some of these pieces here, but there's a lot of shutdown tools on BLG's side as we look at these next fights. And with the dragon still a ways out, it does look like BLG are going to take the early play onto the grubs, as mid lane was the attempted play from WE. Even Knight trying to fight back a little bit, tries to go for the charm play. Did burn his Spirit Rush, but that'll be more neutral objective control from BLG.
Yep. Nice flash. About to come back up. So it feels like he's kind of baiting WE to use something on him while he's got the Spirit Rush available. WE would have had that flash tracked, but it is the grubs over to BLG, so all the macro objectives so far in this early game have gone over to BLG. WE, they haven't really found their footing in this game just of yet.
And we can see WE could have looked for a cross map onto Viper, but the Ashe smartly gets the reset in time, avoids a potential dive.
Oh, here we go.
Play denied from WE. Field goal on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow probably was just going to be thrown out there to cancel the back. You know, you're trying to cosplay as prey, as Rock's Tiger's prey. But, you know, you got a little bit more distance to cover before you can get there.
Yeah. I do want to do a little check-in, by the way. It does look like we're at least starting off the correct foot. A BF sword completed for about in the bot lane, so we'll be definitely looking at that damage build coming through from him, which is a likened surprise coming from the conversations we were having earlier about Jhin. But this map state can be pretty difficult for WE to manage.
For sure. And, I mean, we could see that Shun, off of that early kill, is just willing to posture so much more aggressively on, even when he is put on champions like the Seraphine. The roams to reinforce the aggressive Lee Sin plays have been so instrumental in policing what Monkey can do early on, and you can see he's just relegated to being on the complete opposite side of the map as this dragon comes up in about a minute. This Jarvan's gonna have to go for a reset if he wants to try and contest this objective, and BLG have essentially locked him in a corner. There's only really one way he can get out, but him going through the bot side doesn't feel good when he has no prio in either of those lanes.
You can really see how WE can't really go anywhere right now. BLG with the Arya in this stage of the game has flashback up, has that Malignance finish already. Shun the same with his Sundered Sky. They just walk in and say, yeah, this is my territory now. And WE have to give 30 seconds until Dragon, and I don't think that's going to change. Yes, you have team fighting tools available. You have the flashes available. Monkey just based for a Sundered Sky. That feels good. But BLG, I just feel like they're so much stronger right now.
And this is a trend that we have seen through this lower bracket run from them. They have shut things down, and it does seem like we have seen a little bit more control from them, at least for the majority of their plays. Now, in a state that they have now and a little bit of skirmishing between the jungles, the dragon is spawning. There's the Dragon Rage kick right back onto Arha. He will be taken down about half health, but they maintain prio over the Dragon Pit here, and they're moving 4 members down to contest this.
I'm looking at the top laners too. No global ultimate available for Bim, but he still has the teleport. Stand United is there for Cube as well, but it's all a matter of Monkey finding the angle to passenger the Shen into the fight.
Here we go, 50-50. It's gonna go the way of Shun. He smites it away with a smidgen of health. The curtain call's unleashed. The Encore gets hit onto 2. That's gonna be 2 CCs, and Shun is just executing people left and right. That leg swings hit hard, as that's going to be a big CC chain from Cube finally joining with the Stand United. They do get one back with about having some serious damage with that early BF sword start. They lose the dragon. They do chunk back the gold just a tiny bit for WE.
They don't get the objective, but they still get a kill for their efforts. Cube manages to ult on down toward that bot side. Bin, though, is going to get a lot of gold in the form of plates. So it feels like BLG, they're saying, you're gonna cross map us. We're going to cross map you right back, as we do go into the replay here. And Monkey just 18 HP is what separates the junglers from being able to secure that objective.
This is great.
And then here, oh, that cancel was insane.
And the Stand United is really what makes this play for WE. If this doesn't come through, if it gets cancelled, which is very possible with a Scion, you can't turn this kill back around. Now, my issue is, with this play, you lost the Drake, you did get a kill. Let's take a look at the solo lane gold. That's just been a night. We're talking about form of the solo laners.
It's normal.
I don't know if this Scion guy is dying, everybody. Start ringing the alarm bell.
I do feel like we're seeing a lot of what we've seen from BLG, and that's something that, you know, I feel like they needed, especially in that round number 1. I don't feel like anybody really stepped up to the plate there, and WE had a hell of a day. But now we see this BLG who is hungry, who is ruthless, and who is going for a point-blank charm from Knight just to make it feel that much worse. They are angry, they want revenge, and they are taking it out on WE.
There's the mechanical Ashe outplay that we were all waiting to see. You were talking about no mechanics can be on the junglers. Lee Sin, I'm an AD carry. but the 80 carry gets the mechanical outplay. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land there, and now you can see Knight is going to have so much space given to him to farm up a Storm to collect plates. He'll go for the reset. We're starting to get those gold leads that you talked about, Gebetto, they're being extended even further, and WE don't really have a response at this point.
Yeah, and the solo lanes are winning for BLG. Sure, about has a gold lead, but no cleanse into this comp, and not really a ton of protection. So yes, he's got a gold lead. The item disparity is not leaning in favor of BLG as Viper's completed this Hex Optics, and it feels like, yes, Jin has the gold, but it doesn't really feel like a lead.
And that's one of the detriments, I feel like, when you're going against a team like this for BLG, is you can have so much momentum, even though WE don't have necessarily that momentum now, but you're still facing some of the most veteran members that the LPL has to offer. Hopefully we can bring up this graphic showing off a little bit of the trophy case here for BLG, as domestic success has been one that has come to them as of late, right? The era really starting in that 2024 season, but it's a team that knows this job, knows how to get it done, and while there's been some question marks about them throughout the past little bit, it's still a team that has risen to the occasion time and time again, and is the one that brought home an international championship once again for the LPL.
And setting aside the titles of the players, setting aside their lower bracket runs so far, people will favor this team in this best of 5 simply because of who is on it. The nameplates really do make a difference for what the general audience favors, and I feel like that is no more true than with BLG because of that success and because of who they are and what they have accomplished for the LPL. Shun now over the wall undetected, but I don't think Arha is going to fall for this. Never mind.
Oh, he might not have to fall for it. He just get hit in the face, as it's going to be WE looking to collapse a play now in the mid lane. BLG holding around. There's the Realm Warp, but it's a tad bit too late. BLG able to get away for now. 4 members strong. Chun is just playing with them now as they have Knight moving around as well.
Yep. Curtain call opened up.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets blocked. The curtain call is going to get blocked. Nice friends there. I feel like we have some good teammates on our board here.
I feel like WE are trying their best to find something, because the 5-on-5 team fight against BLG is not that strong. Sion, when he rocks up, no one's killing him. Knight, when he rocks up, no one's killing him, or he's killing you at least. So they're trying to force this ARAM style play where, can we Realm Warp onto them? No. Can we Jin ult onto them? Not really. We get a little bit of health chunk down, but Dragon's up. BLG in a great spot, actually.
Ooh.
Bin.
He's big boy. He's got flash. He's got unstoppable onslaught. He's going to go with the choo-choo train, say goodbye to WE, or he'll just stop at the next station over. BLG had started up the Dragon here. This is sole point for them, a big decision-making precipice that they could get to very early into this game.
And keep in mind that Karis, rather, is split from the rest of the team. BLG are in the mid lane. They are making sure that the Realm Warpless Rise cannot enter with the rest of his squad. BLG, though, they're walking in as a unit, and the TP's coming through.
Oh, Bin's about to be massive. Look at this shield. The flash play for Monkey. He tries to go on the target. On does go down, but now Shun is hunting. Shun is looking, goes for the kick on a Monkey. The Stand United does not save his life, and now Cube is in the backline trying to get something going for himself, but Knight's able to dip, dash, and dodge his way away. BLG strong together. They lose one, but they take down so many, and Carr is forced to flash away.
Oh, and that feels so bad for Team WE. It looked like the initial play was actually going to come up heads for them. Monkey gets his access into the backline, and now Karis is ulted.
Not respecting the outplay button. You thought it was Syndra? No, it's Viper on Ashe.
Yep. This catch potential from BLG is unreal, and WE, they don't really have anything to answer it. Cube is an answer as a tank or as a semi-bruiser, but if anyone else is hit by the CC chain that BLG have, WE just kind of fall apart. Knight played that fight unbelievably. 3,000 gold lead out of nowhere. He's 5-0 on one of his biggest signature picks.
He's the golden left hand for a reason.
Yeah. I just, I harken back to the fact that this guy, I was literally in conversations with, oh my god, he's going to finally beat Clear Love He's going to finally pass all the greats in the amount of domestic titles he has. The guy has blown them out of the water. If he wins this split, he'll be at 8, the next highest at 5. And that is just a staple to the fact that this guy is the LPL of this era.
And not even just, you know, moving the hype from Knight over to another player. Back a few years ago when Onwood is getting kind of his debut alongside Sword Art as a sub behind him, as we are actually going into a replay. So hold that thought real quick. I do want to pay attention to how Knight plays this fight because, like Gebetto said, really expertly positioned here. Gets off to the side. None of the attacks from WE are focused onto this Ahri whatsoever. A clutch charm lands onto Monkey, and he's able to get the resets with the ultimate, dance around the members of WE who managed to get onto that back line. And this is to be expected. This is the guy who has ruled the LPL for so many years, for so many splits, and he has lived up to the hype. He's doing so in this game, and he's hoping that that hype can get them to first stand, or not first stand, MSI, wrong tournament.
They already been there, done that. They already got that championship.
They already beat that level.
BLG, they're starting to do the Rift Herald here. Now, Rift Herald has been a very big lack of prio for WE across their games, and it looks like that's going to be the case here. Realm Warp late into the play. It's a bit of a fish in the barrel type situation, but Bin actually hits onto the back line. Encore coming out on the car as he's the focus, but the charm comes through. The tenacity is hitting. Monkey goes into the back line with a Stand United, trying to get onto the back line targets, but the Rift Herald play. Viper survives a 4-man knockup with the Rift Herald, and now he's back in the fight. WE, they have everybody against them, even the monsters on the Rift, and it's not just BLG, as that's an almost complete and total ace. He's going to get ran down here, but Knight doesn't want to go for it. Baron started by Billy.
Yeah, Bin plays the sandwich presses. The arrow will go wide, but Bin is behind them. WE can't go anywhere but forward. Then Bin slams into the back line, and the Combat Herald as well to wrap it up. Just looks so pretty.
Baron going to be secured here for all 5 members of BLG. And again, this was another fight where at the start of it, we were like, this might be a moment where WE can turn it around. They're all trapped in the pit, but one by one, whether it's through Herald, whether it's through innate mobility, they get out of that pickle. Monkey isn't able to finish off a single kill, and we got to get a replay onto this yet again. It's the Knight POV to show us what's up, and so Bin comes in from the side here, and then I do want to pay attention to Monkey's engage. We do see him go in, but look at where Bin is positioned. None of the other WE members are able to join in on the fight. It is just the Jarvan. They single him out, and by the time the rest of the WE members are able to get into the pit, Baron has joined the party. Their jungler is dead. They've got numbers advantage, and WE get picked off.
Yep. Knight's positioning in these fights has just been unreal. The way that he's weaving in and out as well and landing these crucial charms. I mean, this is his signature pick for a reason. He's up 4.5k, 22 stack Magias. And if you want anyone in the world on an Ahri with a lead like this, it's probably Knight. But BLG in a massive lead right now.
I love to see it from the establishing of the top end of the table for BLG. And it was a big question because the conversation has been, has BLG grown since their last outing against WE? Yep. And while in game number 1, we are seeing that consistency still needs to be there. You got to remember, they did win 1 game the last time they faced off against WE. But I'm going to say that games did not look necessarily like this. This is dominant and this is destructive as we are hitting 3 to 4 items already. Because Magi's is completed almost full stacks, Knight has 5 items with boots 22.5 minutes in.
This is just brutal for Team WE. I mean, you want to fight for this objective, but nobody is killing Bin. We talk about the frontline importance. We talk about the individual growth of this player, being able to go onto the weak siders, being able to play for the team, and this is the result.
He's just setting up the kick. That was disgusting. Shun could have played a lullaby for them if he wanted to, as that's a beautiful charm from Knight once again, and BLG are just barreling down the base, knocking down the front door and saying, WE, are you home?
No, they didn't show up so far in this game, in this series. This looks like a completely different scenario from the first time in the playoffs that these teams faced each other. It looks more akin to the regular season, and BLG, we know where they ended up in the regular season.
Yep. Bin gonna go for a bit of a bow special there on the remaining towers of the base. The respawns are coming through from Team WE, so BLG, I think, are going to exfiltrate this fight. Not going to push their luck any further, but Dragon is still up. They've still got the Baron-empowered recalls. This objective is a rite of passage at this point in the game. WE are just being annoying, canceling the backs, but not delaying any of the objectives.
I like this. I like this. The Realm Orb coming through. They need to make a quick play. They're trying to find some. Dragon Rage picking back up. That's just not fair. As they find another pick. That's the Kern Call stopped by Knight, who found the flank. And that's going to be a huge pick from Knight. Straight onto a bout. And nothing left for WE but pity prizes as a double kill comes through for Knight. He's looking for a little bit more. He can get a triple. No, Ben's going to take that one away. Good fighting strength from WE does not mean much in the face of the might of Billy Billy.
Yep, and this will be Soul as well. I thought maybe the game's over, but Karis allows the game to go on a little bit longer because he takes a couple of more seconds to die. But this game is all but done. You're just wrapping a bow up on it right now. Mountain Soul, if you thought the Bin was tanky before, he's going to be even more tanky now. This is an ambitious Realm Warp in. But again, Knight plays this so well. Flanks in here and all but solo kills about. Just beautifully played from the mid laner of BLG.
And I wonder if Knight was actually on vision. Like, did About see the Ahri going his way and he just tunnel vision to look for an ult angle there? Because if so, that just adds an extra layer of tragedy to that attempted play from WE. And Gebetto, it's a desperation play if ever I've seen one. They've got to look for something, anything to try and break this game open, to break the choke that BLG have put them in here in game one. This has been some clean League of Legends from a team that we were a little bit worried about with the playoffs playing clean League of Legends. They've had some hiccups, they've had some moments, and WE exploited that the first time around, but the second time around, they have woken up.
They have indeed, and it's been on the back of these solo lanes. Again, something I really wanted to highlight coming into this series because there has been a difference between these two guys and this playoff run that BLG are on. There's Mountain Soul now. There is nothing to do but the crying for WE, and he's not even in this series as they're going to move up towards top side and try to take down this final top side defense at least. Still bot side available there, but they could also just look to finish the game.
Yep. Walking in, breaking the base. Baron in 30 seconds, so I think it would be a bit ambitious to try to end. You run the risk of giving over some gold, but Knight is like 7,000 individually up.
Fun. Okay, there's going to be the Mikhails used. They still don't have the tools. I got to say, they still have an unkilled Knight on BLG's side. 12-0, looking to put the stamp on this one. Looking to get another top kills in the playoffs as they just find multi-picks. It is a very split WE whose defense crumbles immediately. That's going to be a cautious Realm Warp to try to get back to his base, but he ain't going nowhere as that's going to be a big stop from Bin and a big finish from BLG. A huge start to the series of this lower bracket final. BLG have decided it's time for revenge.
Yep, they make it look easy in this game one. It feels like BLG rocked up angry that they were even down here to begin with. So far, the way that this series is going, in just our first game, BLG look like they want to meet top esports fairly quickly.
They look like they want to go to MSI. Everyone predicted that they would be one of our representatives. WE beating them in that best of 5 that we saw earlier was the biggest surprise we have had in the playoffs, bar none. One of the biggest surprises we've had in the LPL in recent years, bar none. And BLG are looking to correct that.
They are indeed, but we didn't get to see the crew before the series starts, and now we get to check in on how they're doing after game number 1 as we send it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mazel, and welcome to the Analyst Desk. A little bit later than we potentially thought it was going to be. We apologize for that over on the stream, but we're here to have a good time and break down that BLG domination in game number 1 of our LPL lower finals. My name is Grapes. I'm joined alongside Alk and K-Man here, and guys, this was not what we saw in the first round of the playoffs. It looked a little bit different this time around.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I was muted. That's okay. I'm a noob. But the ending changed, guys. That's all that matters this time from the last time we saw this matchup.
Ending definitely a little different, but I think we maybe were more expecting this kind of ending and finish. We didn't get a full chance to exactly talk about our expectations. I think BLG going into this expecting themselves to dominate. If domination is what was on the menu for BLG, they're getting it delivered. That is absolutely the case because this was an unbelievable game one from them.
Yeah, I mean, this being the lower finals, BLG trying to make it back to the grand finals as they are our defending champions here in the LPL. Definitely off to a good start and very much a different story than what we saw against WE just a couple of weeks ago. We have our post-game graphic here. This was really the night show. Mid-jungle here all played so well in the early game here.
I was kind of worried about this draft. I thought that if we were going to play another series where BLG win the early game and then start to get a little bit weird around objectives, that we would get more of what we saw in round one of the playoffs, but this felt like as soon as they found that first kill onto Monkey when they invaded for Raptors, Shun and Knight kind of ran over the rest of this game. And honestly, this feels like the most quintessential BLG draft outside of maybe the Scion pick, which I know the guys on the show were really excited to see coming into the playoffs. But Viper and On, just in a supportive sense, that's kind of the style I want to see from them for the foreseeable future.
And this, to me, was a lot of the playstyle that BLG found success on throughout their end of Split 1 into First Stand, beginning of Split 2, when they really were having some of their biggest amounts of success. Get Viper and on something like the Ashe Seraphine, play a strong but volatile mid-jungle, and then really just take over the game from there. Really seems to be the formula for BLG in terms of finding their wins. And K-Man, we're going to break down this play that happened in the early game a little bit, because after Monkey dies here around the Raptors, BLG really were able to just take control from that on out.
It was really just map domination. I really like this Lee Sin Ahri combo, not just for BLG, but in general, for a lot of teams. If you think you're the better team, if you genuinely feel like you have more to do in the early game, that you can control a lot of the pace that these players are playing at, Lee Sin Ahri has got to be one of the most skill-expressive duos you could possibly be on for that early game, and it's not just the fact that they go for these invades. I think the invade is obviously incredibly smart, and especially going into someone like Monkey, who can sometimes struggle with a lot of aggression early on in games, I think it was a really good, just overall play for them to make, but more than that, it gives them that agency to continue to roam around the map for the rest of the game. When we saw these objectives that, BLG were able to win a bunch of fights at, who was at every objective first? It was BLG, and it's because of a lot of the setups they did here in the early game.
Just noticing that Viper is here at this play, and Jin is like, guys, I'm gonna start hitting the turret now. It's like, well, we already lost the fight, brother. My Jin has already not been able to get very much done. Just a lot of things, I guess, just converging on each other here in this game number one. Like, I think the point that Mazel made on the cast of we're getting Bin, who is finally, I think, found out how he wants to play Scion in an appropriate way. Bin has almost always been a player that it takes him a little bit of time to get used to some champions that he maybe isn't the most comfortable on. And at the beginning of this year, and even last year, I think as Scion was a little bit suspect, we were not too happy about it. But so far throughout this playoffs, I think he's really evolved into kind of just adding it into his repertoire. And again, the things that we had just already mentioned between the mid jungle and this bottom lane, just all coming together, I think, at the right time here in playoffs.
And then this fight here, really game-breaking. Even if WE had a chance to get back into this one, definitely did not after losing a full fight while the Baron spawned. Shout out to Viper, who got into the Rift Herald, got a couple of knockups around there. Really ended up helping his team out there. K-Man, it feels like for WE, when they feel comfortable in choosing their own fights, that is where they look the strongest. And BLG definitely let them have that opportunity back when they played each other in the upper quarterfinals, right? They were very aggressive. They were giving a lot of angles over to WE, but it feels like over the last few weeks, after falling down into the lower bracket, BLG have done a much better job of slowing the game down and picking fights on their own terms.
I think really for me, it just comes down to better tape study from BLG than we saw in round number one. I think we saw, especially as we got later into games 3 and 4 of that previous series, they were just kind of playing their own style. They were playing like they would against any other Group Ascend team, and I think they didn't really specify, okay, WE has a very clear game plan for how they want to play the early game and how they want to snowball games out of control. They didn't really attack that in the same way that they did in this game. The invade for Monkey was obviously not ideal around Raptors, but specifically for me, if you get Monkey behind after the first 10 minutes, the entire game plan changes for WE. They struggle to control side lanes. They're not really all that effective at setting up around objectives. They're even their pick potential I don't think is nearly as good when they don't have that early advantage. So I think just being able to understand their advantages better, and you know what? Knight's Ahri certainly helps. It's certainly not going to make it more difficult. 95% KP with 31% damage. That's absurd.
20 out of 21 kills over tonight. 14-0 and 6. Feels like there's been a lot of these types of KDAs for this guy this season specifically. He has been an absolute wonder, as he traditionally is here in the LPL. But all BLG not only are fighting for a chance to get into the grand finals to play against top esports, much like they did in Split 3 of last year, also trying to make it back to MSI. They have made it to 3 straight. If they win this series, they could tie the record for the most consecutive MSI appearances. Now, T1 still in contention to try to extend that record for 5, but momentarily BLG could get up to their 4th straight.
Yeah, if everything is still going, look, I tuned out of the LCK broadcast as we were getting ready for the show. From what I saw, it looked like Gen G were going to 3-0. They would also join this team, join this elite squad of rosters that we saw get to go to MSI multiple times. But on top of that, Bin becomes the only Chinese player to have gone to 5 MSIs in a row, which is an illustrious title that is only going to be matched by 3 T1 players if they do qualify. So there's a lot of different stuff kind of converging on this year, and with the start that the LPL has already had with winning first stand, potentially now going and sending BLG again, there is, I think, just a lot on the line for China as a region when we're talking about internationals.
Absolutely. I think for BLG, this isn't just a desire, it's an expectation. This org came into this year with the understanding that we were supposed to be the best team in the LPL last year. We couldn't quite make it work at Worlds. We didn't exactly have the international runs that we, wanted to have at any other tournament either. This is the roster that was supposed to change things. You bring Viper back to the LPL. You bring Shun back to BLG. Right now, it's looking pretty good, but a win here today would certainly solidify themselves as, one of the teams to watch, especially after winning the first big international tournament of the year.
A lot of legacies on the line for BLG, and on the other side, WE kind of already happy and satisfied enough with how their split has gone, but even making it one further step could be great. And if they're going to have to try and repeat some of that magic K-Man, it's going to have to go through Monkey, who has looked better and better since he did take that break a couple of weeks ago. And you can see here a nice quote about the shift in mentality that he had once he came back.
He's completely re-unlocked, I think, the version of him that we saw at times last year, even at times as a rookie on EDG. This really hyper-aggressive, early game-focused jungler that just wants to generate snowball leads for his team to be able to take over. He is a very mechanically talented player. He has a really good instinct for how to find picks and how to find angles, but I think more specifically for me, he is not afraid of the big moment. He's not afraid to go for plays that might be a little closer to 60-40 than maybe the 80-20s that other teams are going for, and that's gotten WE a lot more leads than expected. I think we saw in game number 1, does still have his shortcomings. I think you can exploit him a little bit pre-10 minutes, but his playstyle is so dynamic. He is the most important player in this series. He needs to step up in game number 2 if WE want a chance of coming back.
I think fans got really annoyed with some of our pre-shows because every single WE series for like the last, I think, 9 months has been, hey, so when is Monkey going to show up? When is Monkey going to carry and drag this team across the finish line? It didn't matter if it was Taeyun or Vampire or about an Arha. We've seen this guy, I think, revolutionize whether or not he was going to be the leader of this team. And it was clear that this team is very dysfunctional. They still obviously beat up on LNG as a freebie going into both playoffs for these last 2 splits. It's been really exciting now that we actually get to see what I think is a WE roster that has the potential to be able to take a lot of games and series as we have seen from top-level teams here in the LPL.
Definitely been looking better in the playoffs, but I don't know if all of us here on the team necessarily still have that faith. Shiv, if we could pull up the predictions for our full talent team. We weren't able to do this before we got into game, but I think a lot of us are feeling pretty vindicated at this point with BLG going to 3-0. Me and K-Man, you at least believe that. Quacks on the WE train, as is our producer, but Alk, you have a 5-game series as well. What do you need to see WE do a little bit better real quick before we head to a short break?
Well, we need to stop picking Jin. That's kind of a joke. I don't think Jin was the problem here. I just want to see like a coherent strategy with the top side of the map. Like Abao and Arha were having a lead into Viperon in this game. I need to see something that's a bit more convincing than just picking Jarvan, Ryze, and then we're invading level 4, level 3 into Raptors. It just does not inspire confidence in me to see this team go to the distance.
BLG's bot lane definitely struggled against About and Arha last time they faced off against each other. Going to have to try to repeat some of that success if WE want a shot at the Grand Finals and a shot at their first title in 9 years. But that's going to do it for our coverage here of game number 1. Before we head to a short break, we want to give a big shout out to all of our coffee supporters, because being an elite coffee supporter is the best way to support the LPL English broadcast, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. It's linked in our chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We got MSI coming up in just a few short weeks. That's going to do it for us here on the desk. When we come back from this break, it'll be game 2 between WE and BLG.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you to the desk, and welcome to the desk. I'm glad we could get them in there after a brief pre-show that we had going to the game. But I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Quacks and Jay Beto. We are here on LPL English with producer Shivam behind us, and going into a game 2 that we hope is maybe a little bit different from that game number 1. A very one-sided, extremely stompy victory for BLG, and WE, they got to show some magic here, Quacks.
They do. It could have been an email, honestly. I think if we're really being blunt about the results of game number 1, Team WE were just looking for opportunities around the map to try and break open the game, to try and sort of snap around this BLG macro that has been developing since their lower bracket run started, and there were no opportunities whatsoever. They even had a few moments where we were thinking they were close. Monkey, I think back to him getting into the backline and segueing the Shen to try and open up the map and split BLG down, but then Knight, with some clutch positioning, managed to salvage that play, and then the Herald fight on top of that, like Monkey is in the backline there, but Bin is playing security guard for everyone on his team, and nobody on WE is getting past him as this tanky Scion. So, I mean, these moments come through. WE try really to just get something on BLG, but nothing came through whatsoever. BLG were clean in game number 1.
Yep. Now, Mazzello, you and I both predicted 3-0. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah. I don't know how Quacks is feeling about his prediction.
Yeah, we can both just turn our heads to look at him.
Wait, this way.
How you feeling there, Quacks?
But I wanted to talk about this draft a little bit.
Okay.
If we can grab that pulled up. I want to talk about this Sion pick. Like, it's just insane. The last couple of matches BLG have played, Bin has been picking it blind in this position, giving over Ashe Seraphine as well. I'm not really convinced that the Karma Jhin is an answer. But yeah, really excellent drafting from BLG. Those picks are obviously gone, but I don't know if the priorities for WE are quite there yet.
I think the coolest thing in there, maybe a little bit personal bias showing through here, don't fault me, but Shun's Lee Sin is 5-0 now. And it looked real damn good in the early game to set up the laners. And I think that's been a little bit of a difference for BLG as well, the consistency that they're finding those kinds of combos. But it was a full team effort here along the way. I mean, everybody was involved. The map movements in the early game with the pressure they had in bot lane around that first dragon just kind of snowballed for them.
It did, and I love to see Shun on these carry champions kind of coming back into the meta. The Lee Sin we already talked about in game number 1, but then we got to see him on the Nidalee. He's been playing these champions who, you know, you give it the ball, you give it the resources, and it's going to have to be the one that gets you the victory, and Shun has been delivering those. So I think it is super cool that BLG are really just capable of giving any of their players a carry champion, and that works no matter what. It just makes them so much more deadly, so much more difficult to predict what they're going to do going into the drafts. But I could totally see a world where the focus really is on Shun to be the carry for BLG, just because if we're talking about the opposition and what WE like to do, it is almost always Monkey running the show, and if Shun is ahead of him, it really cuts down what WE are capable of achieving into that early game, kind of going to that mid game and snowballing out of control as they usually have been in their wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, where do you go now for WE in the jungle? Nefiri is a hot topic recently, especially since that bug got revealed, which not too many people were capitalizing on, and Nefiri's not banned, obviously, like not globally banned. But that's going to be banned by, I assume, BLG, right? WE, Monkey's not getting his hands on that. We've seen the priority of Nocturne and Pantheon fall off a little bit. So maybe things like the Xin Zhao could be a good option for Monkey to go towards, but a lot of those enchanters that enchant the Xin Zhao aren't available anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you've also got the Trundle available, but like now that the Scion is taken away, Trundle is usually an answer into those big tanks. So unless Bin has something else that he really wants to go for, if we see like an Ornn game from him or like a Galio to try and face off against a Rumble, like these are very specific conditions that give Trundle a good opening. And I feel like BLG are smart enough to know that's probably not something they want to do. They probably won't give Monkey the Trundle angle and insta-lock a tank top laner without that being banned away into the future draft. So I like what we're highlighting here, where it's just Monkey significantly limited on what picks he can actually go for to try and break open what feels like a steel wall that BLG have put up against some of the early game shenanigans we're used to seeing from WE.
Yeah. I seriously just want to see them be able to contest these objectives, because I think we're seeing that early control for both these teams. I think in general League of Legends is really nice in the meta right now, and it lets you have those decision-making avenues that make things so much easier. And you saw how lethal that is in BLG's hands, but something that in their last series was going well for them, for WE, the last time these two teams faced off, was having that control and having these kind of scrappy plays as well. But when BLG are representing such respect at this time, at least, it feels like it's really hard to crack that open. But I need to see some of that team play, some of that togetherness really shine through on at least getting prio for these objectives for WE. But we will see BLG on that blue side. They will have already banned away the Nefiri that we were talking about, as well as the Ferris. WE, though, they will be first picking, and they will have the Nocturne and Vi banned towards Shun.
Now, these bans so far have been the exact same. I've just got looking at the bans here. It was Ezreal from BLG and a Oh, okay. So this is a change-up. This means that Rumble is going to be available. Maybe Ezreal could be available, or the Orianna. Now, this is scary because
Rumble.
not a ton that's super great into the Orianna. It's actually Ezreal that is the priority for WE. That's insane.
So Karma not going to be able to get paired with the Ezreal. I'm interested on what other support will be there for About, but this is what I was thinking. I mean, you ban the Gnar because it's a ranged top laner half the time, which means you want to pick a ranged top laner yourself, so you can abuse that fact. Jace going to be the lock-in along with the Bard on special coming through here in game number 2, so that roam ability, not only is it going to help in the top lane matchup that we have yet to see the other half of, as Cube doesn't get himself a pick just yet, but also it just means that On is on a comfort pick, and Shun will have a Bard in his back pocket to look for those aggressive plays that we have talked about.
And that's been such a crucial piece for BLG and how they put together the map. I also got to say, Vince Jace in the playoff, at least the last time he played it, was disgusting. So we'll see if these meta picks that are coming through for WE are going to be enough, as the Orianna is picked up and the Ezreal being a big meta combo right now.
All right, you guys are on the BLG train for this draft. I'm going to say this WE draft is disgustingly good.
It is?
It's so much better already than last game. They have range to deal with the Jace. Senna Bard is not really the bot lane that I'm screaming about. Paciva's a bit better, but Ezreal has been banned almost every game. It gets let through here by BLG. Orianna is still, in my opinion, the best mid on the patch. I mean, maybe you go something like a Victor, a Hui into that, but then you got a Nico alongside it. There's plenty of junglers that you can pair with this to have a threatening ball delivery service, have the Nico threat available. Like, Pantheon's great here. The Xin Zhao's great here too. I'm a little bit worried about how the solo lane is going to go in the top side, but W have a great start.
Yeah, I like the Victor shout, Jabetto. I would personally think that that is probably really high on my priority list if I am Knight, but I also do think BLG could go a different route with the Annie still open and available. If you want to try and get that set up for Shun, if this really is going to be a game where we prioritize jungle and making sure Bard can roam up with him this entire time, because we're setting up for a very weak side bot lane combo right now. Sivir lock-in here tells me that On wants to be around the map toward this top side and playing for his solo laners and his jungle.
And that has been a crucial strength over these last couple series, is Knight and Ben have just been on a tear, something we talked about so much in last game as well. But I do really like some of these set pieces for WE. It's going towards what I was asking for in getting some of these combo plays, some safety there, but as well as being able to kind of fight for some prio ahead of objectives. But BLG, they're going to have counter picks. We got to see what they save for that one. It's going to be full jungle focus in their second phase bans, as they do ban away that Trundle and that Wukong. It's already the Akali towards Knight, so it's WE saying we don't want him to have mechanically intensive mid lanes.
Yeah, it's good shout, Quacks, about the Trundle. Even though there's not a super tank there, still think the Trundle can find a ton of value. I was actually thinking about Akali a little bit into the Orianna. We've been seeing it be pretty popular into a lot of the meta mids right now. But BLG, what are we picking here? Is it a mid laner for Knight, or is it a jungler for Shun? It's going to be the Xin Zhao. This feels to me more of a denial than anything. It's still a great pick that Shun can play well, but I think that at this point, you're more taking it away from WE, as that would be a really nice thing to have with your ball delivery. Maybe it's Pantheon.
I mean, there's plenty of range on the side of BLG as well. So, like, I think the Xin Zhao in the hands of Monkey would get a lot of value at just being able to act as more of a frontliner. And we did talk about the tanks still being open. Ornn was one of those champions that we discussed, and that will be hovered here by Cube. Cassante blind, or rather not blind, but against the Jace, does give you a little bit of ability to kite him out in the team fights, make it difficult for him to get onto the backline. But the laning phase has to be the big worry here. If you can get a solo kill onto this Cassante in this matchup, if you can leverage that range, it'll be really difficult, I think, for Q to act as that frontliner, because he is not going to be, or Ben rather, is not going to be the most consistent damage source in the late game on BLG. That burden and that all falls onto Viper with this Sivir, who, I mean, I'm looking at the WE comp right now, and I like this Pantheon lock-in, because I was going to say WE don't really have anything to punish the Sivir for being alone in the lane. I think Pantheon with the global ultimate does provide some of that kill threat onto the Sivir if they're under the turret, and if On decides to show his face in top lane, you have that responsiveness.
And I love the amount of prio that Monkey was getting. I'd love to see some of the smiles on their faces with the coaching staff figuring out what they were going to grab this time around, and he needed something he can go mano a mano against Sun in this game number 2, and it looks like it's going to be just that. But man, these comps are so intense on both sides of things. I mean, you have so much safety, it feels like, on the side of WE.
Yep, I'm a bigger fan of the WE draft. I love the Nico. I think the Orianna works really well here. Into, you know, the short range from the Annie, the short range from the Sivir, if you're able to get the spell shield off. But my concern is still execution. The solo lanes were not a fun time for WE last game. And while I like the matchups, it's going to come down to execution. If you give Knight a big lead again, if you let him skirmish on Annie with this Xin Zhao, and you let this Jace get a massively accelerated position, the comp doesn't really matter at that point.
And that being said, we're getting into game number 2 here. WE, they need a little bit more of that magic, the things that got them to this point. A precipice that these players have not known before, but it's against a team that the LPL knows it very well. In this new era of dominance for BLG since 2024, they look like themselves once again, and they look like revenge is a dish best served cold. We get into game number 2 now. BLG versus WE.
I hear them. The mic's turned down, but they're there. And I'm sure they're ridiculously loud on site.
There's a lot of people in the audience there. I was hoping we were going to get to hear them this time around. Unfortunately, they're just a little bit quiet. But hey, that being said, this series has not been quiet so far if you're a BLG fan. This team from WE facing a mountain. They've done it once before. We've seen them do that in the first round, and it was the start of a crazy run for them in that upper bracket. But now they have been a little bit checked into reality, and seeing some of the high highs that we had seen from them in the playoffs was a stark contrast to what we were getting from them in the regular season here, boys.
WE have certainly leveled up since the playoffs. I think that is an unrefutable
This is a flash of the ball, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Monkey flashed over to make sure he dodged out on the vision. That is just the most Monkey thing to do ever, by the way. I have to say, very in character for him early on in this game. But I'm interested in what this is actually attempting to accomplish here, because Xin Zhao isn't a, farm till 6 champion, doesn't need a big breakpoint with ultimate in order to get going. We can already see that Shun 3 camps to the bot side and is looking for something aggressively to try and influence this 2v2 in his team's favor.
Goodness gracious. Also, just a quick shout out, the 6-0 Knight Annie. But here comes the flank angle from Sun. Goes for the early win, becomes lightning. About's going to flash out. 3 talent strike will not be there. Monkey, he's gone and found Bin. Bin not expecting this one little bit. The flash from Cube. They know what's on set, and it's going to be Bin falling to Cube and Monkey. The miss flash over the wall, and first blood for WE in game 2.
Yeah, that's pretty indefensible there from Bin. He might have even been out. Spear probably coming up from Monkey, so likely a kill, but still, there was no flash on Cube, no flash on Monkey. Maybe Ben gets out there, but this is kind of the weakness of Xin Zhao in the early ganks. He doesn't really have any CC. He can't lock you down. Ezreal and Nico both just flash away, whereas Pantheon, in these early lane ganks, he's unexpected in his position because Monkey's really smart on his pathing. And yes, Ben is much further up than the bot lane of WE was, but the lockdown that Monkey and Cube have together allows like a 500 gold lead almost for Monkey. That's massive.
Monkey is jumping out to an early lead here for sure, and a champion that I think the power curve of the Pantheon is like you're really strong early, and then you kind of take a divot around the 2 to 3 item mark, and then once you start getting to like 5 to 6 items, like real end game type stuff, that's really when he starts to come online again. So it's like one of those weird like U-shaped curves, like a parabola almost, for the Pantheon power curve. But We're going to have to see what Monkey can actually do with that. Because he committed that flash, it means that the kill threat onto the other lanes is lessened. And I feel like the setup for his lanes also really isn't there. There isn't a ton of CC. If you dodge out on the Tangle Barbs, that's really all WE have on the bot side to set up for this Panth. And he desperately needs that with no summoner.
Yep. There is one weak point, though, and it's being in the top lane with no flash. Now, you don't necessarily have to get a kill on Ben, but giving Cube a lead and allowing him to actually breathe through this lane, we were worried about, you know, the solo laners for BLG, or sorry, the solo laners for WE in this second game, and if Ben gets off to a massive lead, if Knight can do the same, if you can put pressure on Ben, you don't have to kill him, just don't let him get a lead.
We see here on the redeploys as well, the objective coming up here, there was early presence around the Dragon last game. I mean, BLG were looking at Soul super early into that game, but with the redeploys towards top side right now for both junglers, maybe those earlier neutral objectives do take a bit of a back seat here.
I think in an ideal world for WE, you want to wait until Arha has level 6. That is one of your go buttons, and then you can follow up with a shockwave on that. Honestly, if both Cars and Arha have level 6 and a Dragon hasn't been taken by BLG at that point, that's a failure on their part for the macro. I think you have to understand as BLG that once those ults are unlocked for WE, especially on this bot side, they can really turn up the heat. So it is on you. The onus really is to try and apply as much pressure as humanly possible with this Xin Zhao and this Bard around the map to take these objectives before those ults come up.
Actually gonna see Tibbers. Yeah, Trey. Just throw a bear at people, see what happens.
I don't like that. I don't like... I mean, in Australia, we've got this joke. Actually, I don't actually know if it is a joke, but this whole drop bear thing, never seen them. Never. Yeah. A bear has never dropped on me. But it's
like the camel spiders.
This joke in quotation marks has been said so many times that I actually don't know if it is a joke or not. But I like telling it to people, especially when you meet like foreigners in, you know, let's say a bar or another country. So you got to watch out for all of these animals, and the worst one is the drop bear. I mean, maybe that's just Annie. Maybe she's actually Australian. I don't know.
Okay, well, hey, that's a little lore checking.
I did have a relative who was hang on.
Early flash there to make sure he can get away from an errant mystic shot. Here comes the Grand Starfall.
Boy.
It's going to be a tempo play from WE. They want to try to get him, but Monkey isn't able to catch him in between. But the Comet Spear, it's not enough. On is barely alive. Shun is still farming his, and now it's just going to be a slow and steady sink for the bot lane. Both go down, and everyone survives for WE.
Feels like you camera pans to Shun. The observer's like, Shun, get down here, help your bot lane. And he's like, nah, those guys are dead.
I got chickens.
Yeah, I got Raptors to clear, man. This Monkey guy has a global ult, okay, or a semi-global at least. I need to do something to alleviate that. But yeah, really great play early game from WE, and it's off the shoulders of Monkey. In game 1, a bit of quietness, but so far in this second game, it feels like Monkey has been incredibly creative with his pathing, flashing over the wall, and then now making this aggressive play in bot.
Ingenuity really is, I think, Monkey's greatest trait as a player. It is what allowed them to beat out BLG the first time around in the playoffs. It is what has allowed them to make it this far in the playoffs, because this guy sees angles that some would consider to be extreme, like flashing over the Baron pit, level 2. But it's worked out so far. Monkey's tempo has been significantly above that of Shun's. And again, this is a matchup where Shun is going to have to be the guy trying to make early proactive plays happen, because once the global ultimate is unlocked, we see what Monkey is capable of doing. He's getting onto the side lanes, he's punishing low health bars, and he's making it so that BLG can't push past a certain point on the map.
And this feels good for Monkey's individual gold lead, but remember, we're taking a look back at the solo laners. Knight has to play super passive because, yes, he's an Annie with flash, but he still doesn't have a ton of survivability if the Pantheon ult lands on his head, so he doesn't have a CS lead. And Bin in this matchup that you should be generating gold doesn't, because he's constantly under his tower with no flash. Now that's back up, but Monkey's got a 900 gold lead, and the solo lanes for BLG are not accelerated.
And that's the stark contrast between last game and this game, as the solo lanes are so far behind. But here comes the cavalry for BLG. They bring on over The grubs had already been started, and looks like they will be finished. BLG playing very hesitantly around this play, and the team play from WE is shining through.
Cube gonna sacrifice around a wave under his turret in order to give Monkey that safety onto the grubs, but WE will manage to pick that one up. This feels like as much of a, hey, we got the grubs, as it does a denial. Because of the sheer range on the side of BLG, I'm looking at Bin, I'm looking at Viper later on. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for you to secure those plates for these late game threats on the side of Billy Gaming. And everyone is pinging toward this bot side river. Arha is yet to have level 6, and we talked about WE really wanting to wait to apply some crazy pressure on this bot side river until Nico had access to that ultimate, and you could pair Karis's Shockwave with that Pot Blossom.
This is a powerful combo that we've seen time and time again. It looks like there is just so much control from WE around that Dragon Pit. If you look at the vision control that they've been able to establish around there, you can see exactly what their plan is. And I love it. It's about sticking to this early game play, the thing that got them the win over BLG in the first place, and just kind of keeping the tempo in Monkey's favor. Dragon started up now.
Yep. And in the bot lane as well, has generated a lead off of the dive and then the pressure. This is something that Pantheon does. It makes everyone have to play scared on the map. Something we've seen drop off a little bit globally in the LPL, but the Pantheon finding a lot of value here throughout this early game for Monkey. Now, we're getting a little bit of gold bleeding back over towards the solo lanes. You know, 150, not that much. 200 on a Jace into a tank. Again, not that much. But BLG are just biding their time. They know that their fight is coming. Sivir is scaling. Honor's got level 6 now, and that's really where the Bard becomes unlocked to roam around the side lanes. Now, is this going to work?
Arha's gonna do it to him. Yeah, he has the ability to turn into a minion. All right, this is a test, Bin. Do you know how to count?
Can you do math?
Pantheon ult too. Look where he's positioned.
Yep. This is the kind of play that they want to go for.
This.
All right,
gosh,
he's gonna set the tempo. He is #1 in line. Let's all sit and watch. Ben,
007
will he
Arha.
take the bait? Can he count? Can he count? It looks like he might be able to.
Can!
There's a lot of minions now, so I think he knows. He'll be fine for now, but it's going to be a retrieval of the pressure up here by BLG as they move Shun and On up this way. Still, though, the threat of the Grand Starfall always being there for Monkey to join his teammates is exactly what WE want to play with. BLG are circling the top side, trying to get some solo lane advantages somewhere.
I love how cautiously WE and how respectfully they are playing around this top side. They are not treading anywhere they don't have vision. The Bard makes it so easy for, with a magical journey, to just pop into a corridor and immediately punish you for overextending. So that is something they have to be aware of. But WE have an angle here.
On flashing out of the Shockwave combo, knowing that what was going to follow, and that's the use of the tool that we were just talking about for WE. The question is, though, in these kinds of moments, first item spikes coming up, does that change the evolution of these fights? Is Knight trying to change the mid lane matchup himself? But do we feel like that's going to be a big uptick in this pressure?
I don't necessarily know if it is. I do have to say, though, regarding that earlier attempted pick by Team WE, Grand Starfall felt a little excessive. The Shockwave got flashed onto, and before he even finished channeling the ultimate, was basically out of that play. So that's 2 ultimates denied. I don't think BLG are going to have a window to punish that because those ultimates should be up by the time this next dragon spawns, but still kind of feels like WE have a bit of a trigger finger right now to just try and make something happen around the map.
Yeah, I do think WE are sending it a bit aggressively, but let's take a look at the result of what that's actually doing to the game. About has a 1k lead. He's farming. The rest of BLG are forced to respond to the chaos that WE are bringing to the map. Okay, Nico goes top. Pantheon ult. Okay, we have to drop waves. We have to cover Bin. Now, Viper goes up top. This is brilliant, like, lane topping from WE. They send their bot lane top, then Viper answers, and now we've got these mismatched lanes just constantly. Bin is never getting a lead. Knight is never getting a lead, and Viper is getting further and further behind.
It feels like a reestablishing of the powers that WE used against BLG all that time ago, and it's just about these macro movements, trying to keep them off kilter. And it's going to be Monkey looking for an invade play with Karis at his back. Both about an Arha redeploying over this way. Blue buff. He's going to be stolen away by Monkey. It's going to be the engage, though. Shun is going for the Crescent Guard fight here as he's blocking away so much of the damage. Walks out of the Shockwave. I don't think Kars has hit a single one, and now Knight has shown up. Big Pop Blossom on the 2. Temper Fate denying so much damage as the re-engage comes through from BLG. The healing is insane. It's going to be the all-out from Q, but he might just go down. Bin's not falling. About trying to get the kills, trying to get the hammer, trying to go down, but it's him falling. He finds 1 kill, and Kars barely makes it out, but BLG show their big fighting strength.
And there's a reason why the Bard is so synonymous with this guy. A beautiful Tempered Fate. WE's pick onto the backline of BLG. Their snap engage gets halted in its tracks as we go on to the replay. Shun buying space for his team, trying to split up Kars. The Shockwave goes wide yet again. And then look at this. It is a beautiful angle here for Arha, but look at how On responds. Double knockup, and no follow-up is possible. They get all of their cooldowns back up, and by the time people go back from being golden, BLG are recentered, ready to fight, and they tear WE asunder.
Yep. The Shockwave was a bit ugly, but the Pop Blossom was really well placed. It's not that Arha played it badly, it's that On played it exceptionally. Look at the gold swing. Monkey 500. Bin is now up 1k. You spend the first 15 minutes of this game holding him down, and you make one big mistake, and BLG's gold explodes.
But isn't that just the story of BLG? You can't make mistakes like that because they will go for the jugular. And I think when you see that veterancy in this team, it's one of those things where you're never quite sure how confident you can be with the WE leads. As we do see them take the second dragon, they are still going to take Prio in the neutral objectives so far this game. Full 100% control there, but there's a Rift Herald spawned on the other side of the map.
Dragon stacking, a win condition that WE are going to clutch onto tightly in this game, because it feels like once Bin enters into these fights, he's not able to do so. No teleport there on the Jace, so won't get involved for that fight, but we'll probably be getting involved for the future Dragon fights, gentlemen, because that means next Drake for WE, if they can secure that, that'll be Soul Point. That's probably not a position BLG want to find themselves in. And by the time that happens, Bin will be 2 items. You can see Brutalizer is in his inventory, so he is going to be going for the newest Cyclo Sword, going to be proccing on those Shock Blasts, and that's going to do a whole lot of damage onto this backline.
Yeah, ouch. My one concern for BLG is that they don't have a ton of genuine solid lockdown that isn't named Knight.
Right.
You've got the Cosmic Binding, the Tempered Fate. Those are all skill shots you have to land. For Knight, it's about how can you land your stun onto the most people possible. Herald is up, and WE have the position around the river. BLG sniffing, having a little look-see to see if WE are going for the Herald, which they are currently not, but BLG moving in.
Does look like they want to try to contest for this one. We have hit second item for Viper. He's going to be feeling pretty good, and he's ahead of the item spike there just about from about. And Rift Herald already getting a little bit lower. True Shot Barrage used. Bin coming over. Then having used that TP does have the shield. It looks like BLG are going to respect the power that WE are threatening with and give over yet another neutral objective. So this is just BLG saying, we need time, we need items, we need to delay some of these big fights.
Knight had the teleport available, but I mean, you look around and the vision really isn't great for BLG on the river itself. So if Knight wanted to get like a flank teleport, if he wanted to get some creative cheeky angle onto Team WE, there really was no angle for him to do so. And I do think that, like Gebetto said, this is your only form of lockdown, but you're also immobile. So if you put yourself in a precarious situation, you might be able to blow one guy up, but you yourself will get blown up at the same time.
Whoa.
And that has to be very concerning. Or
there's a rocket belt. There's a rocket belt. There's a Chovy belt. He's not immobile fully.
You're right. He's got a jetpack.
True. He does a lot of damage to Cube too, by the way. Shun was hovering. Arha is going to be right here with him, and you have the Grand Starfall at the ready from Monkey. Try to say 0-7 of this bot lane as they're trying to get the push in, trying to find some more gold, trying to take back potentially this lead that BLG had wrestled away from them. A little bit of prio in the mid lane for About, and an invade coming through from the WE team, trying to see if they can sneak out any kind of picks here. But it looks like it's not going to be the case. And that's something I got to talk about for BLG is there was a huge amount of disrespect for BLG as Bin's going to try to fight his way out of this one. Shockwave is there. They're going to try to wait it out here for the damage. Try to get it through. Flash not far enough, and that's a couple bad flashes from Bin so far this game.
Yeah.
And that also means a big pick in the side lane for WE.
I'm starting to notice a theme here with Bin's flashes in game number 2, and I don't know if I like that theme.
Monkey then becomes lightning. Shun's going to connect. 3 Talon Strike and get flashed. There's the Crescent Guard to block the damage from Karis.
Wow.
It's going to be Monkey barely making it out alive. TP coming back in. That's going to be Knight. Rift Herald play for Monkey. Can he get a smooth play on the BLG? It's going to be the True Shot Barrage. Does do a decent amount of damage. Hits on a 3, so not too bad from About. He did have to burn his flash in that exchange. And Cube able to get the turret in the bot side. That's first turret for WE. They take back the lead.
Yeah, I love the flash punish on Monkey, okay. Bin's dead. What can we get off of Monkey? Go for a fish. It's just the flash, but committing the TP, that dive is never happening, even without the Herald. And then, like you said, you lose that tower in the bot lane. Bin still sits on a pretty comfortable gold lead, and this game is going to be more about dragons than anything now. WE sitting on 2, it's Infernal Soul. The game is always warped around that. But we've kind of gone back to parity now. Bin has a little bit of a lead, 800. That's not nothing, but considering the matchup, it should be more. And the rest of the game is pretty even.
Looks like there's about to be a pick here on the On2, just completely caught out, not expecting there to be 4 members standing strong there for WE, but a little bit of setup for WE around this Infernal Dragon that has spawned. It'll be started up, and that would be Soul Point for them.
I genuinely wonder what On was expecting to happen there. Like you said, it's Infernal Drake. This is Soul Point for WE. Of course they're on the bot side river, right? And you don't have vision of that area. It just felt like a disrespectful move from the BLG support. Now Karis going to take a chunk out of Shun. Cube is in the area. They want to take the fight to BLG.
They got the turret, but Shun, he burned the Crescent Guard early. He's just going to give his life away, try to clear some of the minions, I guess. A weird setup of plays from BLG, and WE will take that every single time. Big pick, big pick. Oh, Arcane Shift out. He even stutter steps there to make sure they know.
Yep. This is kind of the inverse of last game, where this time it's WE setting the pace. I love how Karis plays on that weak side. Not only does he live, but he plays into it, chunks down Shun, and then Cube paths up as well to give a kill over to Karis, and he ends up getting the kill goal to Knight.
Knight trying to go for the solo bolo. Karis trying to fight his way through with Monkey here. Blast Cone's going to get Monkey over the wall, and the CC chain is there. Knight tries to flash play, but Karis is too quick with it. He does make it out alive, and another side lane pick for WE.
I mean, an apt reaction from Shun there. These solo laner flashes from BLG in game number 2, boys, they're giving me a tummy ache. Like, I can't anymore. This is truly tragic what is going on here in game number 2 for BLG after what was such a dominant game 1 victory for them. Now struggling here in game number 2. It feels like WE have allowed the madness to seep in. The craziness is coming through, and a lot of that you gotta give credit over to Monkey and over to Karis for making the aggressive plays happen, for looking on to the picks, and now Dragon win condition is still alive. Everything both teams do from here on out gonna be centered around getting priority and vision around this bot side river.
Yep, and we haven't even really seen how BLG plan to take their fights. They won 1, and that was over a WE overextension. Viper's on 2 items. It's going to be a while before he's really relevant in this game and turns into the late game threat Sivir can be. Meanwhile, About has finished those core 2 items. He has the Gluts finished too, which is a really nice team fighting spike. They also have so much CC, so much cash. The Shockwave is nice. I think BLG are kind of running out of options as to how they approach this fight. They're losing side lanes, and they're losing all these Drakes too, setting up some good vision, but we're still 2.5 minutes away from this Dragon, so this vision is kind of pointless.
Yeah, it's early setup there for BLG. Just make sure they can get something going. But they're going to have to re-answer some of these lanes. And I got to say, for WE, hopefully we can bring it up here, but it's such an incredible position to be in for them. We didn't get to set the stage necessarily without the pre-show for this team, but this is and could be an incredible monument in all of these guys' careers. It's a team of people that maybe you don't know as much, that haven't really reached a stage like this before, and you could see it on their faces when they're walking through the crowds, the emotion, the love, the motivation that's coming through for these kinds of moments, and you hope that a little bit of that magic is still present, and we are seeing it here in game number 2. Big shockwave crescent guard there. Can't block the damage from a melee as he does dodge out of the spear there. Monkey still going for more. He's going to go through with the flash comet, and that's going to be a nice re-engage onto On. They find 2 more picks, and they are engaged here. It's going to be a nice arcane shift out of the Tibbers there as About and the rest of WE circling BLG like sharks. There's the Grand Starfall. Arha going to miss the Pod Blossom. TP coming back in. That's going to be Bin, but the turret's not going to be there. Bin, you got to run away. The acceleration gate ain't gonna save you, but maybe the flash does.
We can lose Baron here.
Oh, they definitely can. Shun is 10 seconds away from respawning. I think now the smart play is WE. You know, they get the mid turret. Look at the vision on the bot side river. No team really has firm control over that area, so WE need to be the first guys to get back onto the map. So taking that reset ASAP to set up is going to be really important. But we get back to a replay here. Shun just too far up. Good crescent guard, but eventually the timer runs out on that. Instead of taking the portal like a normal person, Monkey flashes over the wall. That's the kind of guy he is. That's just Monkey things.
And we're going to see Shun go in. The biggest thing I wanted to talk about before we got into this fight is all of the flashes for WE are down. They have no resources left. They just used them all, and one of them falls right there. Monkey now going to be the target on the other side. Bin doing a chunk of damage, but BLG have done enough to stop the dragon stacking.
BLG have no flashes either, though, so if WE want, they can recontest, but it looks like it might just be a give for now. I love in that previous play how WE are fishing for the Crescent Guard, and then when Shun doesn't press it, he gets chunked too low, then they commit in. WE, I'm going to need to take a look back at that fight, because while yes, About did Arcane Shift over the Raptors wall, get Tibbers and flash out of it barely, which he lost flash there. I still think they're in a great position, and About gets caught, I guess, too far forward. And in a position where WE just win a fight, we're talking about setting up vision, maybe going Baron, setting up vision for Soul. Now, that position has been all but lost.
And we're starting to coast around the 27-minute mark. This is when the death timers can be long enough to where you get a pick, it can be right onto the Baron. So BLG, it feels like their map pressure this game has been a bit of a double-edged sword. We saw the benefit of it in game number 1 where they're able to play super far up and be to the play before it really even happens. But here in game number 2, it has resulted in a lot of picks for Team WE as Knight flashes forward, attempting to look for something to start the fight.
Gonna connect. TP coming back in though. On is the primary focus for WE right now. They've got Cube with a huge shield coming in. He's waiting to all out. Shun is just going to be taken out here. He is left to the wolves than RWE, and there's that timer you're talking about, straight into the Baron.
Yep. And BLG still around, but with no jungler. What can you possibly do? The health bars of WE are low, and Viper does a lot of damage at this point.
Knight doesn't have flash anymore, but the Baron is going to go down. Knight decides it's time to go, but the shockwave hits, and the combo connects. About hits the true shot barrage, and here comes the Grand Starfall. WE have caught BLG sleeping, and that disrespect that was the bane of BLG in that first series in round number 1 comes back again. WE show some life.
That might have been the straw that broke the camel's back here in game number 2. And you guys were looking at me saying the 3-0 for BLG is looking awfully crucial right now. It's looking like it'll come true. But I got something to say to you guys. WE came here to play. This rematch will not be one-sided. They're making sure of it. 6,000 gold. They are in the lead. Baron acquired on all 5 members. And going into this replay, Geppetto, what do you think happened here, really? Knight with just the fail, but then, like, the re-engage was also so scuffed.
Yeah, not only this, but the Tempered Fate doesn't get any value, so that's your engage. Done. You have no more agency in when you get to choose the fights, and how you get to choose the fight. Shun goes forward to buy space with a Crescent Guard, but no one else can join. There's nothing to catch this Ezreal. There's nothing to catch this Orianna. And Arha here with a really great catch. BLG have no CC. WE have all the CC.
Yeah. And this is just the importance of Annie, right? You're the only point-and-click lockdown. You're the only guy that can get the stuns on these players.
Oh, Ludwig alive. Monkey might be caught. He has GA, so he can get out of it if he can, but that's a flank coming through from Knight with a TP. And that's going to be a double kill for Ben. All of a sudden, that lead doesn't look that strong anymore. A triple kill for Giga Ben as his Jace has come to play.
They're going to chase them out the whole way. You're not allowed to base here. Arha's going to die too. He pop bottoms nothing.
Oh, no. The shakes, the shivers, and Arha going down. That's going to be Hammer coming through. And all of a sudden, that massive lead is thrown away by WE.
WE still have a bit of a gold lead over BLG. Going into what I imagine the next fight will be around this dragon in about a minute 20. But we missed the initial start to this fight, so I want to see what happened here. So
Cube is just
goes in.
off on his own.
He's just like, guys, we fight here. This is my red buff. And his team was like, okay. I guess.
I don't think I've ever seen a top laner make a declaration for a buff before. That's a new one.
Just a great TP from Knight 2 right into the back line. He finds his angle. And then the Tempered Fate was good too, buys time, and Arha can't get away. Only Karis lives with the Baron buff, so that'll provide with a little bit of priority for the next 5 seconds. The problem is that there's a dragon up in 30. BLG are a long time away from their soul. It's very likely that Sivir just pentakills everybody before we get to a genuine BLG soul. But every minute that passes, the Sivir is getting stronger, and you do need to deny this soul from WE.
It's not going to get any easier here. WE have to win this fight. If they can get the soul and they can shut down the scaling on the side of BLG, they can get us to 1 apiece here in this best of 5. But if they lose here and they don't get the dragon, we are going to be in it for the long haul, gentlemen.
Look at Knight on the flank. He goes for the play.
Oh, Arha!
It's on to Arha. He's so low. Tempered Fate's going to connect. He got hit. Shun's going to go for the win, becomes lighting, can't connect it. Tipper's trying to get the kill, but he can't do it. And now WE have lost pole position over the Dragon, and they might just lose a little bit more. Dragon started up by BLG. Can Monkey get the 50-50? He had the better of Shun the first time around in that round number 1 that seems so long ago. This is Soul for WE. It's going to be a 50-50. We are looking to live or die off of. Shockwave comes through. Monkey going in on a bin, but the Dragon goes over to BLG. Now the re-engage from Cube trying to get the back line. Knight's going to try to flash away, try to get something. He doesn't have flash. It's Cube that finds him. It's going to be the about combo that comes through as On gets a double CC, but they can't do much. Meanwhile, Monkey just killed Shun, and WE take the fight and TP mid.
Yep, they just can't start a fight when this Tibbers is down, when Knight has no flash, when the Tempered Fate is down. BLG find one great fight, but WE, they hold fast, and in a bit of an anticlimactic fashion, they get they lose the dragon, but they get the game.
Let's see if they can finish it off. The death timer's still about 15 seconds out, and About is online here. He's got the improved attack speed, and they are barreling down the base. WE might have thrown for just a moment, but they swipe it right back and even up the series 1-1.
Who said it was going to be a sweep? Come forward now, both of you, above me, below me. Yeah. Nope. No, sirs. We got a series on our hands. Let there be no doubt. This is a best of 5, gentlemen.
True. Wouldn't have it any other way for the lower bracket finals. WE showing a little bit of that magic they are known for here. And finally, winning a game for the first time in the last 2 series here. It's going to feel really good for them as we go ahead and break it down with the desk.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Mazel, and we finally have gotten a series. WE made things a little bit messier. They made things a little bit scrappier. They did things the WE way, and they find themselves equalized 1 game apiece against Billy Gaming here in our lower finals. K-Man, WE starts with Monkey, ends with Monkey. Monkey's in the middle of there as well. From the start of this game, he had a much better performance and resulted in his team taking the win.
Monkey showed up early in this one, and it's exactly what we were talking about at the end of game number 1. Games are so won and lost in the first 10 minutes for WE. It's just so obvious to tell the direction that things are going depending on how aggressive and how active Monkey gets to be on the map. He gets something like Pantheon in this game to be able to open things up, and even before you hit that level 6, now all of a sudden you're, ganking the Jace on the top side and, hitting level 3 as early as possible with the invade. It's just really great stuff. Monkey obviously is such an integral part to what WE do, and to see him be able to once again be a massive success in the early game for WE just like he was in round 1, it's just really cool to see.
Did we also watch that Ezreal? Like, about as clean with it. He continues to showcase that he is a really, really good AD carry if we can give him the right fight setup, and if, we give him Ezreal. He has been a profound Ezreal. I think him and 1xN are battling for maybe some of the better Ezreals here in the LPL right now, and it's been really a pleasure to watch him continue to pilot this champion to such a high mastery so far. Really did a fantastic job with everything that was kind of going on. There was the most disgusting gold graph that I have seen in this playoffs already with that game alone, and I'm glad that they did it, because there are many moments in this game where I was saying, okay, WE are going to win, and then we took like 3 fights where I was like, okay, are we going to a 2-0?
About coming into this roster as a rookie, certainly did not have the best start, but that's what rookies are for, to develop over time. And I think so far, at this point in the split, we're seeing more from About than we even did from Taeyun back when WE went on their top 4 run, which is always a good thing to see from a young developing player. But again, this series started, or this game I should say, started from minute 1 with WE going for a really fun play. And I think I'm actually going to pull up the Telestrator here today. We're going to do a little host Telestrator game this time around. So let's take a look at this. You see right now at the start of this that there is a ward around the Raptors here. So WE know exactly where Shun is at this point. And there's no vision right now here for Monkey on his... So BLG don't know where this is. So as we play through this, Monkey is going to clear his red buff and immediately is going to flash over the wall. So you saw that flash spell be used. It was off camera, but now he is here going down towards this side of the jungle, which is completely without vision. And BLG don't know that this is happening. If they do, I think that Shun actually matches him here and probably ends up winning because top lane does have push in this situation.
Yep,
so
this is
going... Yeah, I mean,
my favorite Monkey trait. This is my favorite Monkey trait from last year. I was like, when we came into this year, I was like, okay, are we going to see more of this? Are we going to see more of Monkey getting over the river line? That didn't happen for a large portion of this year, but I'm glad that we're getting a lot of it here now, especially in such an important series. And it's not like bot lane is going to be giving you a lot of resources. We do end up seeing, as the clip kind of rolls on, Shun is going to rock around this bot lane. He's going to get the flash out from About an Arha, but getting Jace behind and giving Cube an easier matchup is really, really important. Even though Bin still ends up having like 1,000 to 2,000 gold lead for a majority of this game, getting himself this kill early is a good way for WE to start getting rolling. Give us your credit card information.
Okay,
show us now, Graves.
Oh my god. So apparently once the clip ends, the whole screen just disappears. So that's my bad.
Well, hey, hopefully we don't have to worry too much about these early game Telestrator clips moving forward, because I'd love to see more competitive early games. I think getting Pantheon that gold completely made it impossible to play out a ton of the rest of the early skirmishes for this BLG comp on the other side. The way that you've structured this is Andy set up around Xin Zhao being able to skirmish a lot around Dragon and Grubs and Bard roaming and all of this stuff to kind of scale into a Sivir late game. You give Pantheon any gold, this becomes so difficult. And I know I have been kind of vocal about maybe some of my personal draft preferences, but I think maybe giving over About's Ezreal, his one champion, and then Orianna on the other side of this draft was maybe not the right decision for BLG. And just like they had in round number 1 against WE, I think they got heavily punished for just giving WE everything they wanted in this game.
Now, K-Man, despite the good early game from Team WE, the team fights actually were a little bit more, even than maybe than we were even expecting. BLG had a couple of good opportunities, but I feel like they were mostly punishing mistakes on WE's end more than they were actually playing the fights well themselves.
It wasn't clean. I mean, we can get really excited about a WE.
You want to see Cube again?
Let's roll those clips.
Yeah, let's start rolling those clips because there's a couple in here that I think are just, not so good. Obviously, a couple of the skirmishes down on the bot side, really well executed by WE, chunking out On, who's just overextended. The Bard was really valuable for a lot of this game, but they did a really good job of just understanding that Sivir and Bard really aren't going to have the ability to kind of pressure out this 2v2. This is the advantage, obviously, of getting that kill early, is you can be really proactive on the Pantheon as we go throughout here. But even more than that, WE's teamfight execution's not always been great. We had some missed ultimates from Karis that really ended up costing them in a couple of moments. Monkey was overextended. Arha really struggled to land good Pop Blossoms by the end of this game. None of it really mattered because their tempo was so good, and that's where I think this can kind of become more of a conversation about what this looks like for the rest of the series, because as we've seen, It doesn't always just take better hands to win games or to win team fights. BLG probably had better hands in Game 2. They just put themselves in such a bad spot in terms of these setups. I mean, this fight's terrible, but, WE still are able to keep control of the game after it.
This fight was visual pocket sand for all WE fans, but I'm looking at the timers right now. Minute before Herald, a minute before Dragon, and now there's no flash on Knight. There's no flash on some of these carriers from BLG. It looks messy. They are by far not the cleanest team that we have gotten from Team WE, but I think the times in which they are going for these fights are sound, and while we might have problems with maybe the execution from them, I think, again, they are showing that they're a team that is willing to go in and try to fight them. And that is, I think, been one of the things that BLG love to do. They love to pressure you because going into fights, a player like Knight is going to have usually a gold advantage. A player like Bin is going to try to excise his will in a game. They get to kind of play these pressure comps where if they're behind, it's going to be hard to play, but we kind of talk about this for a lot of the legendary teams across the world, kind of just having aura and having names on the server. You see you're playing against Knight, you're saying, okay, if this wasn't a playoff game, maybe if this isn't Knight, maybe I get to do this. But if he's here, something's wrong. Like, he has to have 3 people behind him. He has to have a Bard ultimate ready. WE don't care about that. They're going to face check you. They're going to look dumb sometimes, but when it comes up heads like this, they're going to win and they're going to make it look good.
Yeah, Knight, rather uncharacteristic performance on his Annie that was undefeated throughout the entirety of Split 2 entering this series. But I feel like a lot of it was more WE actually playing around the Annie pick a little bit, very well, I should say. They must have remembered the last time that they played against Annie with BLG, where he went like 14-0 or something, had an insane game. That was the one game that BLG won in their series.
They almost lost that game, too, by the way.
Yes. There were some really insane flashes from, About, namely. I think Karis had, a Protobelt to get away from some of those Tibbers. If some of those hit, Alk, I think BLG might win this game.
For sure, there's definitely angles we could have seen from them. I think for BLG, we are a little bit disappointed with how this kind of turned out. I mean, you are playing a Jace, Xin Zhao, Annie composition. It kind of feels like you do want to kind of poke and whittle away. The Jace and the Sivir are there to lower the HP bars, and then Xin Zhao plus Annie are supposed to kind of tie the room together and finish off those kills. And every time we got to see those plays, those are the ones where BLG were winning the fights. And a lot of them did come at the expense of WE missing a lot of spells. Again, that shockwave that we saw from Karis in the topside jungle. And aside from that, I was kind of missing where Bin was actually going to play. He had a lot of mechanical mishaps in this game. Just using his flash alone seemed like it was a big burden from him.
We missed it because we were running through some of these clips. Player of the game goes to Monkey. 5 out of the 8 talent on the LPL official broadcast did vote for him as the MVP, so congratulations to him. And K-Man, this jungle matchup going to continue to become a big conversation for the duration of this series, seeing now what Monkey is able to do when he is not stifled in the first 5 minutes of the game gives you a little bit more hope if you're a WE fan.
You have to have hope. I mean, at this point, it is clear that WE have the scouting report. They have the game plan to beat Billy Gaming. They know what they are supposed to do, and they know how to execute in the big moments. Monkey has been crucial towards the way WE play the game. We've talked about him being kind of the main character of this team, but getting these other players that are good enough to be in this spot into positions where they can carry, getting About into a position on the Ezreal where he can start pumping out damage in the later part of the game, getting even someone like Arha into a position where he can set up on something like Nico in these team fights. It's been super important. He has done a great job to tempo that early game, and WE have shown they get a lead. It's actually kind of tough to take that away from them, even if you're as talented as BLG.
And I do want to clarify for everybody at home, these stats are from before tonight's series. These are just averages from the entirety of playoffs. I think it has also just reflected both of these guys. I made a joke in the green room while we were watching the series. When these two guys gank their lanes, it's for very different reasons. For Monkey, he's looking at the enemy and he's like, my lanes are about to give me 300 plus gold from this kill. For Shun, hey, I'm about to donate 300 plus gold to my laners here. So they get the job done in the same way, but definitely Monkey, I feel, is the more greedier version of a jungler's jungler, whereas Shun, I think all year has been kind of the antithesis of what we have seen globally from the other top junglers around the world.
It's what WB have to do to try to pull off what would be the improbable, a second upset over BLG to make it to the grand finals against TES. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll have that draft for game number 3 as a best of 5 has turned into a best of 3.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Quacks. I've got Jay Beto here as well. Thank you to Shivum behind us and to the Deskers, K-Man, Alk, and Grapes, because now we have a series on our hands. We have a Game 3. It's going to decide the tempo and the standings of this series as a whole and who takes that step forward to match point.
You guys doubted, by the way. I'm not going to stop calling it out. Yup. It was predicted 3-0 on the gentleman on both sides of me right here. But I think from the perspective of Team WE and for a lot of people watching this series, this is a bit of a wake-up call that this team can still look really solid when the conditions are met. I think a lot of people, for the series against Top Esports, it was like a cold splash of water almost, right? It felt like the magic had drained from Team WE, being able to punch above their weight class, as a lot of people put it, and take on some of these top contenders in the LPL. But they've shown they still got the magic left in here for the playoffs, and they're going to need to continue on that trajectory to take the series against BLG. But a lot of that magic came through from the jungle, came through from Monkey. The access he got with the Pantheon was something we highlighted in the draft, and I'm really glad that it actually ended up coming through and he made use of those Grand Starfalls to get the pressure across.
And that's where I wanted to throw it over to you, Jay Beto, because we were talking about this as a whole at the off time, but this is a heck of an Exodia draft from WE, but they don't get it again. Is it enough?
Yeah, they have to kind of try to find something that's similar to this, which is winning lanes. Not this winning when you're getting Ezreal, Nico, Orianna, but something that's really strong that allows your carries essentially to have strong laning phases, which then allows Monkey to play like an absolute psycho as he did in this game, flashing over the wall. It doesn't have to be the exact same thing, but when you take a look at BLG's draft in this game, they don't have that. They really, really struggled throughout, the early lanes. Jace is losing to Cassante, and then you don't have any real way of starting a fight unless Tempered Fates are landing, cosmic, like crazy flash Qs from Bard, or Knight's in a great position on Annie, and that wasn't happening that often.
It also felt like the Jace win condition wasn't able to be unlocked in a lot of these team fights. You don't have a front line capable of stopping the Jace from just being immediately aggressed onto by Monkey or a shockwave to come through. There were a lot of team fights rather, where Team WE were like, oh, Shun is throwing himself at us, and he is really their only form of disengage in these fights. We'll kill him, then we'll move past everybody else and just go immediately onto the Jace that we had spent so long putting behind. BLG then kind of put him right on the path to be that carry, but it didn't end up mattering because you didn't have frontline, you didn't have Peel for him to actually leverage that range to be that strong hyper carry that we know Bin is capable of being. The setup just really wasn't there from the BLG draft. And so I do think that on top of WE getting a perfect condition where they got a bunch of the champions that are pick ban in the current meta, BLG just didn't have the right tools in order to give Bin the carry potential he could have had on that Jace.
But we knew it was going to be a Monkey game as soon as we saw that flash over the Baron wall, right? We knew there was something in the water in game number 2 when he flashes at level 2.
It was
the
a
Pantheon. Yep. It was a good time. And being able to get that flank on Bin, it just set the tone. And it was also the picks that they were able to find between fights, ahead of fights. It was a consistent performance from WE and something that's been lacking since their series against Top Esports. It's nice to see that come back again, but now we focus up for draft number 3. Again, all those big pieces not available for WE, trying to figure out how they can get themselves a similar style comp, but for BLG, maybe going back to some different styles of picks and a little bit more prio towards Sun.
Yeah, and it feels like one way that a lot of teams have been able to get the better of BLG is with champions that have global pressure, right? This is kind of a strategy that we talked about way back, if you remember, at the beginning of the year. A lot of people were coining JDG as BLG's kryptonite because they would go for things like the Pantheon, they would go for things like the Twisted Fate. A lot of these champions with global access and with a bit more holistic ability on the map in general, to just be able to kind of cheat a lot of the space that BLG were trying to buy between the lanes and in that jungle. It just gave you, or removed that extra step rather. And I think this is something that WE have picked up on and was one of the reasons why Pantheon was so effective in game number 2. Now going into game number 3, we see the Nocturne taken away, but there are still champions with global pressure on the map. Shen is another one no longer available. WE are going to have to start digging into these champion pools a little bit as we are getting further and further, and this isn't even the last game. The winner of this goes to series point, but it is not the end here.
There you go. That's the big ticket item that we did not see banned away this time. BLG letting it through. They did ban it away last game from blue side. The Rumble for Bin comes out once again.
Yeah, this is what you see with the Vayne cast bans. I'm not really sure what WE is setting up here for in their bans, however. They don't want to play against Nocturne.
They have to go Trundle.
They don't want Vi.
Yeah.
So it is Trundle, like you mentioned, because otherwise you're giving it over. Trundle Rumble is... But Trundle Rumble's really scary. I don't think this is necessarily what WE wanted, because... I mean, Vi Nocturne ban, I mean, maybe it is, but it feels like you're on the back foot in this draft.
It does a little bit. I mean, Rumble is a really powerful slam, right? One of the best champions, one of the highest priority champions in the current meta. We did have a graphic talking about the importance of Sion, if we can float that at some point, I believe, in the next game, or if it's already been floated. It is the top laner with the second most priority in the year so far. Rumble is number 1. So Rumble, though, obviously does have its counters. I like this Ornn lock-in, and then like we said, it's got to be the Trundle locked in immediately after. Otherwise, you're just giving an easy subjugate target over to Shun. And then the mid laner is going to be drafted up here. Victor against Aurora. I do favor this matchup over to Karis because he's got that range advantage. And also, the superior scaling on top of that. I think he's way more dangerous come late game.
A lot of mobility out of the setup for mid jungle for BLG, though. Maybe they can use that to their advantage. We go into the second phase, and it is all about bot lane. We get the Lucian ban already by BLG. We had the Caitlyn ban as well by WE.
I'm feeling something like a Nautilus. Zyra Khan looks good this game too. I think Zyra Khan for BLG is really, really scary. A little rough into the Victor range, but I think that when the Trundle's running at you, Zyra's great. I think Rakan is great into Trundle. And also, you can immune the Forge God with the ult from Zyra. So, it's just the Nautilus band. Lucian is something that has been really not looking too good in the LPL. I think it's 1 in 11. Oh, sorry. No, that's Cass. Cass is 1 in 11. Lucian is 2 in 12. So
2 in 12.
Just close. Pretty close.
Yeah.
Behind that. Oh, dude, maybe you're right. 2 in 10. It's very close. The Lulu pick here. Kog'Maw, Jinx,
Yunara.
Many options. They're going to keep the counter pick for that too, so they'll be able to at least hold on to that and see what hyper carry you're going to get for a bout. But now it's for the bot lane of BLG and what they want to focus on. Something that's going to be stable, so that maybe even makes a bit of a splash down there, and it could just be that lovers duo.
I do like this a lot. Zyra Khan would be, obviously it's the tried and true duo, right? But then also BLG.
They steal it away!
We don't want to give the Yunara over to about to be paired up with that Lulu, so they are breaking up the duo of Zyra Khan in favor of that denial. They will still, however, pick up the Rakan at the end of the day, so that extra little bit of re-engage, or that extra little bit of just plain engage, I should say, to be paired up with Shun will make these initial snap engages from BLG just that much more potent, and then the follow-up damage from the solo laners going to be stronger as the game goes on and as we start stacking up these items. But WE are going to go the Jinx route. So drop everything we said about Monkey in the early plays. Drop all of the scaling on the Victor. It's the Jinx show. Anytime this champion is locked in, the whole game revolves around her.
Yep. And how can WE get resets? There's a ton of kill threat. I think the Lulu into Rakan can be quite nice with the polymorph, although the Rakan is just such a great support pick in this scenario. BLG have to go forward. That's all they do. They go forward. They are going forward the entire game. This is more of a FPS thing, but their finger is glued to the W key. Or right click, I guess, in this scenario. But
we have WASD in League now. They understand.
You can do that. Who knows? Maybe BLG are playing on WASD. But for WE, scale. Just sit there. Don't do anything. Let Monkey maybe go for some invades, but even then, maybe have push in mid. That could be nice. But other than that, they just got to survive.
And they've been able to survive. They were able to take a game now off of BLG, and they're looking to repeat what happened in round number 1 of this very playoffs. We have hyper carries in the bot lane, harkening back to what Alk and the Des were talking about, that About was showing some schmoves there in that last game on Ezreal. This time, a lot of weight on the ADC's shoulders on both sides with the hyper carry potential that they both are bringing. We'll see what the jungles have in store for us in the earlier pathing. We saw Monkey take a tremendous lead over Shun last game. It definitely led to BLG having a lot of struggles there. And these big ticket items are going to be looking at that bot lane. I think it's going to be a bit of a shift in prio that we've seen in this series so far as we get into the thick of things and into game number 3 between BLG and WE. Gotta love to hear a little bit of the crowd, a little quiet, but it's still there. And the WE BLG story continues. Again, the second time we see this matchup in this playoffs. And it's been an incredible one to see, and one of the best stories in the recent era of the LPL.
And last game, we talked about how Knight was the go button for BLG, right? Whoever this Annie decided to get that point and click stun on was the target BLG had to focus, and the lack of that direction is what contributed to their downfall. In this game, it feels like it's a similar story for WE, but this time the Annie is the Trundle. You've got the subjugate target. Whoever he ults onto has to be the person the rest of WE snap their abilities in. And it's extra important because, like you said, Gebetto, the resets are going to come through. My biggest concern about this WE comp is not what happens when they can get going. It is about getting going in the first place, finding that initial kill to get the resets, because the single target damage for this WE comp is very lacking. It's got to be the subjugate target that you decide to go onto. That should be your go button and your ticket into the reset city.
Yep, the good news about that, though, is that BLG, no tank. So there are a lot of squishy members that WE can go for. We were talking, Quax, you and I, about Rumble Runes before the series started. And in this game, Bin's got the first strike cashback. So hoping to play that money printing style against a tank, generate a big lead. Last game, we saw WE shut down BLG in these solo lanes and then play through their jungle, and About was given so much space. And in game 1, it was all about the solo lanes with Bin and Knight. Monkey on this Trundle has the potential to really pop off through the early game. I like to call it like the Trundle tax. He walks in, that's his camp. You don't own that camp anymore. It's his. And you kind of have to avoid that, especially on a champion like Wukong. Not the strongest in the early game, and decent with skirmishing when you can use your the W. But straight up in the 1v1 can get completely destroyed. So if BLG can avoid Monkey and then start generating gold lead in the side lane, in their solo lanes, then transition it into shutting down the late game from WE, gotta be careful with these solo lanes.
We see the culmination of the first clears from both junglers as Monkey patiently waiting on the bot side. Able to dash in, dash out. Monkey still holding around. They really want to go for a dive here. He's got the level 4. They're just going to go for it. Viper trying to make a run for it as On sticks under turret. The split might have just done them justice here, but the polymorph comes through, and now About's going to get excited, but Shun comes over. He's trying to shut it down here on the bot side. He goes for the flash play. Can't do it. About is still free firing now with the lethal tempo activated, and the first blood going to WE onto Monkey is massive.
And we had the Shun reaction faces. That's like a meh Shun reaction if ever I've seen one right there, because he commits the flash to try and finish off the kill, but he didn't have the cooldowns up for the Q to finish off just a little bit more of that HP. And yeah,
just
very appropriate reaction there.
Yep. Take a look back at this replay. Monkey, again, amazing pathing, and this was on a ward. BLG knew at least that Monkey was coming. It was spotted by the vision plant. Monkey destroyed that ward, then walked in easily for free, and Shun was on his way to cover. 10 seconds too late. And it pays WE with the first blood.
And also, look at where Shun is positioned. I mean, he has to cross all the way back over to the top side to then recycle his respawned camps. And so the junglers are basically on even tempo of one another. That is a huge advantage for Monkey as... Yeah, On is in mid, but Karis is just going to walk that one off.
He's level 6. Karis is level 6 right now. They have the advantage with the Arcane Storm coming through. Knight's going to be in worse for wear condition here. He does have to flash away. Shun has come once again a little bit behind the play into Monkey's proactive jungle pathing.
I mean, we were spending a lot of the early game focus on Monkey and then the bot lane. How is Karis up half a level in 5 minutes? What happened in the mid lane trading to allow Karis to be in a position where he has ult there? We will never know, but still, really good laning. Somehow, he's even in CS. It's not like Knight is losing minions, but he is, or was losing XP. Might have just been a big wave that Karis had been freezing, but yep, Flash Force out of Knight.
And I mean, if you thought the gold difference or the level discrepancy in bot lane was bad, or in mid lane was bad, look no further than bot lane. I mean, you're basically 10 CS up. Viper missed that entire wave despite not being the guy that went down in that dive that we saw earlier. And because of the advantage we see in bot lane, Monkey just gets a free path toward the dragon.
And the fact that we do see them use this prio gained in the bot side to take the early dragon once again. They're going to be able to set that pace of the neutral objectives. Shun down here to help clear some more of the vision, but that's about all they're going to be able to get off the back of that one. And again, it's early playmaking that makes WE feel like they're coasting.
Okay. Now, this is a little bit more similar to last game for WE, but I think BLG have a lot more tools available to them to force these fights on these level 6 timers. Shun is ticked over, Bin is ticked over, Knight has as well. Once On and Viper reach that level 2, they can really start to force these fights. I would love maybe a lane swap, but the problem is, you got to Rumble. Maybe he can just sit there weak side, ult the wave. But you would love a tank in that scenario if you could send BLG up to the top lane, fight for these grubs when you get level 6, because Viper will get it on this wave, but instead it's just going to be a base from WE.
And look, we see WE's bot lane resetting. On is also moving toward the mid lane. He was initially going toward bot, but I think both teams understand the gravity of giving a Trundle grubs. So they are all gonna get up toward this top side, try and either make that happen or prevent it from being so. And a fight could very easily break out here, but I feel like WE, in terms of early game power, I favor them heavily if there is a skirmish.
Oh, the Mega Death Rocket just stopped Knight's back. I was wondering how early they were going to be able to get that one out because he was pretty low from that trading going on in mid lane. There's also a pretty big XP differential between Arha and On right now. So if they were going to go for this big tussle, it was going to be the wild growth difference, which is a huge difference to have as we see Bin using the equalizer on the minion wave to get that push going.
Bit of a Raptors invade here. Monkey says, my camp. BLG say, I don't know about that one.
Sure. I'll take one little nugget on the side. It was like the burnt crisps.
So please,
that are just like
please, take my camp. It's all yours. My entire bot side, that's yours too. You can have it. Bin's doing a good job of getting this gold lead in top, but it isn't going to be... Sorry, it is going to be a little bit if you don't fight grubs before Bin can actually participate in these fights.
For sure.
That's a tough place to be in.
Bin is, I think, really has a monopoly when it comes to priority on this top side, but BLG have had very little interest in actually being able to capitalize on that. There is nobody on BLG around this top side river, and so Monkey is going to go in mid lane here. Knight does have ultimate, so should be able to get away. I wonder if he's going to have to even
He's going to go the long con,
that.
too. He's just running away. A little bunny. And the tables have turned on the bot side for the first time. It feels like BLG actually have pushed into that 2v2. The grubs going whole-handedly to WE. Knight and Bin can collapse, but Shun's on the other side of the map.
Yep. Looking for a play here.
It doesn't stop against the shield. Huge stuff from Arha there.
That's nice. That's well played. Monkey does look like he's going to get the grubs. I think BLG are happy to let this top side play isolated as long as Bin can just sit there. He should be...
Oh, no way! He got it! Oh, no!
Give him the emote. Stutter step on him. There's another bruh moment. We're going to get the third one of those one of these days, potentially. But the bruh moments have definitely reigned supreme.
I can't. Okay, so BLG don't even get some grump soup to go along with the cross-map trade. They're giving up the grubs as well. So the feared Trundle with 3 grubs gonna mean that Monkey is a lot scarier on the side lane if he chooses to be. On top of the Trundle getting the grubs, a really underrated practitioner of having this buff is also the Victor. With that empowered auto, it means you can really chunk down those turrets with the Touch of the Void added on top of that damage. So more gold into Karthus, more gold into the scaling threats, and just it is a lot more difficult for BLG to play out this game with the side lane threat from WE increasing.
And we talked about it from the draft. It was something we set out for WE is they have serious scaling on their side. They just need to make it there. And if you already have a lead, that makes it feel that much better. Imagine a scaling comp like this, getting ahead in the dragon stacking as well. It just plays into their benefit. I gotta say though, is there a moment that BLG just need to put their foot down and say we have to fight, because they have some skirmishing potential, especially once those first items start coming through. But this advantage that WE have can be lasting.
Yep,
but they don't have
definitely
that.
is a position.
Yeah,
position where BLG do have to put their foot down and say, all right, we need to fight. And I think it's the first and second items as they come through for BLG, because you don't want to give. I mean, we were talking, Quarks, about the late game scaling of WE. You were rightly so very excited about the Jinx's late game, but there's still a Victor, a Lulu, and an Ornn, and a Monkey in bot lane.
Oh, transcend oneself is popped, but On can't really get out. He gets hit by the trap jaws. He's going to barely make it out. The Grand Entrance barely surviving the Mega Death Rocket hits onto Viper. On barely alive, but he is limping away.
Gone.
But it's all about the bot lane turret. It's all about the gold that seems to be avalanching in favor of WE and Karthus. Was seeing if he could catch out a greedy back from BLG.
Hunting with the laser, doesn't manage to find anybody, but yeah, with the grubs, turret is gone. Shun is looking to try and interrupt this dragon, but he's going to be found by Karthus here, who just dumps his whole combo onto him.
Loses half his health and Shun can't even go close to the dragon. That just means a second dragon and complete neutral objective control from WE for a second game in a row.
Bin, please help us. Your only hope right now, because Jinx is up 800 gold. Yeah, Bin Kenobi, and now you're getting land topped on. We need some use of the Force here. I don't know if Bin would be a Jedi. I feel like Bin would... Bin
is a Sith Lord.
He would call him a Sith?
He would be a Sith Lord. What? He absolutely would be.
Yeah, the only guys in my opinion on BLG who are true Jedi is probably Shun and On.
Dude, this is so based. I love
Monkey
that
is a Sith Lord. That's
I love
Sith Lord
that
activities.
Monkey absolutely just flashed that. Oh my god. Will he be punished? Find out next time on the next episode of Bin Kenobi and the Boys, as that will be BLG finding a pick on a monkey.
So, if Bin is Obi-Wan, or Ben Kenobi as
who's
he is...
Qui-Gon Jinn? Is it Knight?
I was going to say who's Darth Vader, because now I need to know. Monkey's Darth Vader? Is it just this series specific? He has been a bit of a Darth Vader of the LPL playoffs so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then who's Luke? Like, who defeats him? Yoda? Yoda is Uzi, for sure. Or maybe it's Xiaohu. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the older players. This is a very fun activity. I feel like this would be like a podcast discussion. Low-key. Ulk, put it in the next podcast.
we need to go and like edit their faces onto an entire sequence of Star Wars moments, and then we'll see who can be who. But getting back into this game a little bit more as well, with that Rift Herald coming up in about a minute, it is an objective that WE haven't necessarily put the biggest focus on in their track record of the playoffs, but here in this series they were able to get it last game as well and have a little bit of play with that. But we are getting closer and closer to that second item spike for many individuals, and that's where we were saying BLG maybe need to put their foot down. But it's been impressive map control, impressive vision control from WE, and a WE who seems to be alive once again, just like they were in that round one in the previous matchup of this series.
Herald is up in 30 seconds. We can see WE are gravitating toward this top side.
Oh,
Knight is under
Knight?
turret, but is this turret fake at all? We know that Monkey really doesn't care about the structures as the Strundle because he's just able to take a bite out of one, and there, boom, a plate is given over.
Shin
I don't know if
holding
Monkey cares
back.
about anything.
They want to go for the preemptive play. They want to go for the combo here as they just find Monkey outright. Knight takes him off the map. A second kill for the golden left hand.
Well, I was going to say I don't think Monkey cares about anything. Your towers, your summoner spells. He definitely cares now as everyone from
Doesn't care
BLG
about
engaged
life.
onto him. But the tools from BLG are down, and there's no smite. WE could look for an engage with a Call the Forge God here from Cube.
It'd be a juicy one. They are setting up to just collapse on a Cube. He will expertly flash away from that moment. Karis and Arha setting up
Oh
the
my god, it
re-engage.
reset.
That's a reset, but it's going to be smote away by Sun. He's going to go get the eye. Now he needs to get out. Ornhorn actually used here, but won't connect on anybody. On's going to find an escape route through his teammates and might be able to finish off that turret with a couple autos.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get this mid-tier 1, so they don't get the Herald,
Ooh.
but they do get a little bit more space to be bought with for these future Dragons. About looking to take as much health away from Knight as he possibly can, just getting a couple more autos and a plate on the tier 2
Oh, he's going. I saw it in Viper's eyes. He wanted it. He popped the Transcend oneself, saw the shield come through from Arha and backed off. Thought he could get the angle.
So I'm not letting you get away with saying smote. Is that something you say frequently? I've never heard you say that before.
Yeah.
But
What?
you did.
Smitten?
He smote the Herald.
Yeah.
He did. To be
Words.
fair, you're right.
I get to make up words here, don't I?
Yeah.
That's my
you
job.
definitely can. I'm not fact checking you.
So,
that's something you'll
would you
realize.
say smitten? Or so like
I would just say
he's
smited.
smited?
That doesn't
That
sound
just
right.
it doesn't feel like it has as much weight to it, you know?
Smote
Like,
is
when you
tough.
say-
I can't lie. That is hard.
Past tense.
like
Gotta
smote?
find a way to put past tense.
Yeah. I agree with Lennon on this one, honestly.
Okay,
I like
okay,
it.
I'll give-
2v1. Americans
give-
versus Australians.
I don't
Something
clutch
we're
that.
gonna
There's
see
too
later
many
on
of
in the
you
World
Americans, all right? I'm by myself. I need some global cast. Get me Hysterics and Atlas, all right? And then I'll take you guys on.
Cup. All right. We'll see. We'll have to have more conversations once we play each other in the World Cup too. Bin is left in the side lane by himself. That is going to be some extra gold going to this Rumble, who finds himself almost 2K up individually. Luckily for WE, the big strength for them is about, and we stated that from the beginning, from the draft, that he is the main focus. Dragon started up by WE.
Yeah, this is Soul Point for WE. It's a Chemtech Soul 2 with a Lulu and an Ornn. You cannot give this away if you're BLG.
You can't give
TP in
this.
from Bin.
The Rift Herald play. He's
come
going
down
to
to a
go into the
50-50.
pit. He's going to try to smite. It's going to be taken. And this time the Rift Herald is going to be the play, but the Dragon had already been taken by Monkey. It's going to be the re-engage now by BLG. Knight looking for the big between worlds. Arha going to flash away now as well. And here comes the Rift Herald play into the turret. It's going to get some gold there, and he's going to go for a secondary charge. Going to try to run down Karis, but he doesn't have any teammates here. He's just going to take the lonely road through the jungle and try to go towards mid lane. But he'll be dumped out and survive. Mega Death Rocket almost takes out Shun. He's on wards, but nobody can really deal with him. The Mega, or at least Mega Death Rocket did go through. The Ornhorn is not available there either. And it's a lot of fireworks for not that much blood.
It's 11 HP that Shun manages to survive with. Knight is going to delay his back to not even really necessarily burn through the Rooker and shield onto Cube. Shows the damage coming through on this Ornn.
Yo, improved
Bin
blast
wants
code!
blood.
Oh, I don't know if Ben wants that, though. There's a lot of damage coming back towards him. He does go for the initial engage on Karis, trying to save the turret. He does so nicely, as both supports also roaming up this way and about moving up here as we go into a replay.
I think this was 40 health that this got smited down to. Smote down to 41. Smoked down to 41 health. But the fight from WE is so good. They have the knockup from Lulu, the knockup from Ornn, and yes, it doesn't look pretty on the way out, but they get out. That's all that matters. They're on Chemtech Soul Point. BLG, like we talked about in draft, they have to go forward. This is all they can do. They can't go backwards. They have to run at you, and you lose the objective, then they run at you, and WE say, bye. 6-7.
6 HP.
All right. And then on top of that, I also want to mention the difference maker between the fight we saw up toward top lane where Monkey got bursted down and then the fight on bot side where Monkey managed to survive. He gets the subjugate off. If Monkey is able to just click R on any of the members of BLG and sap those resistances for himself, it makes it so difficult for BLG to get a pick onto the jungler of WE.
We're looking at picks right now, though. Arha and the rest of WE caught out. They thought they had the play. They thought they had the vision, but it's BLG who chomp right back. The equalizer coming in on the choke point here as Q tries to go for the toss back. Shun's on the back line, but a double grand entrance. Shun's fighting for his life, and the Sundered Sky's doing work as now Ben comes over to try to save him. The chomp is there, though. Monkey will get the kill and get out for now. It is a big pick play by BLG who continue to bolster their lead.
Yep, action reaction. BLG managed to finally get a winning play for themselves. Karis, though, showing on map. Big mistake. On is looking for a flank. Bin is in the area, and teleport was committed by Knight.
Oh.
They want the victor.
Oh.
On can't get the engage there. We'll have to back off. The burn won't be enough. It's an attempted play by BLG, and shout out to 1010, my fellow Shun enjoyer, for the photos there. But it's been nice to let's not talk about that.
They're dragging up in less than 2 minutes.
He has 7 titles. I think he's allowed to get away with that.
Is that how it works? You get a specific amount of mistakes per title?
Yes.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
we make way too many mistakes for how few titles some people have, I will say. But as we get back into this replay, this is what BLG want to do. They just want to run at you in a straight line, and when you give on a position like this to land onto your support and your front line, the backline of WE just can't survive. And not only this, Karis is completely split from the entire fight.
I also think that Shun goes a little too far up here. He does get the kill onto a bout, but I think if this Wukong survives the fight, there is a very real chance BLG could have threatened the Baron. So Monkey being able to get that kill off and take away the jungler of BLG, I think, dissuaded any notion of that possibility. And now as we go back to live, Soul is on the line. WE, Gebetto, you already talked about how important and how critical it would be if WE managed to get this Soul. A chem tech on a lot of squishy members here for this comp, but most importantly for Monkey. The survivability of this Trundle has already been a main thorn in the side of BLG. It would graduate from being a thorn to being a knife? Dagger?
Some kind of sharp weaponry. Speaking of sharp weaponry, WE very close to the 3-item spike for a bout. He wasn't able to complete the IE, and I believe that he just got an upgrade there as well, so he won't actually get the IE upgraded, and it will be this 2 and almost 3-item spike against Viper, who did just complete a big 2-item spike for the Unara. Might be just a push. WE gonna start the Baron.
A 2-man Baron? I mean, BLG have no idea this is happening. They see 3 members of WE on the map. They are immediately... Okay, now they understand. They're crossing over.
Monkey can't do this. Monkey is getting a little bit low, but they're going to try to burn it. If BLG take a fight here, it could just be all over.
No way.
Cube is going to make the delay happen, and the Baron secured by WE.
Can you get out?
On doesn't want to let them, and Knight comes over with the Between Worlds. Now they're going to get the double engage, the double Cyclone from Shun, but he's getting low. Bin waiting for the angle, already burned the equalizer, and WE just made out like bandits.
Dude, that was a heist if ever I've seen one. WE start the Baron as the mid-jungle duo only, and then BLG, too late, realize what's happening. They do get the dragon, they deny the soul for now, but WE, they've got the grubs, and now they've got the Baroned up minions. Monkey, wherever he goes, a turret is likely to follow.
Yep. All right, hear me out. Cube upgraded About's Hex Optics, and then About showed on Vision, so that BLG would think, oh, okay, WE have just forced this upgrade, they're going to fight the Soul, and they actually go to the Baron instead. Huge. I have no idea if that was actually intentional. It probably wasn't, but they probably just want the spike as soon as possible. But really good macro from WE. Monkey chunked down about 1,000 less, but Baron on 5. I can't believe they were able to get Karis and Cube out of there. Bin pushing on the top side.
Okay, a lot of vision put down by WE. They have so much control right outside of BLG's base. They're pushing with the Baron, and you know what they love? The grubs they had gotten earlier, the Trundle, the Jinx as well, able to just take down turrets left and right. Meanwhile, they're leaving Bin to his own devices up in the top side. It might come back to bite them as he will be looking. Okay, he's going to TP into the fight. Equalizer ready to go. They might try to look for an engage here onto the mid lane. Equalizer comes down. Shun goes for the flash play onto About, but About gets wild growth. On goes in over the top as well. The burn. They got About. It's enough. About is down. President is gone, but maybe it's the support staff that might just be enough. The Arcane Storm starting to grow, and BLG starting to lose members as Karis in his first Victor game here is doing wonders. And BLG sent packing. Monkey gonna chase down his opposing jungler in Shun, and they're gonna look for more here in mid lane.
And they index all of their resources into getting About. They find themselves in the middle of all the Team WE members with no resources left to take down the remaining players on WE, and they get torn apart. Gentlemen, it is another fight win for Team WE. And Gebetto, this flank teleport, a bit ambitious, but I felt like the idea was right, and this was a Hail Mary play that BLG had to go for.
Yep, the peel onto About is so great, but BLG do finally land onto About. Crucially, though, BLG have to go so far forward, like you mentioned. Shun is low. Knight and Viper are full health, but they're being zoned away by the ult from Karis. It does so much damage. The backline from BLG just cannot participate in these fights. If Shun was healthier, if Knight and Viper were able to hit here, the fight is still on. Shun's died, okay, but Bin falls in trade. That's fine. TP now into top from Cube.
It's going to be Knight with a return TP as well. He is on 2.5 items between worlds under the Equalizer. Ahara was the focus. They won't get him. He's still very healthy there.
Look at Shun.
And now you have Shun coming the long play with Viper coming through. You can tell BLG are desperate to make something happen here. They go for this engage, but Shun's by himself in the 3. Isolated. He finds 1 kill, finds 2. That's going to be big now as they re-engage with the rest of the team. Viper's in the backline with his Transcendent Self, but the Arcane Storm is stronger. Haven't you seen Arcane, the hit TV show by Riot Games, as WE find pick after pick against BLG?
I can hear the song. I can hear Victor in my head from Arcane, just hitting me with all of the bars from Fortitia's style of animation. And now BLG, it looks like they're going to be turned into 2D animation as they find the ground is their only destination. WE with an ace and another bruh face from Shun for good measure.
Yep, it's a delayed ace from WE. But it's BLG who are just sending these plays, and the engage is not bad, but there's just too much damage this late in the game from WE. Shun goes in, finds a kill under Aha, and Viper does so much damage, but the fight is split. Cube is zoning away, and the Victor and the Trundle in the late game just do so much damn damage. Bin, despite this gold lead that he's built up, what happened after game 1? We just can't find anything in this series.
It's such an insane way for this series to go.
This is look
at that
in the
damage.
rematch. They're on the Soul.
The Soul's already going down too. They're going to deny them from even getting in the pit.
Gone.
Just has to run away.
He can't do it.
The Chemtech Soul taken by WE, and now a 3,000 gold lead for this team that seems to be on the brink.
They've got Chemtech Soul. Barrett is up in 30 as well. There is nothing stopping them from taking control of the mid wave, from fixing the top wave, from carving out this topside river full of vision and making it impossible for BLG to contest. If they ever walk up to this topside, they will likely meet a gray screen. WE, the extra survivability of the Chemtech Soul. Now we're going to put it to the test, and Monkey is unafraid.
They're going for the initial engage here. Knight forced to use Between Worlds to get away, and BLG have no confidence in their fight. We said it from the draft. It was scaling. It was about getting there for WE. Well, we're there, J Beto.
Yep, and this Chemtech Soul makes it so much harder for WE to die. BLG, they have to go forward. That's all they can do. Bin's caught.
Bin can't do anything. He has to flash over the wall there. The beautiful pillar coming through. Kara is actually looking for a bit of an angle there himself. It's a weird flank situation for BLG on a deep flank. BLG look like they want to send it again. There's the equalizer on top of the Cyclone, but Shun is just dead to About, and now About's going to get excited, and WE fans might as well too. Mega Death Rocket barely dodged out of, but the Baron is in the eyes of WE.
It is indeed WE, a team who so many people thought their first best-of-5 win against BLG was a fluke. Story of the tournament, and one of the biggest upsets to happen in the LPL in recent memory. But that same result would not be replicated, would not be repeated, and WE are showing that that is not the case. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron, they've got almost 5,000 gold in the lead, and a win here would put them at series point and one win away from getting to MSI, a first for every single one of these players.
Yep. And remember, BLG smashed WE in game 1 of this series. And WE have found a great bounce back too. Look, BLG have engaged, but the engage just dies. Shun goes in, great Cyclone, and then he just gets destroyed by Jinx. And once the reset is claimed by About, there's just nothing you can really do. I mean, we've hit full Lake Him stride. Regardless of Baron or Soul, this Jinx has 4 items. This Victor, I assume, is completed all his stacks long ago. All these Ornn upgrade items coming through, these ornaments coming through. And for BLG, this lead on Bin is great, but no one else really had a lead in this game. Knight, 5-1. It feels like he's been relatively quiet despite the kills.
And now we take a look at this desperate defense from BLG as they try to take care of the Baroned up waves that are going to be coming at their turrets for about another minute and 20 seconds. The siege with these grubs, with this team comp, is just so hard to deal with. You see Viper able to do a decent amount of damage there. A Monkey going to slow down a couple, and On's looking for a big flank. The ward over the wall, though, and the flash grand entrance trying to get Arha, but it's really Karis that's the big focus because the Arcane Storm is growing once again. It's his first victor, and it might just be the worst one that BLG have ever faced because they are dying to it left and right. Do you believe one more time that WE can make it to MSI, can make it to their first finals? They're on match point.
What is happening in this series? BLG pick WE apart in game 1, and in back-to-back games in 2 and 3, WE completely turn it around with some awesome play from Monkey through the early game, some great, team fighting with About, and that game was amazing with the peel.
I absolutely loved it. It was another case of the Monkey show in full force with that Trundle, being able to make proactive plays around the map, interrupt Shun's game plan. And one more game, one more win for WE, and they get to go to their first international the organization has seen in 9 years. It has been last time it was 2017 Worlds. It would be monumental for the organization, for the players. It would be the story of the tournament and one of the big stories going into the international if it did happen. A shock to everyone around the world, and one win is all that separates all of this hype from getting a conclusion and the rematch win against BLG.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from our desk as they break down that game number 3.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, well, you're not supposed to get fooled again, but WE might be pulling out a second rabbit out of the same hat, going to match point against BLG. Trip to the grand finals with one more win. Alk, this has been an incredible series to watch, and just really great gameplay, specifically from players that we weren't necessarily expecting to show up today. Karis on that Victor, man. What a performance.
2 best-of-5s in a row now. I did not think it would be Karis getting the best of night, but we're seeing it here. And, I was kind of making a joke before the series of like, hey, if we get, if the Aurora and the Victor are gone now, like this is maybe a potential to kind of squeeze a little bit on Karis' champion pool, but he's performing. The team is all there behind him, and I'm worried. I'm absolutely worried not only for BLG, but what the international fans are going to say when we send Monkey over to Korea.
Oh my god. The implications of this are absolutely unbelievable. Like, I mean, just in general, I mean, we're sitting at 2-1, obviously, but even if we just get a finals that's WE, and that's my camera, we can still fade into
God is coming down saying BLG we're sending him into the
side into the abyss right now. But WE proving that they can win on like any comp. Like, genuinely any comp. Because this is, I mean, the Trundle, obviously, very Monkey, very, you know, what they do. Karis carrying on Victor, about being able to play Jinx and being able to survive the early game using Lulu's pressure. Cube just not throwing it away on the top side. Like, yeah, like, this is exactly what I needed to see to believe that WE could win this series.
Take a look at the damage charts here. I think basically our entire game, we were focusing on about, hey, if BLG can get this Jinx and kill her before a team fight begins, they can win the fight with their scrappy team composition. But there was another backline carry that really was able to show up, and that was Karis on the Victor. A lot of those big team fights came in. BLG did get the Jinx, they killed about, and then Karis basically was able to take over from there because all the tools were used on getting the Jinx.
This is the threat of this comp, right? When you draft something that is very, very scaling oriented, you run into the problem where, okay, well, maybe we have to worry a bit in the early game, but you look across the rift at what BLG drafted as well. I mean, they're drafting Yunara, they're drafting Rumble, they're drafting Aurora, they're also drafting a lot of champions that need some time in order to get online and to be as useful as maybe they want to be. You have the luxury of being able to get Jinx super fed in the early game because of a couple of mistakes on the bottom side, but it's not a Jinx comp. It is a team fight comp. Victor is massive here. My biggest concern coming out of draft was not that Victor was useless, was that is Karis a good enough Victor player to pilot this champion to success in a series against BLG? All of those doubts were completely erased in this game. About was a decoy. I mean, Karis was the real carry despite the gold lead going bot side early.
Yeah, and we actually had another Telestrator segment set up here, so let's see if okay. I wanted you all to just look at me for a second. Sorry about that. And that's still the wrong one. Wait.
Oh, no. Not
there
again.
You go. Yeah, and it's happening again to Graves.
It's the same one?
It's the same one. All right, so real quick, there's a couple of things that are happening all at the same time here in this play. We see that Shun currently is walking up to topside Scuttle. We are going to notice during this play that Trundle hits the Scryer's Bloom. They know that he is here. As soon as Shun is recalling and finishing here, he should be walking bot. Now, I'll pause this real quick as I fail to remember that this is a media player. There are two things that are happening here to Shun. His bot lane is saying, Trundle is going to be here, and I need to show up to protect them. But they also are maybe saying, we have double flash, we have our ghost, and I have topside camps to get to. His Gromp is going to respawn once we get into this clip, further into this clip. So, as a jungler, he is probably saying, I'm going to go topside, Rumble's going to TP back, and I'm just going to clear down, and we'll look to play around the dragon that's spawning in a minute and a half. However, as soon as Trundle gets spotted on this part of the... Once he shows up here, look at where Shun is going. He's booking it bot lane right now. He's already way too late to this play, and by the time he gets here, he loses his flash, his bot lane has lost summoner spells, gold, experience, and the entire play is cooked at this point. This is such a big win here for WE, and I don't really want to fault Shun for all the bad things that are happening, but it is clear that there is some kind of miscommunication happening on a much grander level here for BLG.
Get our player of the game here. Hold on. My notes say Jungle Diff, I think here. Monkey played pretty well, but the player of the game going to Karis, his third MVP of the season. Yeah. You see two of them this playoffs. He's really turned it up, K-Man, since we have gotten into this bracket stage.
Karis outplaying Knight for a potential spot at MSI was not on my bingo card. Like, it was not anywhere in the proximity of what I was looking for. Karis has been massive so far in both of the last two games. If that happens again, I mean, Knight is the reason that this team is so close to the finals, that they have been so good in this lower bracket, that they've been so consistent throughout the regular season. You take away that advantage, we're already seeing other parts of the map start to win. It can get very scary very fast.
And win, by the way, but we're going to get into in a bot spotlight here, but when are we going to just start believing that WE are going to do it? When is it no longer just a random upset? When is it now, hey, they're actually just playing better than their opponents? BLG have not evolved meaningfully enough, and the opponents that they win against in JDG and AL were teams that were floundering.
Those are all fair points. And for BLG, we thought that those wins against theoretically stronger opponents were going to mean that they could have a better time here against WE. But maybe the strongest opponent really is just WE. That's what we're all going to have to consider. And the way that they're playing right now, the fact that they're beating these top teams like BLG, like AL, means that they could be a real threat at the international level. We have a couple of these team fights that we want to break down a little bit as well, just to showcase what exactly WE was able to do right in these situations. And K-Man, I think a lot of it starts with what About was able to do on this Jinx, and after that it was Monkey. Sorry, I should say it was Karis who was able to really step up to the plate in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx was massive here early. I think the Lulu was actually very secretly a bit of a carry in the early part of this game because you get so much lane priority when we're talking about the setup for these dives. A lot of them are available because Lulu is so aggressive and can really out-tempo this Rise in the 2v2. Once you get to the point where the Jinx has a massive gold lead now, you feel comfortable really going backwards. I think this comp is really well set up, and it functions well at being able to make sure that somebody is in a good spot. Now, About was getting dove on by all of the engage on the other side, the Wukong, the Rakan, even the Aurora at times was finding the backline, but you can't get on both Victor and the Jinx at the same time. BLG basically had to pick their poison, and at the end of the game, WE were just making better calls. The fights that they were taking, obviously this Baron call is unbelievably good. Just understanding that Jinx, yeah, I mean, Jinx is perfect to be able to kind of rush a Baron like this, and you get out all 5 members. It's just absurd. But on top of that, even the fights that they did take later on in the game, where Shun's finding the backline and getting these knockups on Wukong, they were taking them in areas that they had set up for 30 minutes, that they had prepped, and that's exactly what you need to see. About has been massive in terms of the early game leads he's been able to generate for this team. An 870 gold difference at 15 is absurd going into Viper.
And
no notes.
See, yeah, he's been really strong, and again, just the growth that we've seen from this guy, going from his rookie split and split 1, where there was really not a ton to be excited about, to now here in the playoffs, turning into one of the best performing AD carries in the entire playoff bracket, and going up against Viper and On, who were both named to both R and the main broadcast LPL All-Pro first team, really goes to show what him and Arha have been able to do. This duo of younger players coming in to kind of fill in for what this core of WE was able to do last year. It's been very exciting to see this bot lane step up, and they're going to be a big story if this team is able to make it further on.
All I know is that thank you, Weibo, for doing this. This is all Weibo's doing. Somehow this always comes back to them. Whether this was them making the World Finals a couple of years ago and beating BLG in a massive upset, or kicking Arha after trying to fix what was a problematic bot lane, and now they gave us the best run I think we have seen in playoffs in a very long time here. WE are now on the precipice of doing what was maybe 3 hours ago the unthinkable, but is now very much a reality here in sending our first seed down to the third team. You're the third best team. That's it. You're not going to MSI.
It's not even just about MSI. It's about saying you're the third best team. You're not like the championship material. You're not going to run the league in the way that you want. You know, we've been talking about a lot. I know a lot of people aren't as familiar with him. He was in Gen G's system for a long time last year. This guy was a hard carry for Gen G's Academy team, their Challengers team last year. He was given so many resources. He was scouted by WE because of how successful he was in Tier 2 as a mechanical player. He is realizing all of that potential, and I'm just so excited to see it for him.
Yeah, really turning into a superstar in his own right. Had some time with Monkey on EDG back in 24 as well, I think, and that's part of the reason why he remembered this guy, brought him back over to Team WE. About did not have the most traditional journey to get to this stage, but certainly is making the most of it at this point. For BLG though, let's take a look at what they could do. Shivam, if we could pull up the draft graphic just from last game, so we can kind of acknowledge and identify some things that potentially.
I think we lost audio.
popped off. We've seen Yunara really fall in priority even with the Lulu pairing, but especially now that this has been kind of ripped apart here with this pivot that we saw from WE after it got taken. I do want to put a little bit more burden on Knight and Bin. Like, if your teammates are not really stepping up to the moment or aren't having as great of a performance, you do have to do more in this case. And I personally, as a Knight believer, and as someone who has consistently, I literally ran an entire segment in our pre-show a couple of series ago of Knight being the #1 player in the entire world, and we are now losing to Karis here, who, I don't want to take anything away from him from this game, but the last 2 games, Knight was, I think, head and shoulders above him, maybe the Annie game a little bit weaker. I need to see something from our Soul Link. If you're going to have a 2,000 gold lead as Bin, you need to use it properly. If you're going to have these leads as Knight, you need to play around the rest of the team, and you need to be able to turn these into wins. I need to see someone from BLG step up, whether that is the actual players on the Rift, or if it's just Coach Daney putting his foot down in the belt to ass. I need them to start winning some games.
BLG 1 game away for the first time here in the playoff bracket from being eliminated from the LPL title contention here in the Split 2 playoffs. WE looking to pull off another upset and have a date in the finals with Top Esports. Will we see Silver Scrapes, or will it be a WE 3-1? We'll find out in a few short minutes when the draft for Game 4 begins.
Welcome back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Quacks, and we've got Jay Beto there. Shout out to our deskers and Shivam, who's the puppeteer, I guess, of all 6 of us at this point. Right now, WE seem to be the puppeteers of BLG, though. A 2-1 lead in a best of 5, and it's looking a little bit like deja vu.
It is. I mean, this is the exact result they had the first time around, where WE completed the 3-1 over BLG and managed to shock the world with that upset, sending BLG to the lower bracket. They want to one-up themselves, though, because that series win, to be able to get them to the lower bracket, that would be nothing in comparison to actually eliminating this team, this organization that has represented the LPL at internationals almost every single time in the last few years. They have been the guys to beat when it comes to Chinese League of Legends. At every single one of the international showings, they have always shown up. And for WE, a team that you can see below us on the cameras was 1-13 in the regular season, to not only beat them once, but twice. Ooh, it would shock the world. It would be the story going into the tournament for sure.
Yep. And to continue on that point, not only with the series score, not only did BLG lose to them before, WE beat AL, and then after all that, speaking of our puppeteers and our producer, if we can. Thank you. That's exactly where I was going. Our producer is the only one to predict the current 3-1 or what it feels like it's going to be. In fact, it can only be either 3-2 for either one of these teams, which is not a lot of us, or just Production Shivam getting the 3-1 correct for WE. So maybe not only puppeteering us, but puppeteering everybody. But I wanted to talk about this because it's still, no one expected this. All of the official LPL broadcast, a lot of those predictions as well were 3-0 BLG. This is still an unreal performance from WE.
Yeah, it truly has been, and I think that's something that I really want to focus on in terms of why this can be happening. And I'm a big fan of looking outside of just the gameplay and looking at, confidence, looking at mental atmosphere as well between the teams. And you have to think, like, WE have already done the job. There is no shame in losing anywhere out from when they took down BLG in the first round, but they've made it this far. BLG has so much crushing weight, so much crushing expectations on them that it might just be buckling the knees of what would be a Titan in the LPL. And if they go down twice to this WE team, that is a black mark on the history of BLG outright. But we're getting closer and closer to this potential final game. So I want to talk draft strategies here because Prio in the jungle needs to be king for BLG.
Yeah, we are starting to thin out those champion pools in the jungle, but we mentioned this a little bit in game number 3 around that draft, but one of the ways that I think teams have gotten a leg up over BLG is through the global ultimates, right? We didn't see any of those shenanigans happen in game number 4, but we did see Monkey oftentimes on the trundle cheat tempo in favor of looking for aggressive plays, and I feel like looking for these unorthodox timers, not having to cross over vision in order to make a play, and really just circumventing a lot of these fundamentals that BLG like to fall back on when playing League of Legends. It has been what WE have excelled at in not just this series, but in the series that they won against them earlier in the playoffs. So Nocturne going to continue being permabanned in this series. Not a lot of global ultimates are still available, but I think the big focus has to be what Monkey decides to go for. A lot of the early game junglers are no longer on the board, but the Nefiri, crucially, is still there. It's still a Monkey pocket pick, and BLG actually opting to go for the Olaf ban, so they might drop the Nefiri as a result.
Yeah, they do have that first pick Prio here, but also taking away some of those creature comforts from WE in that Olaf as well, but maybe saving on to that Casio for later games. Do like some of the continued Prio and bans that we've had for all these games so far, and it's going to be BLG that ban away the Akali this time, not WE.
Yep. They want the Nefiri, is what this is telling me.
They do.
They want to they ban the Olaf. They're banning out mids so that Knight can get a better matchup later on because he's most likely going to have to blind pick here too. What do WE want to go for? Is it going to be the Nefiri ban? And then after that, no, it's the Yone. So Nefiri left open. Now, what's going to be paired with that is the follow-up. TF, an option. Because Annie's gone, the control mage pool is slimming out quite a lot. BLG hesitating on this. I was expecting a Nefiri very early. It's actually going to be the... So Nefiri is good into this, though. That's the problem.
Nefiri is good into Vi.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So they're going to bait and switch us a little bit. Nefiri going to be locked in here for Shun, but I agree with you, Gebetto. There aren't a lot of great setup tools still available to really get this Nefiri off the ground and capitalize with the jungle mid synergy. So I do like the Poppy hover. I also think if WE want to deny the Twisted Fate, that is not only a good denial, but also one of the few remaining champions with a global ultimate, which we keep hearkening back to is something BLG have struggled against in the past.
Yep, and really appreciate the Poppy here. I think it's such a crucial pick into compositions that usually want to dive alongside the Nefiri, but also for the Nefiri herself. And then we'll see that TF, so very powerful duo, and some of the Kryptonite against BLG.
Yep, great call, Cox. So now it's going to be the Mel. Very likely this is the premier pick into the TF, something that was lingering in the back of my mind for pairings with Nefiri. It still does have CC and is very good at controlling space. But now the conversation kind of comes towards the bot lane. There's still top picks. Jax, Renekton. If you want to go further, you've got the Zehen down there as well. But where are we going? The Lucia Milio really fallen off in priority in this series. We were talking earlier about 2 and 10. It could be Mel Nautilus, and you could just go with this as a bot lane and keep mid as a flex potentially. Let's see what BLG want to prioritize here.
If Nautilus gets locked in here for WE, Shun is never going to be able to move in these fights. It's going to be so difficult to navigate the late game when there's so much point-and-click CC on the WE side of things. They're going to lock in the Caitlyn instead, so this does mean Knight will be piloting the Mel into the Twisted Fate, which, like you said, Gebetto, is a pretty good matchup for the Mel. But also, Caitlyn locked in here means that I think BLG really want to just play for range, play for priority, and open up the map for Shun early.
And that's been the hallmark for a lot of their success that we wanted to continue seeing after that game number 1, but has been non-existent. Cube gonna lock in the Renekton in that topside matchup. So it'll be a blind Renekton, see what Bin wants to give him right back. But we're into the second phase now, and we already see those top lane bans from WE as the Jax taken away.
Yep. Definitely options. Nah, you could even go towards the Vayne. Zehen's still available. And Best is a really hard matchup in lane, but you can still go it, although it does lose pretty hard. Now, are we going to go something super aggressive like the Elise? That was a BLG staple bot lane duo from last year with Elkin on, and Viper on have played it a little bit. It is a bit rough into things like the Poppy and the TF, though. However, so is Lux, as she's immobile. Braum, an option of pastimes, because it a bit better into the TF, better into the Poppy, but BLG will not have counterpick for their support, as this Poppy can still be a flex.
I like the Braum a lot. I think the upfront burst damage for both of these teams is really potent so far. So having that shield up and having that disengage opportunity for both teams does intrinsically just have a lot of value into it. But WE have no interest in going for a support. They are hovering around 80 carries here, and About is known for the Aphelios, has piloted it in the past. This would be absolutely crazy to slam down with how much pick potential and how much range BLG have. Going for an immobile 80 carry is a statement.
Wow.
It is locked in. So About feeling himself after that Jinx game. He should be. That was an impeccable Jinx game. And we'll see now what BLG want to respond with their final 2 picks here and what could be their final game of this split.
Okay, the Zehen makes sense. This is pretty decent into the Renekton. You should lose lane a little bit, but if you manage to take an extended trade with passive stacked up, should be fine. But how do BLG want to approach this bot lane? Because you need to win. You need to win through bot. You need a big lane lead, and it looks like BLG might be going back to a tried and true staple, the Caitlyn Elise, and they will lock it in.
Oh boy. All right, so disengage be damned. BLG are throwing down the gauntlet. My biggest concern with this BLG comp now is that if you don't accelerate the Elise and you don't accelerate the Neferi, it feels like come mid-game, late game, you're going to be playing this, 3v5. It's going to be so difficult for you to find even footing against WE, who have the superior scaling on things like the Aphelios, and now the Nautilus lock-in here just feels like it makes Shun's job that much more difficult. You want to go in, you're going to get gold carded, you're going to get slammed into a wall, you're going to get stunned by Renekton, you're going to get hit in the face with an anchor over and over again. There's so many different ways WE can peel off this pesky dog on BLG and this pesky spider to join up with him. How are you ever getting onto About? If this Aphelios gets gold, gentlemen, it might just be wraps. It is all about the bot lane, in my opinion, for this game, just like it was in game number 3. And we saw how that went.
Yep. And the Aphelios pick that we've seen earlier this year, a lot more. It's fallen off a little bit, but the Aphelios Nautilus, a classic pairing. I agree. If BLG cannot get the ball rolling, this draft becomes so much harder to play.
It's so difficult if things don't go the right way. And WE have now had 2 consistent performances back-to-back against BLG. It's feeling like deja vu. It's feeling like BLG are desperate with the weight on their shoulders. The expectations for this team after bringing home that international title for the first time in years to the LPL. They are on the brink of not even being able to go to MSI and reach that 4th consecutive precipice there. It is WE, the magical story that has overtaken the LPL. One of the most historic runs for a team that went 1-13 in the regular season to now be 1 game away from internationals and from the finals for the first time since 2017. BLG versus WE, Game 4 starts now. Saw the 90 caliber net start there by Viper, so that's a little bit of a detriment to the laning setup here for them. And we're going to see Monkey put pressure on Shun early.
I like this.
Feels pretty rough with the Caitlyn style like you mentioned, but this is an aggressive Monkey. Does hit level 2 actually, so Shun is going to chase Monkey out of his jungle, but won't end up going for a full chase. I think that BLG, as the hook goes wide, barely, putting belief in their bot lane and in their jungler in a series where there is so much on the line, a ticket to finals against top esports to continue the potential of your golden road. A ticket to MSI as Hook comes out.
They're going to find a nice little trade in bot side. Caliber actually dodged out of there with the repel. And so we see Garza and Knight trading early as well. This is going to be a typical occurrence, it feels like, in this game as tensions are high. Got to also point out that both junglers are going to be pathing up towards top side, so away from this very hectic bot lane unless we get a repath down.
And we did see, because of that earlier invade that failed from Monkey, he was slightly behind in tempo compared to Shun, and already it seems like Shun wants to make use of that. He is pinging toward Monkey's jungle on the top side, having Prio in both solo lanes, trying to take away some of that gold from the Poppy. But Poppy, a champion that doesn't really rely heavily on gold, doesn't rely heavily on resources to be useful. All you gotta do is press W and press R and occasionally press the smite key in order for you to actually be a functioning member of this team comp.
Shun will be found out here as Monkey doesn't necessarily want these early trades, as Nefiri can be very strong, and he doesn't have any help because mid lane Karis is just backing. And you have top side who's just under threat with Bin and Cube going at each other. Meanwhile, Hook at bot side, insta-cleanse from Viper, and the heal comes out from On2. The repel dodging a little bit of that damage, but the combo hit nonetheless.
Yep. I think it's insane that both junglers are okay with letting this bot lane play out in isolation, and I think it's even crazier that Aphelios Nautilus is getting this amount of wins in a bot lane that can be this Caitlyn Elise focused.
And you might be thinking, Shun is denying camps, denying crucial tempo away from Monkey on this Poppy, but I also kind of feel like it's hurting him. He's on a timer to make things happen. If he's dancing with Monkey in his own jungle, he's not getting kills on the map, and he needs to be doing just that. So it kind of feels like this is something that is a detriment to him at the same time as it is Monkey, but one of these champions is a lot more useful come mid to late game.
I mean, you can't dance with a monkey in the jungle because that's where they live, okay?
True.
They know that they're all over the trees.
Tarzan's already out of the tournament, so he's not there.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think Monkey, just in lore accurate towards his name, does win out in the 1v1. Is that how that works? I think
so.
Yeah. For sure. We don't need to check it. It's fine. Nice. But we see another staple of this series so far for WE, and it's a lot of those connected plays, the movement with Prio from the lanes themselves. We see that does earn WE a Scuttle Crab the bot side, so it will be the 50-50 on the Scuttle Crabs for both. But a dragon looming on the horizon in about 25 seconds. We've seen both teams put high Prio over the early dragons this series.
We have, but I don't think WE are necessarily chomping at the bit to take this down immediately. Because Monkey is more on a peeler / facilitator, it does kind of feel like they aren't able to pull the trigger on these neutrals nearly as hastily as they have throughout this best of 5 so far, where Monkey see, Monkey do. They got to be a little bit more reserved in this game whenever they start an objective, because it takes that extra little bit of time to actually complete it, and it could give a window to BLG to try and punish or look for a cross-map play.
We are seeing that now. Level 6 completed by Karis. There's the Destiny and the Gate following him, but right onto a trap. Beautifully done to get out of that one by Viper. On is going to be a slippery beast under turret as well, so they don't want to go for a dive, but that's one of those proactive plays that WE can pull off.
Yeah, I don't love the game plan here from BLG, which is let Caitlyn Elise get interfered with by the jungler, by the mid. You need leads. It's just plain and simple. If you do not get a lead through this bot lane, has been forced to trade ults with Cube. But if you don't get a great lead on this Caitlyn Elise, if you can't use that to give your jungler a lead, I mean, at minimum here, you'll get the first Drake and you have position around that with Caitlyn Elise, which you do need to have first move always with Caitlyn. Like, retaking with Caitlyn is really, really tough. Retaking into Caitlyn is also really tough. But I don't love how BLG have started this game.
Arha got a deploy out, and will spawn out that the dragon is taken, so will the announcer there for BLG taking the first objective of the game. But I want to harken back to something that the desk was talking about, as we are going to see a Dredgeline land. Max distance on the Knight with the yellow card following after. About half his health taken down, but they were calling for these solo lanes for BLG to step up. It's been 2 games in a row that they haven't been able to do so. Even on the Aurora, Knight was 4-0 at one point, but they can't make it stick. And that has been a sinking feeling for BLG all series long.
And I feel like it's so crazy to talk about that in the context of Cube, as he does find Shun base checking the bush. Doesn't have the Dominus though, so does have to be very careful about overplaying his hand.
Oh, we're just going to get a tussle here. The flash play from On, but he gets stopped in his tracks there. The re-engage is there. The repel, he's not going to go for it, but the Hound's pursuit is there. They do have everything. Their call of the pack used, but he goes down. Meanwhile, Bin has finally gotten up to his passive, but that is just going to be a big trade in mid lane. Both junglers down.
It's going to be a 1-for-1, and you could see Shun just desperately trying to get some modicum of gold into his Nefiri pick. Does manage to do just that, so at the very least will get himself an accelerated point in the game. But my biggest concern is he going to be able to keep replicating this, right? I mean, we've got no flash on Shun, we've got no flash on On. You need these guys to layer down the CC, and then you follow up with it. So if they are limited in their ability to make plays around the map, so are you.
Insane that Monkey gets the Steadfast Presence off in that time so that On can't get his full combo off. That is ridiculous timing to buffer that before the stun comes out. But still, it only ends in a 1-for-1, and Viper has just been left by himself to lose this lane. Again, really not a fan of how this game is starting for BLG.
I mean, About's got an entire almost level lead, or at least he did for a while there, over his opposing bot laner. And Caitlyn, yes, that we've talked so much about some of the scaling and stuff that comes online with Caitlyn as she goes further into the game, but you really want him to have some leads, as BLG don't sniff out the backing About. He will get his back off, but an invade is being teed up by BLG. Meanwhile, WE going to go ahead and take the grubs.
They know that Monkey is on the top side, so they can make this aggressive invade without really much punish here from WE. Bin also has flash, plus the ultimate, plus the passive available on the top side, so diving as a hen is a death wish. There really is nothing for them to worry about on the top side of the map. But I guess going back to this top lane a little bit, it is so impressive just the level that Cube has risen to, as he does pop the Dominus, chunks out Bin a decent amount here. We talk about the rebound of the WE members being able to perform when the playoffs come through, and I feel like it has been no better exemplified than what Cube has been putting out in the playoffs so far. He was the player a lot of people talked about as a worrying point for WE. He has been stepping up, I feel, the most compared to his regular season level.
Look at the dive coming off here. Oh, he had the red card. So a couple dodges, couple moves coming out from BLG as they counter the play. The Grim Deliverance hits on a 3, but he's not going to get his passive up. He'll go down, but Chun looking for resets, looking for more damage. Cube is chunking away, and so is Karis. The solo lanes for WE are stepping up against 2 of the longest standing top members of the league in Bin and Knight. Cube and Karis teeing it up here, trying to take down Knight, trying to at least get Cube out of here. Yellow card available. He's going to rebuttal it, but it's yellow card over. The golden embrace from the sun coming through, and Knight finds the pick.
Yep. I think Knight really makes this play worthwhile. I would have preferred BLG to go towards a bot lane dive. I know that diving bot with no tank is scary, like diving tower, sorry, with no tank is scary, but you have Nefiri, Elise. These are two of the best early game dive champions possible. Instead, we go top side to cover for this dive. This is a passive play, a defensive play. It works out well because WE mechanical misplays here, and BLG play it fairly well with Chun immuning the start there, or the ult, Keeper's Verdict. But it's not even necessarily a winning play. It's already a 1-for-1, and it only ends up being a 2-for-1 because Knight plays the fight so well. Again, I think that not getting a lead on this Caitlyn and not trying to push forward on the bot side like we're doing right now, this is how you win the game here for BLG.
Yeah. We're seeing them turn their attention to that. Another dragon is also up, and this has been a nice change of pace for BLG as they are finally finding some promise in an early game over the last 2 games. That'll also put them on this dragon stacking objective with these earlier style comps that we were asking them to execute on. And that'll be a nice boon for them on the bot lane.
Very much needed for them to get off to an early objective lead here in the first few minutes of the match, just because this is the power point for Shun on the Nefiri, for on the Elise. We do see some kills going over to Shun at the same time, so he is being somewhat accelerated in this game. Does have the Cyclo Sword complete.
Ooh.
Hang on.
I mean, red-white about ready to fight. If they get a little chunk back for the range advantage that Viper has on the Caitlyn. Shun able to make it out of the enemy jungle there just fine. And it's still very, very heavily contested bot lane all game long so far, 12 minutes in.
Yep. It's Hextech Soul, BLG on 2 dragons, and Hextech Soul with the poke that BLG have. Nefiri can function like a poke champion very well because of the Darkened Blades, is that what it's called? I believe so. Works out really well, especially with a Caitlyn and a Mel. So there is that win con. But I want to see punish onto this Aphelios. We need to be pulling flashes. We need to be making aggressive plays throughout the bot lane because top is completely stable right now. And while bot lane looks stable, sure, we're going to crux into a position in right now, like a while, but it's not going to feel like a while when it happens. There is going to be a moment where Aphelios has 3 items. It's Infinity Edge and LDR most likely, where Caitlyn is completely outmatched until 7 items you walk over a trap. Other than that, a bout is going to win.
And take a look at the state of things here. We do have those first items completed. Obviously, the junglers had completed theirs a little bit earlier on, but some stacking coming through with that Roa completed for Karis. But more importantly, it's about these map states and the lane assignments that we have had. We've had the move towards mid lane for both bot lanes. And that just might mean some more 3v3 action.
We do see About and Arha move toward mid, trying to punish
just eats
on.
That. The Moonlight Vigil plus the Caliber missing. That's big. Destiny with the gate popped on, locked down, but he repels out of the yellow card. But now he sits up to get knocked into the wall by Monkey.
Knight's isolated.
Knight tries to come on the back end to get a nice root. Keeper's Verdict going to be channeled, but won't be used. And WE used those engage tools that we talked about so much from the draft to take away BLG's hopes there.
And BLG are just a little too split to make that fight work. On gets aggressed onto, and he's able to buy some time for himself, but it ends up being gold into the pockets of WE. And while this is happening, WE are getting their members accelerated. It is denying that timer. It is furthering, or rather I would say shutting the door on a lot of the snowballing that the BLG comp needs to get done. Shun has a gold lead over Monkey, but again, like we talk about, Poppy is a champion that doesn't need gold, doesn't need resources, just needs to click the buttons in order to buy space for your backline. So I don't really feel like this gold lead matters too much in the grand scheme of things. And then on with only 1 KP and very little involvement in the game, this Elise is going to be having so much struggle once we start getting to these big dragons. And so I feel the only saving grace is BLG with the early Drakes there, at the very least getting these big late game win conditions to come up sooner.
BLG big late game. We'll see
That's
how
what they
that
say,
all
right?
works out for them. As the Rift Herald started up and almost already taken down. The trap line will not take WE away from the fight, but the Rift Herald already down. Now Monkey on the other side, though, double CC chain onto On, and he is just bursted 100-0 there. The kill ends up going over to Arha. Now re-engage, Grim Deliverance coming in on a 3. He has his passive. He'll get his life back, and this charge comes through onto About. Ace in the hole, not enough. Arha is the one left out, and he will be taken down by the striking Viper.
Yep. Great Herald take from BLG. They lose their support. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. And WE have to give the tower. So, BLG, despite being down gold, they are up the dragons, but at 1 or 2 items, their comp, in my opinion, is a lot stronger. Specifically because of the bot lane duo, right? You really want Nautilus in a bit later than the Elise, and obviously you want the Aphelios later. You want to utilize TF in a side lane or stun card when you can actually kill someone instantly. But for BLG, they take the Herald here. I think it's a bit just shiny from Bin, who goes in and gets full stacks of his passive. Doesn't necessarily need to do this and use his flash, but On just dies, and that's a huge worry.
It is. The Elise is going to have a progressively more difficult game. Bin does manage to salvage it, and I also do have to say, even though the Herald does get popped here, you gotta believe that BLG really wanted to save this until 3rd Dragon spawned so that they could buy space for themselves to get access to the river. Now they won't have that, and WE are first to the river, looking on to Shun.
Dredgelight connects onto the doggo. Ace in the hole used early just so he can make sure to have the sustained damage down. Dragon had spawned, like you said. BLG are going to move in to try to clear out some of this vision. Monkey holding in the bush will be forced out. Got to look at who can join. You've got the Destiny Gate, obviously there for Karis. TP for Knight. Dragon started up by Shun. They find the pick. They just go straight for the pick, straight onto the outside members of WE. Monkey cannot survive as the dogs come howling. As Cube going to be chased down as well, and it doesn't matter even if you have crocodiles on your side. BLG want a stake in this game.
Yep. One of the biggest parts about that last fight that we didn't actually get a chance to talk about is the fact that About used Flash to get away from the Herald. He cannot fight. You see the whole time he's just in mid clearing. So then WE have to send their front line in to try to check. They don't want to give over Hextech Soul Point. But BLG, when they're not fighting against the Aphelios, when WE are together, BLG just tear the front line apart, and now they are on Hextech Soul Point.
They are, and they are getting the late game win conditions to come up sooner, while the Neferi still has its uses, while the Elise is still able to participate in these fights without being outscaled. And Team WE just don't really have that firepower in the early phases of this game. About is scaling, but you got to be able to get to this 2 to 3 item mark by the time this next Drake comes up, and you don't have a lot of time to do so. Honestly, if WE can just deny one of these dragons, I feel like the game swings heavily in their favor to outscale.
Oh, they got the wall bang. They got the triple knockup on, and he just dies again. Well, that's a big steadfast presence on this Shun. He really can't get away for now. Going to use the call of the pack to get out of any initial engage, and that's going to be an invade completed by WE on the bot side of the map. Knight is going to get an outer tower on the top side. Bin is going to make it out with a nice defensive flex, and that's WE controlling the bottom lane of BLG.
Yep, On's not having the best game on Elise. He's had great games on this pick. And he's had not so great games on this pick as well. And not that this is the easiest Elise game to play ever, but he is struggling and is very obviously a pick that BLG are trying to, find angles onto. Hook goes wide again. I want to say, like, with the scaling, I truly think that the only member of WE that actually scales this game is the Aphelios. I think TF scaling is not, like, he's just a stun card, and then you've got Engage. And Engage is always static. I think that individually, like damage-wise, I think that Zehen outscales, I think that the Fury outscales, I think that Mel outscales. The issue is that Aphelios at 7 items is going to tear your team limb from limb because you don't have an actual tank. And WE have so many members around, there is so much CC. It's almost a single threat comp late game. And if you want any champion, it is Aphelios in top.
Uh-oh. Cube caught up by himself. Destiny's going to be popped. They might come join as Cars tries to go for a pick on a Viper, but he's about to get picked himself. He just gets absolutely obliterated by the headshot combo of Viper, and Cube goes down nonetheless. Knight showing his golden radiance here for BLG as they crest themselves straight into a Baron take.
They want to end this game fast, and they want to be clean in doing it. WE do have their jungler available. Monkey also has that ultimate, so he can turn this from a 50-50 into a not 50-50 real quick.
Big repel from On. He's done that multiple times, and now the bully squad is coming in, but he flashes into the pit. 50-50 might still be on the ticket, and it's going to be taken by About. The Baron taken by WE, but they've lost everyone. That's a huge pick by About, and they're going to try to get out with the Baron buffs, but the root not going to connect. About trying to at least get away from this fight, but he wants to fight back in here as Kars comes back with the TP, and the TP coming in from Cube too. They do find the pick on a bin, and now Shun forced out from under his turret. The turret's going to go down to WE, a huge turnaround play.
And About gets the Baron. He's the only member to survive with it, but look at what they're able to accomplish. Mid lane tier 1 goes down. Plates in the inner turret go down. They should be able to claim this as well. This is huge for them to set up around this dragon in a little over a minute.
Shun was really thinking about going for that one, but WE turned the table around. They've got to get a reset as we take a look back at this fight.
Yep. So this is earlier where Destiny is popped, Viper cleanses away, and he just basically solo kills Kara with two really, really nice traps. Yeah. So BLG are actually on the winning side of this, but Bin is so split. Bin and On go up, BLG stay on the Baron. Meanwhile, perfect hook, flash misses, and Viper just dies in the pit. So unfortunate here.
130.
Yeah. I think that's exactly how you're supposed to feel, because not something we haven't mentioned yet. Look at your scoreboard and the gold lead that About has. Before wasn't super scary. Now, yeah, we're there.
We hit it. We have arrived. It is the saving grace for WE, and it might just be what makes their moment. Dragon number 4 for BLG on the table. They could just give this one away, but it feels like momentum is slipping.
So the hole comes out for a bit of poke damage, and remember, BLG have the range advantage. They need to use it. Maybe we're just going for a flip. Poppy ult.
Perfect verdict. It's not going to connect on, but the 50-50 is on. It's going to go the way of Shun.
Got it.
They secure Hextech Soul, and look at the AoE that's starting to come down now.
The range.
A beautiful executed fight from BLG as they go front to back and wipe WE away. That's going to be multiple members from WE retreating as Shun sits back in his chair and says, I got him.
Shun gets the smite when it matters most. BLG secure themselves the soul. 2 members on WE are down, but they're laying a trap. They're hoping for someone to face check. They're using About as bait.
They know, though. Karis was waiting for an entrance there as well. Monkey able to deflect this push into the turret. Ben still looking to chunk down the bottom outer turret, though, but the mid lane push has been denied, and it's BLG who back away.
Hextech Solar is actually such an important part of this game because this comp now is completely focused towards the range. You can see it in this fight. BLG are poking. Once the Keeper's Verdict goes wide again, WE are playing for the flip. They don't want to engage too early. They say, we can get this 225 Shun gets it, and now look at the range. There is nothing WE can do. The reason the Hextech Soul, great wrap, by the way, that's a bit unfortunate. But the reason that the Hextech Soul is so massive is that WE want to close the gap. Hextech Soul slows you down, so you can't do that as well.
Right. It makes it a lot more difficult for you to actually find the backline members of BLG. And BLG, with the Caitlyn, with the Mel, with the already pretty poke-heavy late-game carries that they have drafted here, it just makes them that much more dangerous. For WE, though, they still have a 3-item Aphelios, now getting closer and closer to that 4th item, so feels difficult to count them out at this point because About has hit his big break point on this champion. A fight goes awry if he's too well protected, and if WE are able to close that gap somehow, this game could swing right back in their favor.
Yep. And I think that when Viper gets Infinity Edge, the conversation will start to shift a little bit. It's okay. Viper has Infinity Edge. He can do damage. He is still on 2 items right now at 25 minutes, whereas About, like you've been mentioning, much, much stronger at this point in the game. Knight is bridging that gap alongside Shun, who both have 3 items. Viper just now picked up, it's actually a rapid-fire cannon. He wants the range more than anything. He doesn't really care about the full damage right now. It's about the range.
Monkey.
Oh, they have the yellow card ready to go from Karis, though. He was waiting to go in. Monkey goes for the wall bang there. They catch Shun. That's just him dead. That's a big gold lead gone for BLG. TP in onto the traps. Double headshots. The Croc is in some trouble. There's big game hunters out here as Knight hits the root. The double Grim Deliverance comes through. It's going to be pinned down now, but look at Knight and Viper firing away as Viper finds his own pick. A double kill coming through for him.
Even though they take Shun down and a massive gold lead over to About, WE can't break the range advantage yet, but that is a 3,600 gold lead on About.
It is, but Viper is still so strong here. I mean, also, not only was he able to maintain that range advantage in the fight, he was able to retain his summoner spells as well. There's still a flash. There's still a cleanse. There is still defensive capabilities for this Caitlyn if you actually do get on top of her. As we go into the replay here, Cocoon landing onto About is a little bit funny, but then Monkey decides to pull the trigger. Arha right there with him, and the CC is good, but then they find themselves in the middle of a choke point, in the middle of a narrow corridor against Caitlyn, against this Hextech Soul, and all of the damage, and the slows, and the AoE come through there.
So close to getting passive up. Oh, it's close.
Very close, but a topsy-turvy fight still makes BLG believe that they can push us to 5, that we can go the distance for the first time of this meetup. As we have seen this team face off before, it was a 3-1 victory for WE in that first round. A minute 45 to the game-deciding objective, it feels like, in the Elder Dragon. Items coming through. You got 4 items. You bought a book for Knight, who's 4-0, feeling good, but the power tools need to be in the right position, and Shun needs to not get caught out.
And look at how clumped up BLG are playing this game. There has been little to no side laning for the past 5 minutes from either of these teams. It has been ARAM City for both of these squads because BLG, the moment you go onto a side lane, Twisted Fate is going to jump on your head. And if that is a pick for WE, they're going to go onto the Baron.
Han was thinking about a Cocoon. Red, white, About is ready to fight. Yellow card at the ready for Karis.
How are they going to start it, though?
Poke coming in. BLG using this range, using this distance to poke and prod WE.
Yep. But it's so hard to enter against a Nautilus against this stun card from Karis. He has red card selected right now. Baron's being started up. Keeper's Verdict will hit, but it's really early.
It is already, though. They burn it. Look how fast they do it with About. He's on
Shun's
4 or 5 items now.
Oh, they gotta go!
Gotta get in the pit. The Hound's pursuit, but the Baron's already gone by Monkey. Monkey trying to turn the fight now. They've gotten 1-for-1. Shun is down. Grim Deliverance onto 3 in the double root. The Golden Eclipse comes down, but Knight is not gonna find the kill. Cube finds backline access, and Viper takes him down. Dive Viper going for the belly. Headshots. Viper, he might be hiding in the bush all series long, but he finally rears his head and snaps Shun with a triple kill for BLG's Viper.
Oh, so close.
Narrow escape there
God.
from Karis, the only member left standing, and an Elder in 5 seconds. WE, their members died. after BLG's, so their death timers are going to be longer. They won't be on the map first. You do have the Hex Gates to try and cover the distance, but Viper is so strong as this Caitlyn. It should be an Elder over to BLG once we go back to live, but we go into the replay. Ult is canceled. Arha finds the pick onto the Nefiri, and About crucially is left completely unbesmirched this entire fight. We go back to live. Elder is at about half. I don't think WE can contest this whatsoever. They're going to have to give it up.
That's a big give, though. Elder Dragon now, and they can continue barreling down bot lane now. Has been trying to find a big pick there. Ace in the hole is going to come through and chunk down Cube, but the minion wave is right there at their back. Still about a minute and a half on this Baron buff, though, for WE, as they can use it to defend the siege.
Okay, Baron and Elder overlap for most of the duration that we see from them. So the siege from BLG going to be difficult. They're going to get that tier 2 inner on the bot side, but look at the waves in top. Look at the waves in mid. You're not threatening this Elder with the siege because that Baron buff is still on Karis. He is going to be able to hold the line for the rest of WE. There's a brief around 45-second window where that Baron will be gone, and BLG can actually use that Elder, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to capitalize off of that.
Yep, I agree. I think that with the trade of objectives, we're going to have to see another set of Baron and Elder. The backline from BLG played that fight so goddamn well. Shun basically just sacrifices himself for the Baron that he doesn't get. He dies instantly. Snap your fingers, he's dead. Bin goes in, does a big chunk, and On disappeared. I didn't even see him die. But the backline of Knight and Viper did so much in that fight. Flash and Flash down for Viper and Knight. They did. Can Karis get out? He can. Root doesn't hit, but BLG Baron is 15 seconds and it's gone. But Karis is in pot. That's the only Baron.
Yeah. They've got the Elder for another minute. They're going to try and bulldoze their way through the top side. Karis, you got to get back to group up with your team, my friend.
This is finally the moment that BLG have a little bit of an upper hand for another 40 seconds. Elder Dragon at their back.
Here's
a couple headshots could just be it. They are going to try to push, but Viper gets chunked as well. About doing a ridiculous amount of damage here as we go forward. Still that 4K individual lead. And WE still have a fighting chance here. BLG trying to hold on.
WE looking for picks. Destiny pop.
This is where you find them. This is where you find the
Elder
picks
is still
in
up,
the in-betweens. But Shun is still around here, so he will not pull the trigger on that, but they have information.
I like this a lot. BLG looking to try and turn the fight around with 10 seconds left on the Elder. Look for just an additional pick. We're at the point where death timers are reaching all-time highs, gentlemen. You get a pick here. So much space is going to be bought for you. But Baron up in 2 minutes. Elder a minute after that. If this series wasn't already climactic, we are getting what could potentially be the last game, the closest one yet, and damn, is it delivering.
The thing I want to focus on is the fact that we have two studs in the bot lane. 8-1 on the ADCs. We talked from the draft that this was going to come down to the bot lanes, and it truly, truly is. They are where the spotlight is in every single one of these fights, because if one gets picked, it is a much different fight moving forward.
Yep. Minute and a half on the Baron, though, so expect both teams to look for positioning instead of looking for an engage. I say that, but On is feeling aggressive. Remember, Knight has 20 stack Majais. Viper has 4 items now, so has bridged that gap of the awkward Caitlyn middle game. About still has a 4,000 gold lead despite Viper also having 8 kills, which is ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a lot of damage in this game.
But both AD carries are getting really close to full builds at this point. So the gold lead for About matters less and less the further into the game we go. It is still going to be Viper one-shotting members on WE. It is still going to be About throwing down million damage ultimates. It is about which team is able to better protect their backline. That is going to be the difference maker, and that will be what puts one of these teams above the finish line here in Game 4. Silver scrapes could be on the line, and WE, if they can just protect About, they can prevent it.
Oh, Cocoon goes a little bit wide. They don't get the CC on a Monkey, but he still takes a brunt of damage there in the end. And I just want to highlight, On has won a domestic title going 0-9 in the final game of the series on Bard. He can win on anything.
Well, we've got some distance to go before that, but crucially here, Flash is available for every single member, so BLG's backline can be safe. About has Cleanse up as well.
They shred this, by the way.
They just want the info. They're going to pop Destiny, try to figure out how BLG are setting up around the Baron.
Monkey, you have to be careful.
Guns. Sorry, About.
He does. Blue-red. It's not
attack.
red-white, but it is
It's pretty close.
Yeah,
Ben's
second
holding
place.
off a 1v2 right now. As Shun barely dodging out of the dredge line. Now Monkey forced to flash towards his team.
Arha.
Arha thinking about going for it there, and he's in the hole. You can just see how much damage a couple little hits left and right do for BLG. There's the back being completed. Knight is going to TP back in. You wonder if he completed an item, but the Baron is in the eyes of BLG. Half health down. Knight waiting over the wall, gets a double CC chain. Ben waiting over the wall there too, and they have the Baron in their sights. They're going to be able to take that down. The fight afterwards as well. Arha going low, going down, and now the pick on the Monkey. He's going down too. Knight says, "What's your Moonlight Vigil to my Golden Eclipse?" as they're picking them off left and right. BLG, they just fully wiped WE.
All right, BLG, pull it together, and they're going to send us to Silver Scrapes on the back of a game that I didn't really feel that confident in for BLG. In fact, About is still 3.5k ahead, but it's the range advantage with this Hex Soul that gets it done at the end.
It is Team WE, try as they might to play around About, cannot stand up to the might of BLG with the snowball comp of the Neferi and the Elise. Silver Scrapes is on the line. Game 5, one more match to determine who gets to MSI.
That is the case as BLG bring us the distance, looking a lot more like themselves in this game number 4. Knight unkilled, Viper down 4k early in the game, ends up 11-1. These are the kinds of clutch performances that you want to have from your veteran pieces.
Yep. And I have to say, I was watching the game like this the entire time. That was one of the most stressful, tense games I've seen in a long time.
Well, let's go ahead and queue up those sweet, sweet Silver Scrapes for our lower bracket finals.
What a way to kick off finals weekend in Wuhan. Team WE unable to complete the 3-1 as BLG play a sloppy but successful game to get themselves to Game 5 of our lower bracket final. Winner will play against Top Esports in the grand finals and secure themselves a spot in MSI. Okay, man, this was a wild game. We thought that maybe W was going to get their way back into it, but at the end of the day, the solo laners here for BLG, Bin and Knight, came up big. You got to credit Viper for this incredible play on Caitlyn as well.
It really just came down to the very, very little details in these team fights, didn't it? I mean, it was so close. The gold was basically even the entire game. Viper was down 4,000 gold for basically the entirety of the end game here on Caitlyn. He was a full item and a half below what About was at, and Viper was smurfing in these fights. Bin was a monster. Knight has been really good in this series. I think it's gone a bit under the radar because Karis has also been really effective, but Knight has consistently been up in tempo and pressure. It's the same players we've been talking about for BLG that needed to step up in Game 4. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want it to be a bit cleaner, but I am glad to see that they at least have it in them.
A win's a win, and a win's a win's a win, right? That was not the cleanest. I know I was getting a little bit worried about seeing another game where BLG almost throw with a soul in their back pocket. Again, About has been a really impressive player, but we thought from the draft that was an incredibly tough game and kind of style to play in a Game 4, and now instead to this, it really is just one last game to determine our top 2 in the LPL.
And we wouldn't have expected it going into the playoff bracket, but WE are making us continue to believe. Gone the distance against BLG. They took AL to a clean sweep. Sure, the series against Top Esports wasn't good, but when they're playing these competitive series in best-of-5 fashion against some of the best that the LPL has to offer, surely is a sight to behold. A very strange-looking player of the game bracket for Viper. 11-1-8, yet he was down 3.2 thousand gold. Doesn't matter, though, if you're just able to pump out the damage, play that last team fight as beautifully as he did. I know our friend Slayer on the broadcast calls Viper the closer for BLG because it does not matter what happens at the beginning of the game. If you have this guy in the late game, he is going to end it for BLG.
I'm happy that he did it, but for a large portion of this, I was really worried, especially with On's Elise. Got a little bit shaky there in the mid game. I got a bit worried.
I don't blame you. I think we were all a little bit scared. We were watching some of the plays, some of the lack of plays in the mid game, and being like, okay, you picked this for a reason. I knew that BLG was known for this Caitlyn Elise last year, but with Viper, it's a bit of a different story in terms of how this has played out. If I was down 3,000 gold with 11 kills playing Caitlyn, I would not be as composed as Viper was in the back end of this game, but I mean, closer is a great term. Shout out Slayer because he crushed it here in the back end of this game. Worth noting as well, they put so much pressure into keeping this Caitlyn down in the early game. They were constantly there in the early game, sending 3 or 4 members to the bottom side, using that first Destiny to go and try and, stop and push back on what Viper could do, and he still ended up being the big hero at the end of the game.
It's become the playstyle for BLG this split. Viper has been able to play this weak side very well. It is a luxury that Billy are able to have this guy, not give him a lot of attention, and still have him deliver in the way that he has, winning him first team All-Pro and getting himself into a good situation here to send BLG back to the grand finals against Top Esports. We're going to take a look at some of this film. We're going to start around this Rift Herald play that really was a deciding factor in how the rest of this mid-game played out.
I just don't see why we're walking into this play. Right before this, we had seen them use 3 ultimates to get a pick onto Elise. But, I was like, okay, we're not walking into this fight. And if BLG win this fight, or if WE somehow won this fight down 3 ults, if I'm Danny, I'm getting mad. Something's happening in the post game. We're not going to talk about it. For WE, I think it's a kind of a fool's errand to even walk in. Just take the losses, go into these lanes, grab some more gold, because you're already even at this time. And I think the same things that we've said for BLG is that if they're there first, their setup has been better. I think that their ability to play inside the pit and against their opponents has been better than WE. But in the same way that we were praising Team WE for showing up to objectives when maybe their opponents weren't expecting them, it is a double-edged sword. It completely backfired on them in this game.
I think it did more than backfire. I think it completely eliminated a lot of their strengths as a team, because you can't hands check people if you're not put into spots where you're even going from even. You allowed Monkey too many opportunities, too much space, I think, in this mid game, and obviously About was basically completely untouched for a majority of these fights, which is just, I mean, it's the only way. We talked about this in draft. It's the only way, you know, where WE can win this, is if About ends up popping off in these team fights. And I think for so long, I think so much of the energy was spent on making sure that WE were, I guess, a little bit more scared to walk up, or, you know, blowing resources before fights happen. Once you got to those fights, the execution from BLG just wasn't there. Now, luckily for them, it turned around. Bin had some massive ultimates in the back end of this game that really ended up changing some things. And, you know, Zehen as a champion can sometimes fail to find that same level of efficiency, but you're talking about this fight in particular where WE are very disoriented. They don't really understand where they're supposed to be. You give the soul over, and, you know, we talk about soul potentially, you know, being super broken. Whatever you want to say, it is really effective, and it did matter for some of these late game team fights. It's a 0.7k gold lead. It's a 700 gold lead for WE here, but it's the soul that ends up making a lot of the difference. Now, this Baron fight, not so much. This really felt like, okay, you know, WE might be scaling this game out of control. Luckily for BLG, they were able to hold on after this, but
look at this.
What an insane play. I mean, Viper pops off here. In part due to
flashes,
the soul that they got, but yeah.
Flashes the Dredge line and the Moonlight Vigil. If either of those or both of those hit, he's dead, and I think WE might just win the series, going up against Knight there in a 1v3. But you mentioned it, the soul. Sometimes it just happens over the course of a best of 5. Shun has had Monkey's number in terms of these 50-50s, all getting 2 of those 50-50s in this game. Other ones throughout this series that helped them get this Hex Tech soul, which ended up being a really big part as to how BLG were able to win some of these really close late game fights.
Hey, let's not also take away from MVP About here getting one of those Barons, okay? Let's put some respect on his name for the Ophelio steal on it. Shun, for the time that we have seen him in the LPL, whether it was fans joining the LPL English project last year with his time on JDG, or even just this year, the Smite fights, the Smite contests have not always gone his way. There's some series where he looks like the man, there's sometimes where he looks like the boy, and this series has been a lot of that. It has been a lot of back and forth between the two. This is the most important game, not even considering the fact that tomorrow is going to be the finals for his team, Top Esports. Now is the time for Team WE. Can they actually rise to the occasion? Can they put BLG away, or are they just going back to their pumpkin for Split 3?
I mean, you might remember in Split 2, about a year ago to the day, WE was in a very similar situation in the losers semifinals, going up against Top Esports. They beat them, got themselves a top 4, had a matchup to potentially get them into that top 3 against IG, and just got blown out of the water. Wasn't even particularly close. This time, once they got put down into the lower bracket, it really feels like they've even leveled up their play. Even though it was a 3-1 for BLG, or for WE in their first time they played BLG, it feels like WE is maybe even playing better in terms of their overall, you know, top to bottom execution than they did in that first round.
I mean, sure, yeah, we're getting, I think, more depth out of the players, but I don't know, K-Man. I've been really adamant that I don't think I've seen, like, enough changes. I think what we see in playoffs consistently is whatever form you're coming in with, you just got to survive. It's a marathon run to the end.
This team has made it this far up until this point because they have been better mechanically than every team that they've run into. They can't just rely on that anymore. They have to have a clear game plan. They have to play as a unit, and they have to understand what they want to be in the back end of games. So far, WE has really taken it to them with a more clean and a more clear version of essentially what BLG want to do. It's not going to be enough for you to just be better in lane in game number 5. You have to be better everywhere else in that same vein. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that this might be the most important game that both of these teams have played so far this year, and whoever wins it is going to be in a massive position. They're going to be in finals. They're going to be one series away from being LPL champions, and the loser is just going to have everything to think about going into next split.
And it's as important for both of these teams for very different reasons, right? WE have the chance to do something unthinkable at the start of the year, to really overvalue their expectations, get to their first international win, get to their first finals since 2017 when it was 957 Kandi and Shie running the roster. Very different this time around. But on BLG, their expectations very much were to win this split, much like they did in the first split of the year. Hasn't happened just yet, and they need one more game to do it. If they're going to have a good lane to play on, though, it's going to be the top lane, because Bin really has had a tremendous series. Sure, it's against Cube, who we don't consider to be the best player on Team WE, but even so, on all these different styles that we've seen from Bin so far today, he has been able to deliver on every one of them.
I don't know what to tell you, man. We gave about player spotlight. They lost the next game. Are we just trying to curse BLG, guys? Like, is this... I don't know.
True.
This guy's good. He's playing good. It was just, I mean, the laning stats this game weren't even that good because W with the Twisted Fate composition were able to get around the map a lot easier, and they ended up kind of pushing Bin back a couple of times. He's been very solid against Cube, and when we take a look at what Game 5 could potentially look like from a Fearless perspective, as that is kind of where we got to shift our attention to move into this final game, Bin still has a lot of champions that he could go towards K-Man. Specifically, one of his most played champions the entire split, the Gnar, still available here in Game 5.
You can't ban Bin out. You just can't. Like, there are too many champions in his pool. He is kind of a chef as well. He can cook some things up. We've seen in the past that he is really somebody that's not afraid to go for these more aggressive picks. Cube has been going towards tanks the entire series. Gwen is a champion that I associate heavily with Bin as a player. I certainly think it would be playable in this spot. You certainly don't want to be, giving him Gnar or even something like a Yorick that can take over. You don't want to be picking Gnar away because then he's going to play the Vayne, and he's been really good on that champion. So it is a scary proposition, and the context to add for Bin, in almost every single one of their high-profile series so far this year, whether it be the AL series that we just saw, finals in the first split number 1, finals at first stand, who's been MVP in that series? Bin. Every single time. In the biggest moments, he has stepped up over and over and over again this year. He's doing it again in this series, and he might need to do it even more in Game 5.
Getting ready for that final game. Alk, I know you had BLG 3-2. Can I ask if you are willing to flip-flop for WE in this brightest moment?
No. Send us to the casters. I need to hear them talk about how BLG are going to win this game. I want to send BLG and Top Esports to first stand.
Hey, we got to quickly get them out of there before he starts spouting nonsense. We're right back here at the caster desk. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Quacks. I've got Jay Beto here as well. And can't believe we finally made it here. The lower bracket delivers. The rematch between WE and BLG goes the distance, and all that stands between WE's first ever finals with these 5 players, or their first international in a long time, versus BLG finding a 4th MSI in a row.
It is the favorites to represent the LPL versus an unlikely team. I think nobody except for those in the those under like a crazy person list probably would have predicted to make it this far in the playoffs, much less to actually beat BLG not once but twice to get into MSI. It's crazy when you think about where these teams started. The score lines below our pictures right here. WE 1-13 regular season, BLG 12-2, and WE were the ones to come out on top in their first best of 5. Now they've got to do it again, but the stakes are higher. Winner goes to MSI, loser goes nowhere. They will be in the gulag for about a month and a half. So it's crazy here. And the fact that we're even in this position, gentlemen, is just, it's cinema.
Yep. I immediately, goodness, want to turn the conversation over to the draft. We're talking on the break about picks left open. This is a very aggressive, very confident draft from BLG with the Nefiri. And now that it's Game 5, there is so much off the table. I want to direct your attention to specifically the bans in the first stage. The Cass, the Akali. We were talking about the lack of Anivia in this series so far as well, but also this Olaf that has been a sneaky pick in best of 5s. If you find the right angle and nothing can really kill it, well, nothing can really kill it.
Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if WE, depending on what we see be the big priority going into game number 5, if they're actually willing to sacrifice the Nocturne. It has been permabanned throughout the entire best of 5, and it is, I think, one of the few champions that has global pressure. So maybe if you leave enough champions from the bans open and basically bait BLG to pick one of them. You yourself can get the Nocturne and give that global pressure over to Monkey, because he's been doing such a good job, I think, at controlling the tempo of this series so far and using those global ultimates and using that pressure to influence the map on a global scale. But another big thing, another big pattern has been the Dragons. It seems like the team that is able to stack those sooner and more efficiently have been the winners of the game. There's been very little debate about that, how important that bot side objective has been to this series.
I think, and as we get closer to the game, those things are going to really come to light, especially in game number 5. But I got to take a step back here as we take a look at the shots from the arena, the lights for game 5, everything blowing off, the players for WE taking to the stage, waving to the crowd. This is one of the biggest moments these players will have in their career potentially, and they are taking full advantage of it. And those are the things I like to see. That's where I bring back that conversation of the difference in pressure for both teams, where WE, they are fine and dandy. Yes, they want to make it to MSI. They want to make it to the finals. But it's BLG have how all that weight on them. And as we go into game number 5, the stress couldn't be higher for both of these teams.
It couldn't be. And for BLG, like you said, it is the weight of expectations really on them here to get to that international, to be LPL representatives on the global stage. And for WE, it feels like a different kind of pressure. It feels like the self-pressure that you put for yourself in a series like this, where you have never been this high up in playoffs. You have never had the lights be this bright. They really are unfamiliar with this kind of territory, and I feel like that kind of pressure is different from what BLG are likely experiencing now. But like you said, Mazel, both teams, they are very prone to crack. They're very, I would say, capable of cracking under the pressure here, because it is so unbelievably heavy going into game number 5, and the Nocturne will remain permabanned here. We also see the Gnar taken off the board, so maybe hints toward Cube wanting to go for something akin to a ranged top laner.
Yeah, 50 bans, by the way, will be levied in this final game in total, with the Fearless bans on top of everything. And that's when things start getting juicy. That's where I personally lay on to WE's side, because they have been the ones that have been a little bit spicy with some of the picks they're willing to bring out. But we do see all those staples that are still available coming off the board, like that Lucian, the Varus as well, taken away. The Yone going to join yet again. Maybe something hiding in the wings for BLG as well. But some of those big picks still left up too.
Yep. Focus on the mid lane here for sure. WE, where is your priorities? You're not getting the Lucian, the Varus either, so you could look to go something in the bot lane. But I think that mid is the aim of the game here. Akali, Cass, and Nivea, one of them at least will be open of the Cass and the Akali. So the Akali is left open. With the Yone ban, do you want to go for an Akali first pick? You might walk into something like a Silas as an answer. WE taking their time with this pick. They could go towards the jungle as well with the Vi left open.
I like this a lot. Gives you the guaranteed lockdown, and also does pair well with the Akali, which I agree with you, Javetto, has a lot of high priority going into this game 5. We know that Knight is capable of putting on some truly insane 1v9 performances, and then Karis, this is a comfort pick. This is a champion that a lot of people associate with him, so that comfort is hard to come by, especially in a game 5 setting. So you gotta believe that both teams are really chomping at the bit to get an excuse to pair that one up with the rest of their team comp. BLG, though, gonna focus on the bot lane instead. Corki gonna be the lock-in. Nami is still available. This is one of the few, probably the only actual prime bot lane duo still left on the board, and BLG are gonna snag it for themselves. This means About and Arha are gonna have to get a little bit creative with what they want to go here.
Yeah, we do see the Nami finally locked in, but a combo that I'm not the biggest fan of. The Zeri comes through. It's a lot more electricity in that bot lane 2v2
Zeri
now.
Yumi?
It was
game
Lee,
5.
right? Who played it last?
There you go.
It was a game 5, yeah? The Zeri Yumi. Now, the reason that the Zeri Yumi popped off so much in that game is that there was nothing to lock it down. Now, this Zeri Yumi is pretty face up. The Nami is great into the Vi, even decent into the Zeri with the tidal wave. You can interrupt a lot of what WE want to do already. but you need something to lock down the Zeri. There's the Akali picked up for Knight, and he gets to go through some bans here. BLG also, I believe, have counterpick for Bin or Shun.
They do. Going into the second phase here, my biggest concern is that lack of actual lockdown for the side of BLG. You've got things like the tidal wave, you've got things like the bubble. Zeri's never getting hit by these once, especially as the game goes on. So it feels... I mean, yeah, and you've got the Vi for Peel too. So I think now really the job for WE on these last couple of bans is just, okay, anything that they can use to point and click lock down this Zeri, ban that away. Make it difficult to get into the backline. Make it difficult to threaten about. We saw a similar game plan in game number 4 for WE not come to fruition, but this time I feel like the Zeri is so much more self-sufficient at being able to maneuver around the fights and does have the capability of actually getting out of difficult binds by herself without the assistance of her team needing to cover for the lack of mobility that something like an Aphelios had, where if he gets jumped onto, he's just instantly dead.
I want to get some thoughts on these second phase bans. We get the Malphite ban, by the way, with the Galio, the Tilia ban there by BLG.
Yep, I like it. I like the Malphite. Like Quark said, it doesn't necessarily have to be point and click, although I do think that's what BLG should go for if there is something available. It's just the Malphite is a point and aim. It's an aim. That could be an option.
Maokai could be a good option here. I'm trying to think of other point-and-click champions with lockdown or access into the backline. I mean, Sejuani could also be something. Yeah, I think Maokai probably has to be the answer here. Very low economy necessary for this champion.
Don't forget Bin Sejuani.
Bin Sejuani would be absolutely wicked. I mean, Monkey could go like the Skarner here. Well, okay, Monkey actually already has the Vi, so I'm blind, but Udyr
as well
is interesting. This would be going top lane if Cube decided to lock it in, but Ambessa is also still up. Does give you some lockdown onto the Corki, so a bit of a no-you card. I say, hey, you're going to lock down my backline? I'm going to lock down yours.
I think the Jax hover is a... Yeah. We know you're going to pick this. I think the Jax is the pick,
That's what I was going to say.
AD threat, which BLG need, more go forward button, and it's not necessarily an instant point and click lockdown, because there's probably going to be a cleanse in Mikhail's, which is a worry, but it's lockdown.
And that's also an Udyr locked in to potentially match up into the Jax, but it's the Ambessa that comes through. And so we're a little bit all over the place. Mid lane Udyr potentially coming out for Karis.
I mean, one thing's for sure, Akali is never killing Udyr, so I guess that denies the snowball just because you have a tank in the mid lane capable of empowered Wing anytime you try to go for a full combo onto him. But it also means that it's a double melee matchup into the mid lane, so vying for that priority is going to be extra important. Bin.
No, Jax, let's go, baby. The Jax comes through. We're getting everything we want here. We're getting all the prizes, everything we could ask for. We've seen the Udyr mid crop up here or there, especially in NACL. We were seeing a little bit of it, but I'm very curious how these lanes are going to pan out, where these assignments are going to be, and we have a game 5 for the record books, it feels like here.
We do, and Bin on his Jax is 71-30. So this is one of his best champions. Before he was playing the Scions and the tanks, and he was associated with being this weak side for BLG. He was the side lane king. He was the Jax guy. This is the champion he made his name on, and comfort is the name of the game in Game 5, and you feel like both teams got a little bit of that here, which is going to make this match a banger and one that will determine the next representative for the LPL, the one joining top esports in the grand finals and their trip to South Korea to MSI.
It does look like it was the Ambessa mid here, so it'll be the top Udyr, which is, I believe, a pretty decent matchup into the Jax. We'll see how things go in the lane themselves, but everything on the line, all that miracle story that WE had crafted for themselves after beating BLG 3-1 in the first round comes to a head today. It's either a first finals and first international for all 5 of these WE players, or it's yet another in a long legacy for BLG. It would be a 3rd finals in a row, and it would be a massive moment for BLG to continue their legacy. Let's get into game number 5 of Billy versus WE. I'll need a little energy as well as we get the crowd going here, and we get these early paths with a first invade from Shun.
So apparently being told here that this is the 2nd ever mid-Ambessa into Akali in Tier 1. And that's specific, but it was Faker versus Fisher, which is a bit interesting. I want to also talk about the Vi Ambessa combo. After Ambessa got changed, like, I guess it's like, I'll call it a nerf, where her ult takes longer to go off, like the cast time is longer. A lot more Ambessa ults have been going wide, and that's because even though it's like milliseconds, these are professional players, that's all that matters for the Ambessa ults to start going wide. This is another flash over the wall, but with Vi, he just dodged the ward, very nice. With Vi, you don't need to worry about that because you just Vi ult, and then the public execution lands on top of that. So a really nice duo that we normally see Ambessa top, but this game it is Ambessa mid. I mean, I just want to know how Knight's going to do on this Akali.
Shun made it around the vision early, and he'll find a level 3 gank with the flash play on a Cube. Bramble smash back will slow him down for now. Bin's scared to go in, but no mana for Cube. He needs to get a little bit more damage down. He's trying to get Bin down. The slow is there, but Bin's so scared to go forward. Can't find the kill. The Nature's Advance does come through, and or at least the counter by Monkey is to steal away Shun's red side.
Yeah, I like this from Monkey. It feels like it is gonna be a split map here for the early part of this game. And I heavily favor WE in that regard because not only does it put pressure onto Viper where he won't be able to leverage this 2v2 because Yuumi basically isn't a champion for the first few minutes of the game, but also it just means that About has that extra little bit of safety as Knight is spacing Chorus to the moon.
Yep. Well played on the little wave, little water action in the bot lane onto Vi. But some Krugs over to the Nami. But yeah, well played from Cube. Flash spent from Shun in that top lane play. But yeah, I think that BLG's comp, there is interactions, you know, the Maokai and how is it going to interact with the Zeri, who has no cleanse, especially with Jax, and how well can On play mechanically. I know, and I agree with what you said, Quarks, that landing these bubbles is really hard on a Zeri, but if he can land them. But I think Knight is where I want to put my eyes for the entire game. If he gets a lead, there's a bubble.
Big bubble connects. Gatling gun is firing away, but the exhaust does come through, burned by Arha there. The barrier burned from About, and the heal burned from On. So some decent summoner spells used, but it looks like WE might have that push prio, as we do end up seeing the call for the Ambessa mid. Last time it looked like 2025 for Rookie on IG.
It's been a little bit, but we'll return here for Chorus. I do want to pay attention, though, to the vision that WE have placed around the top side here in BLG's jungle. It means that Shun on the redeploy will be spotted out by these wards. It'll just make it that much more difficult for Maokai to have that early pressure. And really, this is the timer that Shun wants to look for as this champion, because this is a moment where you have the guaranteed lockdown and the Vi doesn't. Once Monkey hits level 6, that is going to be the moment where he really gets on the map, where he starts dictating the tempo of this game like he has been in all of WE's wins, not just in this series, but in the playoffs.
Now, this is a tank Udyr, which is kind of obvious with how the game started, but I was expecting more of an AP focus from Cube because there is no AP damage at all now. There is no magic damage. It is a Vi, an Ambessa, and a Zeri. And yeah, there is some magic damage from Zeri, but realistically, that's not really going to matter a ton. Against a Jax, as well. This guy is going to stack armor and immune all of your attacks with his Counter-Strike and do a ton of damage. And Maokai, a champion that mostly goes AP these days, but a ton of the issues that we've been seeing in some of these games with having no real frontline is alleviated, in my opinion, by the fact that there just is so little magic damage on the side of WE.
And also, BLG's comp is full of engage, right? So even though Cube isn't going full AP, just the sheer slows of having the Phoenix stance means that you are going to be buying space. You're going to be kiting out for your AD carry. About will have a lot of room to play for in these extended team fights if WE can get superior positioning. So to me, the damage profile doesn't really matter because WE have disengaged enough to buy space where About can just keep on free hitting, keep on free firing, and chip away at these health bars granularly as the fights go on.
And this comp for WE truly does turn online once they get level 6. I mean, that's where all the go buttons are and a lot of the safety for some of their engages here. Decent amount of that for BLG as well. I was wondering if they were going to try to take prio over those early objectives in bot side because they did have a little bit of push there. But the Dragon was taking a little bit to spawn, and it does look like WE are going to swoop in with the roaming capability of the Ambessa mid to get the first Dragon of the game.
We've seen how important Dragons are in terms of dictating who has control of this game, and WE, it seems like they are going to get on that pattern. Gonna get the first Drake of the match, and Viper on, not really able to move. Shun is on the other side of the map. I am curious if this maybe gives the green light over to Maokai to try and look to threaten the Udyr. I mean, he's got the chain vest too, so that armor coming through probably means that for the time being, you're not going to be getting through the empowered shield plus the armor that he's stacking up here in his build path.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen... I don't actually remember when it was. Was it 2024? The, like, Udyr top meta where he was going... Where Kennick Rukin had just come out and he was stacking the shields on top of each other. And he just literally never died. Yeah, it definitely happens with an Udyr top. But... Lightning Crush.
It's a decent amount of damage and a lot of sustain there, obviously, with the Yuumi. And that's going to be a problem that BLG are going to have to deal with. I do expect Heal Cut to come through at some point. We see a little bit of focus from BLG on the bot side here. Grubs are spawning. We have a mid lane play as well. Monkey can connect. There's the cease and assist. And there's that combo you talked about, Jay Beto. They are just locking down Knight, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. Now it's a counter play from Shun. He's going to use the Nature's Grasp there. It's going to come through with the Bramble Smash back into the tidal wave, but the exhaust, is it enough to take About down? It will be. Viper gets first blood for BLG.
And the lockdown from BLG is superior. Really good angle found there by Shun to throw down the ultimate. Even though he gets over the wall, the CC is good enough to cover the distance for the BLG bot side. They're able to join up, lay down the damage, and Viper off to an early lead in this matchup. Something that we haven't really been saying a lot throughout this best of 5. It feels like About has really had Viper's number. So for Viper to be the one coming out on top here early in game 5, a nice change of pace, you gotta imagine, for BLG, and one that is very welcome given the circumstances.
See pings out here from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think they realize that Monkey is there, and he's going to be forced to flash over the wall just to get away from the coming advance of BLG. It's a bit tough, but he will go back and clear his entire top side of the map.
Yep. Good punish from BLG. So Monkey got the grubs, and Knight did a really good job of surviving that mid lane play with the combo. But now, About, no flash, no barrier. He didn't go cleanse this game either. So I think Shun can very well revisit as soon as his ult's back up, maybe even wait till the Dragon and About is significantly weaker. Something that's really interesting about this bot lane matchup is that Viper ended up going the Doran's Helm start, which a little bit less of actual damage, but it allows him to live through a lot of the all-ins.
It does. And on top of that, I feel like, you know, you're talking about the attention that Shun is likely going to be paying toward this bot lane because those summoners are down. Gebetto, I think Monkey has to be extending that same courtesy to protect his bot lane while those summoners are down. Monkey has done such a good job at playing around about in this early game, making it very difficult for Shun to actually have influence in that lane. He has to be putting that on here in game 5. This is a match where if the Zeri isn't ahead, you lose so much firepower going into the late game.
And I also just want to remind, like, obviously the stakes are huge for these teams, but it's also a WE who's going against some of the titans of the LPL, some of the longest standing members of success, it feels like, in the LPL. And as we see a potential look in the bot side, I do just want to remind everybody, we could bring up the lower third of the amount of titles for this BLG squad. That would be great, because it is incredible. And yes, there's a couple of them there with a little bit less numbers, but the fact that Knight is at 7 and could potentially go to 8, but we still have an era of dominance from this team that could be on the brink of not even making it to finals, let alone MSI.
Yep. And we've got Dragon up in about a minute here. WE were the ones to get the Cloud Drake, start that win condition up for themselves. But since then, BLG have gotten a gold lead over to Viper. This Corki is really strong, has the Hearthbound Axe, has the Phage, has the Sheen, has the trifecta of nice little middle components to be able to have relevancy in this fight if one breaks out on this bot side river. I do also want to pay attention to the fact that Karis has opted for the Maw of Memortius.
Yeah.
So is really just making sure that Knight can't have an easy time in the laning phase, but also does mean you lose a little bit of durability against the AD threats on BLG, which is most of their damage profile.
Yeah, definitely. 10 seconds on this Dragon, and About still has no flash. Shun has his ult back up. See BLG members all prioritizing pathing around the Dragon. Bin TP back up to the top lane, so no top lane intervention in this Drake specifically, unless Cube wants to base, but it'll just be one Dragon apiece, so I'm sure WE are happy to give this up, especially with their Zeri scaling so well. I think when Mikhails comes online for Arha, that's a big point in this game as well, to be able to immune things like the Nature's Grasp. And it is Ocean Soul for our final game.
Oh, that's a big Foss Bomb from Viper, doing early damage with that trifecta that you said. On was thinking about moving over there, but Monkey does show his face, realizes the defense can be there, so BLG will respect it and back away for now.
Defense there from Monkey, preventing any notions of a dive from BLG. They still will be able to deny at least a little bit of pressure for About here, who will miss some CS while he gets back to the lane. Resets are also desynced. You can see right as About gets back to the lane, Yuumi opts for the reset. So this will mean maybe we see redeploys from the supports to the mid lane. As Herald is up in a little less than 2 minutes, this feels quite early to be roaming for an objective, so maybe we'll see a fight around this topside river.
And I do really want to focus on some of the conditions that we're looking for here, because you might be wondering, what's going on in top lane? This is Bin's Jax. What's going on? Later game is where Jax really comes online on the side lane. And you called him a side lane king. That is something that BLG are gunning for. But I do love some of the team play, some of the map movement we've seen from WE in this game number 5 already. And they already got 4 plates in bot side.
In fact, BLG side lanes in general are pretty scary in this game. You've got the Jax, you've got the Akali in a long lane with some scaling online with that. Very scary. Obviously, the Udyr will be pretty tanky, and Ambessa is no slouch on the side lane at all. Monkey's here, but he's spotted on a ward.
Yep. It'll be a 3v2. Lightning Crash used. The slowdown comes on the Viper, but the bubble will be dodged out of. Gets a little bit of damage back there. Monkey was just waiting in the wings just in case a cease and desist would make the difference.
Look at this top lane matchup, by the way. I mean,
yeah.
Cube almost has this turret down, by the way. In a match against Bin's Jax, you would expect Bin's Jax to reign superior, but Cube busting out the Udyr top is kind of bringing it to its knees right now.
Yeah, in the laning phase, it's not looking too good, but again, we'll recircle back to that as time goes on in this game. BLG trying to get a little bit back. There's a TP play coming in. That's going to be the mid-Bessa coming in onto this play onto Viper. There's going to be the counter TP from Knight, as we have a 4v4 brewing in the bot side. Still no objectives to be found here, as they might be looking for a bush play on the Knight. Knight getting caught.
Nice.
He goes into the Shroud. The Nature's Grass going to be used just in case as well by Shun.
It's a lot of fishing from both of our teams here. And BLG looking for that play in bot a little bit earlier, and Monkey dissuading that, and now WE looking with a TP and a flash invested from Monkey onto a play on the BLG, but Shun and Knight dissuade that. And it feels like at any point, if one of those connects, you break open the game so significantly. But I agree, Quacks, this is a really strange... I agree that the Jacks should do well in side lane later, but I also agree that we are really losing the side lane towers.
We are. I mean, bot lane tier 1 is going to be taken down, so Kara's going to get a nice injection of gold there. The top lane tier 1 is very close to falling as well, so BLG going to try and even up the odds by taking the Tower Destroyer 3000 objective that is the Rift Herald.
Pin just took his own red buff, just in case.
I need that. Sorry, Shun, that's mine.
Monkey's going to move around.
Yoink.
TPs are available if Ben wants to join. Cube finding an angle right now into Shun, and they just all in the jungler of BLG. He will not survive, but Knight gets a big pick. Now About is firing away. Ben has finally joined, but About is going ham. About's finding a double kill, but he gets shut down by the Assassins. The left and right fist of BLG. Ben and Knight combining for miracles once again as they find a huge play, and there you go. Giga Ben is now activated. How do you like that, Quacks and J Beto?
I mean, About had to go in there. He had to try and refund the cooldown to get over the wall, but it wasn't enough. He gets taken down. BLG, Ben, with a crucial teleport flank there, allows them to win out on the team fight, and Knight gonna pick himself up some plates on top of the kill gold that we saw as we go into the replay here. Good initial find from WE, but then really it's Ben that makes the difference. About goes a little too far, and he just gets sandwiched between the remaining members of BLG.
Yep, finally taken down this Zeri. But I also want to bring attention over to Knight. He does so much work in this fight alongside Ben, and when we get out of this replay, you'll see not only has Ben completely fixed the gold deficit that he was stuck in, but that Knight has a monster gold lead now alongside Viper, and early in this game we set the idea of Knight needing a lead.
Pick on. Nature's Grass comes out and denies it. Oh my god, so much damage from Viper.
Whoa.
And Shun just kills him with the sapling, the burn. It's enough to tidal wave on a 2, and Bond's gonna get a kill. Everybody's getting a piece of this one, as it's gonna be a double kill for On, and BLG have exploded this game number 5.
It is a disaster for WE. They attempt to look on, chew on, but he is perfectly fine. I mean, there was no ult for Monkey when they started up that fight, so the guaranteed lockdown of the cease and desist isn't there. They just walk into the meat grinder of BLG, both literally and metaphorically. As we get a replay here, yeah, no ultimate for the Vi. Viper is just free hitting, dealing so much damage. WE realized they were not built for this. They try to get away, but there's no point. Viper gets a bunch of gold. On even gets a double kill, so some gold for the Nami to even things out here.
Is it going to happen again? Oh my god, it might actually happen again. They might have overextended for the
over
play.
the wall.
Ben tries to find the counter-strike, but doesn't end up finding Promise there. Dragon is up. BLG a little bit stronger in the moment, but it's WE trying to take control.
Knight has TP as well. He can join if he wants to, but it's actually Karis who makes first move here, and with On chunked a little too low, BLG opt to give this Dragon over. Now, Corki Nami is a duo that we... Yeah, Viper's just pushing. So this is a pretty decent amount of gold. Like 2,000 lead for Knight and Viper, and a 1k lead on. Corki Nami is a duo we've seen a good amount of, and it comes online so much faster than the Zeri Yumi. You can already see that. This is the Corki Nami spike right here. The Triforce Mana Moon finish. It's very similar to Ezreal. But like what I said in draft, the Nami does such a good job of stopping WE from doing anything. If that wave hits, which is unlikely with the amount of mobility, but if it does hit, you're so slowed.
Yeah. Unironically, you can use it as a zoning tool as well.
We just have to, like, there's still so much possibility in this game, but it is feeling like the grip is getting tighter and tighter by BLG. And to think of this run by BLG in this position, the fact they did shock the entire playoff bracket by losing to WE in the first round, to then making the run every single series, their life on the line. A team that just brought the highest highs back to the LPL for the first time in years. They had to trudge through the mud to make it back to this revenge match.
Yep. And proving that they do deserve to be in the finals if they win this game. And WE have turned out to be an opponent of worthy proportions, but I will say that barrier, not my favorite. Tempo barrier, barriering for the base is great, but at 20 minutes in, when Zeri is your win condition, I think I would rather just cancel my base and have the barrier, and it didn't even work.
This is a hard game to be piloting Zeri, and I mean, we talk about the point-and-click lockdown of Shun and having that, you know, extra tool in your back pocket as BLG to get onto a bout, but then it feels like you are yourself very far behind Viper, who got so much gold off of a misplay at this exact spot that the camera is panning toward. And I hope it doesn't happen a second time. Okay, we've learned our lesson. We're just gonna Vault Breaker away.
Easy does it, but it just feels like so much pressure mounting from BLG across the map, and this is where their comp becomes so difficult to deal with. They are just gonna stick Bin in the side lane and see what they can do about it. It doesn't feel like there's gonna be much. Item spikes online here. 3 items. Serpent's Fang completed for Viper there, so even more utility out of this carry comp.
Yep, a lot of shields in this comp. Basically everybody, so it makes a ton of sense. And BLG just have control of every lane now. Their side lanes have fully come online in terms of priority. Bin's even down an item, and he's able to get priority down in the bot lane there. So that allows BLG to look at the map around Baron. It is one ward on the entrance to Raptors for WE, and the rest of it is Christmas lights for BLG. Dragon in 2 minutes, they can use this tempo that they have in topside, in the lanes, to transition it down towards a bot lane if they want to. They are a while away from Soul, but the vision control for BLG is so supreme here.
I feel like that is the one saving grace of WE, is that you have control of the Dragons, so you can give a couple of those up. You can afford to stall this game out because you have the scaling of the Zeri in your back pocket. But the way BLG are playing, where they're posturing more aggressively, where they're throwing down a Herald in mid to take down this tier 2, if you get picked, BLG will probably go to the Baron. They are punishing your overextensions, punishing your mistakes, and this is the BLG we've gotten used to.
They actually got onto Viper here. They found backline access. The flash play for Monkey trying to predict, but soon is going to not be enough to take down that front line. It's going to be the counterplay from Bin and Knight. The double hand. This is the punching fists of BLG. The Titanic Titans that continue to romp the league. Knight and Bin finding it in the most important game of this split so far for BLG.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that Herald take was from Viper, maybe a misclick, but as soon as WE see that, they snap onto Viper. That's a big mistake. He lost his entire gold lead, basically, but Bin and Knight hold hands and go over the wall and take down all of WE.
Yup, the bromance of the BLG solo laners continues with that play coming up for BLG, despite, like you said, Gebetto,
this has to be a mistake.
Early initial start. Yeah, clicks onto the Herald. I agree. That might have legitimately been a misclick, because where was he expecting to pilot that, right? You weren't charging that into the base turret at all, so bunch of kills go the way, and then About has to flash over. This is really important, because he will not have flash for this Dragon that's going to be coming up as soon as we go back to live. Knight is able to get all of these kills, and he's just schmooving on him with the Akali.
Bro, there might be a check him PC there. I don't know if that's sure. that was insane. Oh, a bubble with the tidal wave, double CC, and this is onto the engage of WE, and now they're gonna catch the support too. Monkey and Arha hand in hand in death, and Cube TPs to his own. That's gonna be a quick triple coming through for BLG and straight to the Baron.
That's a Baron. That's likely a Dragon. It's not gonna be Soul Point for BLG. But they will be denying Soul Point from WE, and that win condition removed.
Oh, he missed the shuriken. No, he hits it. He hits the style combo solo bolo for the golden left hand of the LPL.
Does he want more?
an unreal performance coming out from Ben in this series in general. He's had some quiet games, but has never really been out of this series. As Ben will look for Karis, as this Jax's side lane damage is there. Can't exactly chew through all of the Ambessa, but the dissuade away from the Drake is good. I think that BLG have fully hit their stride in this game. They are exactly where they want to be. And WE, yeah, Zeri Yumi is scary and does a lot of damage, but the Nami peel and interrupt is just too much for WE to handle.
It is. And I feel like, boys, we got to have a difficult conversation now. Is before we have that conversation, Ben is looking for a solo kill onto Karis. Flash away from the Ambessa will get him out. Dragon secured by BLG, but this difficult conversation is one that 9,000 gold lead for BLG here. Game 5. The thing about dreams and the thing about miracle runs is that eventually you wake up. Eventually, you got to stop dreaming. And it feels like WE, that dream is being crushed. They are waking up, and BLG are shaking them to get awake.
Might be the pumpkin story here as WE, no matter what happens from here on out, this was a run to be remembered in the history of the LPL. From 1-13 to this moment right here, I know it means so much for them, but BLG will not be taken down 2 times by the same team here in the playoffs. They look to put their stamp here with an almost 10,000 gold lead, 26.5 minutes in, and taking an inhib in top lane.
Yep. The base crumbles. Knight is so fed on this Akali. 10,000 gold is the advantage that BLG have for themselves in this game. And WE, they have tools to send themselves forward with the cease and desist public execution combo we were talking about earlier, and about does do damage, but I think BLG at this point do more. So WE, the only thing that they can really feasibly do is bide their time and wait for BLG to maybe make a mistake and overstep and let About get some gold. But BLG aren't giving them anything. It's just a clinical game, and it might even be triple inhibitor soon. 30 seconds on this Baron.
They're looking for it. They're going to bust down the last turret here in mid lane. Get the inhibitor that comes along with it, and then they should be able to close their jaws around this bot side too. Cube has got to get out of there. Even though he is a tanky boy, BLG
20 seconds.
Are 5 damage boys.
Oh, we got the engage. They actually found Viper here. 4-man hits with the tidal wave, but BLG, they summon the white flag and they try to get out. A preemptive flash from Shun to make sure they catch distance away. It's a big pick to delay this inevitable siege by BLG.
Yep, that's the engage I was just talking about. There is these tools for WE to snap onto you when you make a mistake, when you're not quite ready for it, and Viper wasn't. Just as the Baron wears off, WE engage, while BLG are trying to look for the triple inhibitor. But still, this 10,000 gold lead remains. WE are going to need a lot more fights that look similar to that if they want to eclipse this gold back in favor of themselves. I mean, maybe we see a situation in which BLG wait out the game long enough to get sold themselves, and in which case About gets a ton of gold online. But I feel like BLG want to end the game. They can get Baron on this next play in 2 minutes, on this next sequence, and then try to end the game off with that. I don't really even think that Ocean Soul does too much, considering how much damage Knight is doing. He is one-shotting everybody, or he isn't killing them at all.
Yeah, that's the big struggle here. I mean, About has to be the central carry for Team WE, but when there is a 4-item Akali, like 3.5 if you want to count Mage Eyes as a full item, that is up to you. I'm not sure where it really
He might have bought that in every game this series.
Yeah, I think he has. But regardless, 4-item Akali into About, no matter how fed he is, that is going to one-shot you. And so that is the conundrum, the quandary that WE have to get over, among other things. And now BLG are looking to put a bow on this game.
They might be. The siege is at hand. WE, their last breath. They need to do something with it. Ben has been pushing in the side lanes. There's super minions aplenty streaming into the base of WE. The miracle, can it hold on? It's going to be this push into the final inhib down here. That's going to be 3 inhibs down. I don't know if they're going to be able to finish the job here. The minions aren't necessarily there, but a big pick could just signal the end.
Yep. Triple inhibitor now, and this isn't even necessarily about ending the game. If WE let it happen like that, BLG will end the game. But BLG's job is just to keep WE in their base. So when Baron spawns, when this Dragon spawns, WE can never move. They have 0 vision on the map. There are some TP wards behind, but WE are stuck. They are stuck and they're being choked out.
It just feels so tough for WE in this moment. They feel like they need to make something happen, but BLG, they don't want to give a second chance to WE, as the final rebuttal will be here from WE. A couple big hits from the rocket barrages coming through, and then the siege just continues. It's going to continue to happen as the TP comes in to give Cube a shield. They're going to try to clear these waves once again.
They are, but the waves are starting to crash. The thing is, the waves are a little bit desynced here, so WE can just kind of pick them apart one by one, but still the damage is seeping through here on those supers. One turret goes down. BLG are actually going to halt their advance for now. Dragon is up, Baron 2, BLG, the map is their oyster. And I think the big thing for them is having that siege power. So Baron probably more important at this point, given that if you get this Dragon, it's not immediately the soul.
Yep, but they get exactly what they want. They break open a Nexus turret. It's triple inhibitor. They get out Cube's TP because he uses it to fight. And as soon as that happens, Viper gets chunked down a little bit. BLG say, okay, that's all we wanted. We got what we wanted. We've pulled the tools out of you. Now we get Soul Point. And now look at how WE have to retake the map. It's slow, pushing out these super waves. They've barely got any vision. BLG all managed to reset here. I think Viper didn't, but most of these crucial members did. Spend that gold, get more wards down. Now Knight on a devious flank here.
He could look for it over the Krug wall there. Monkey is going to start his back here. Oh, the Shuriken toss. As the Baron started up, Monkey stops his back, and so too does WE. They're just trying to bait out any tools here around the fight, but they could also just burn it. And it looks like WE say they cannot hold. They will not defend the Baron, and they will have to retreat to their base.
This just feels impossible for Team WE at this point. I mean, Baron is going to be on all 5 members. You have so little structures still standing in this game. Inhibitors will be respawning, so that gives you a break from the super minions at the very least in top and mid. But how long is that going to last for? You can see Bin is in mid lane. The rest of BLG are on top side. It's a 4-1 split, and WE are being pulled apart.
It looks like they just want to go for the end here. Bin's feeling a little bit antsy. Does have his GA available. Will ward hop away with the leap strike. Knight was pushing the side with the Baron buff here, but they got to start working on these inhibs again if they want double supers. But they pounce on a Knight. Knight is the focus, but he goes golden, and he denies any kind of return. Knight is out of the play in BLG. They might just lose a couple more members. About is starting to fire away, but Bin comes in. Counter-strike to the face, and that's a double kill coming through for Viper as well. Bin free firing away. A lamppost does truly turn into a real weapon when it's wielded by the Giga Bin. He's looking for more, but he has the GA. He's going to find the kill, and now it's only Arha that is left. And BLG, they make good on a second chance against WE. They scoff in the face of a miracle, and they stand tall against the overwhelming pressure of a lower bracket run. It's a destiny carved in front of our eyes, and BLG, for a 4th time in a row, will represent the LPL at MSI.
Golden Road still kept alive. A little bit of worries here and there about this series. The fact that WE were able to take them to 5, though, I think just making for some entertaining League of Legends where all the regions around the world are starting to wrap up their domestic leagues. It feels like the LPL just keeps on delivering bangers, gentlemen.
Yep, what a series. A great performance from WE, but BLG, after some stumbling, make it work, and some amazing drafting the longer the series went on. I think is really where it came down to me. That draft from WE was incredibly difficult to play, the lack of damage, and BLG felt so much more comfortable the longer the series went on. They had a great game 1, stumbled a little bit, but game 4, game 5, they felt like they eased into it and they relaxed.
I gotta say also, that's 4 emblems in a row that BLG have put onto that trophy. That is terrifying. And that is something that BLG be holding near and dear as they go into the finals. But it does look like W are getting ready for their final bow. And I just have to give props to a story that will be told in the LPL, I hope, for many years to come. A story from 1-13 to making it to the lower bracket finals and having beaten some of the best teams that the LPL has to offer. This team right here needs to have eyes on it, and I expect to see a continuation of their miracle in summer.
Split 3 is going to be a really interesting topic when we eventually get to it, but for now, I mean, all the eyes are on the grand finals, but they're also on the international that is MSI, that BLG, like we have said, will now be attending. And for me, it just feels like BLG, this is a team that is so synonymous with representing the LPL, and the fact that we get to see them here again, they have not only been the goal for all of the domestic teams to beat, but everyone internationally is looking at these guys trying to topple the Kings, dethrone them, and they'll get their opportunity, but BLG are coming in hot, they're coming in prepared, and they look angry in this lower bracket run.
They do indeed. That is going to be it from us on the caster desk. To round out the day, we're going to send it over to the deskers, and thank you very much.
What a day here in our lower finals, kicking off our grand finals weekend in Wuhan. But at the end of the day, the clock strikes midnight, and that means our Cinderella story has to come to an end. WE had an incredible run throughout the playoffs, beating BLG the first time, but they were not able to repeat that history here in this decisive match that sent Billy Gaming into the grand finals to face off against the top esports. And as you see on the bottom of your screen, Alk, they're going to get a chance to defend their international title at MSI.
Dude, I'm so excited. I'm really, really happy for these guys. I did not think... Actually, I can't even lie. I did think this was going to go to 5. We saw the predictions earlier today. I really wanted to believe that WE could do it. Even with a BLG prediction, I think that seeing WE really fight for their spot at the top 3 kind of just feels like it is a miracle run in the same way. It's sad to kind of see them fall, but I'm for sure going to be talking about them a lot more positively than maybe last Split's 3rd place team.
I mean, it's very, very different, right? Like, this WE team, we can talk about how they were counted out, and I think it's fair to be like, yeah, you know, there's a little bit of, you know, magic in this run, and who knows if they're going to be able to repeat it. This is one of the greatest playoff runs in LPL history. I think, end of story, no conversation. This is one of the greatest playoff runs in League of Legends history. Them being 1 game away from being in the finals as a team that won 1 series, they won more games in the playoffs than they did throughout the entire regular season, like combined. It was an unbelievable performance from a team that was counted out, was discounted, but really got themselves together, you know, re-elevated, and just couldn't quite get past a very strong BLG team in Game 5. The fact that this went the way that it did isn't surprising. The fact that WE put up such a great performance here today, certainly nothing to be ashamed of.
And their play throughout the playoffs makes you excited not only for what the run WE had, but what this WE team can look like going into Split 3 and beyond. Specifically the bottom lane, right? This is back-to-back top 3 finishes for Arha on Weibo last year, then here on WE, about really kind of blossoming into his own right. There were some small mistakes that we saw there on the Zeri in Game 5, but I think overall you could really consider him to have a really strong performance against BLG, specifically against Viper and On down in the bottom lane. For some reason, Alk, it feels just a little bit more real that this WE team is going to be able to repeat some of that success, this time in the regular season, as opposed to last Split 3, where they definitely struggled a lot more.
Hey, who knows, right? Time will tell whether or not they can keep this form. I mean, we've already seen some of the patch changes going into the future. League is going to be changing rather substantially by the time we get into Split 3, so whatever the meta is between now and the start of the next Split is going to, I think, very much heavily influence what they're able to accomplish, but can't take away what they did here tonight. Still, got to look at the victors. Obviously, BLG coming in as big favorites, but kind of having a 5-game series. It looks close. They look like they have holes in their gameplay. I would say I'm worried for tomorrow, K-Man, but I have been burned with BLG Top Esports too many times to not predict them to win.
Look, I would love to sit here and say, oh, BLG's broken. They seem to have a lot of things going wrong with them. The consistency of their macro isn't particularly high. It's BLG in the finals, man. Like, it's so hard to say that that's not going to be the version that shows up, especially against Top Esports, a team that they've beaten regularly in the finals. But again, today certainly made that conversation a lot more interesting. A small little final note on WE potentially in split number 3. Group Ascend is wide open. Like, it is very possible that this is a top 4 team in Group Ascend coming out of the regular season, that they just kind of need to be better than, you know, a couple of, you know, the Group Nirvana teams that make it in, and then one of, like, AL or JDG. Like, if they are in the running with those teams, like, the top 5 is the expectation now after this run. Top 4, I think, is within, you know, reach. I think they obviously have a lot of ways to go. BLG want more than that. They want a championship, and they're still in a very good position to get it, but WE certainly are not completely out of it by any means.
Yeah, the way the championship points work, Split 1 doesn't mean as much as the rest of the year, so WE still in a good position, even though they couldn't make it to this specific international here at MSI. Potentially be in the conversation for Worlds if they can keep up their performance moving on. Talk about gaps in play for BLG, where there was definitely not a gap today, and really ever, is in the mid lane. The only hole potentially there for Knight is the 0 in the death column that he had for all 3 of their wins. 14-0-6 in Game 1, 6-0-14 in Game 4, 8-0-2 on the Akali in Game 5. Seems like, okay man, whenever he gets his hands on this Akali, it's going to result in really good things happening. We saw it even in the Split 3 Grand Finals against Top Esports. Whipped that out, resulted in him winning his 7th LPL championship.
I really wanted to believe that Karis, the Akali guy, the Akali one trick, had some secret sauce cooked up with this Ambessa mid, had something under his belt, but it was not real. Knight's Akali is undeniable in terms of just what he is and what he can be. Every single time this series where Knight got a champion that he could be proactive on, he dominated. He completely obliterated this series. I was really, really impressed with the way he was able to play a lot of these team fights, and obviously he was the best player in game number 5. Knight has made a strong case for being the best player in the world throughout 2026, I think, especially with kind of the inconsistent form of a lot of other top-tier players. But if you ever needed a time for that best player in the world to emerge and show up, it's games 4 and 5 of this series down 2-1 with a finals on the line. And, you know, if you need your captain to be the guy there, he absolutely was the guy. Knight was everything he was expected to be and then some.
I think just everything kind of came together. Obviously, the Annie game, people are going to look back on that and say, you know, like, where was he there? And what were the notes that we were coming out of after that massive Victor game from Karis? We asked, Knight and Bin, you are the veterans. You are obviously the long-standing members of this BLG org. You need to step up now. You need to deliver in a Game 4 and a Game 5 and reverse what is potentially the largest upset in history, and not see you guys go into top 2, go into the finals tomorrow night. It was an incredible performance. I don't really want to rewrite too much of the series because there obviously were some games where I think Knight is not able to kind of push his limits and push those leads, but he definitely showed up here tonight. And just to recognize, we do have the bracket ready. This is now 4 series in a row, 4 different teams' emblems getting placed inside of the Silver Dragons Cup at the end there. You saw kind of Knight was fiddling with the medal at the end there, but 4 series now as we're waiting for player of the game. We're going to get some interviews on stage. Wonderful.
But you mentioned it here, Alk. BLG got punched in the mouth in their first round of the playoffs after winning the previous split, winning first stand. Then they go to the lower bracket and they take down EDG, JDG, AL, and then defeat their foes from earlier on in the tournament in Team WE here in a 5-game series. It seems like their demons could have potentially been conquered as they set up for a finals matchup against TES.
Dude.
Definitely feels like it. I think for BLG it just comes down to how much do you trust your ability to keep it going, because really this team thrives off of momentum, they thrive off of confidence, and they thrive off of early game plays. Top Esports are a greedy, aggressive team that wants to skirmish all the time. I made a joke on the podcast this week for LPL English that if you would have told me 2 months ago that Top Esports and BLG were going to be in the finals, I would have been like, obviously, duh, that's exactly where we're headed. The way we got there was a winding road, but it's fun that we got there nonetheless.
I am so worried about tomorrow's series, man. I want to believe so hard that Top Esports are going to do it, that this run is going to come to an end for BLG, but I just think the momentum is there. I think that the narratives are too strong. I think that for a region that is very superstitious, this is something that could end up kind of coming true, and you see one small slip and players that have not been to a final like Sueon and Fengyue are going to crack under the pressure, where I think even tonight we got to see players like On and Bin and Knight step up into the limelight.
You talk about BLG having to build this momentum in the lower bracket. Top Esports haven't had to really do that at all because they've just been riding hot since they've entered the playoffs, 9-1 overall in the postseason bracket. They have only dropped one game all playoffs long, and it was against JDG in the second round of that playoff bracket. So they are certainly looking pretty good, but BLG should be feeling good themselves after their performance today against Team WE, as Knight once again clutches up. I'd imagine he wins our player of the series once the interview wraps up in a few minutes, and he'll be on the hunt for his 8th title in the LPL, already the most all-time. The first championship he ever won 5.5 years ago, and it was with Top Esports.
Congratulations to Bin. I completely forgot about this, something we were actually talking about at the very, very top of the show. Well, I guess after game 1, considering what happened. Bin is now the first Chinese player to attend MSI 5 times in a row, and until tomorrow, which will have Gen.G and T1 playing, if T1 make it, then this is entirely broken. But for now, LPL gets to hold this title. We finally have the first player ever to attend 5 MSIs in a row. 2022 with RNG, 23, 4, and 5 with BLG, and now 26. Legendary legacy for one of the best players in our league.
And this is a tournament, K-Man, that the LPL always has success at, and hasn't been the case recently with Gen.G's success, but potentially BLG being the most recent international champions, trying to get some revenge here.
Oh yeah, they want some revenge. This team is more than well equipped. Quite frankly, both them and Top Esports are well equipped to be able to make some deep and fun runs at that tournament, which I'm really excited about. You know, obviously, Gen.G has done a pretty good job over the past couple of years to be able to secure themselves some wins at that tournament, but let's not forget that historically speaking, the LPL has more MSI wins than the LCK does. This is still the LPL's tournament until proven otherwise. I'm very excited to see BLG now guaranteed to go to that tournament, but Top Esports as well. Whoever comes out of that matchup as the winner with all of that momentum and all of that confidence is going to be riding high going into an MSI that I think, especially with the way that a lot of the global meta has developed and a way that a lot of the LCK teams are playing right now, I think it's very winnable for an LPL team if they are, you know, hot and confident going into that tournament.
A seemingly wide open global circuit available now for either of these teams, BLG or TES. Because BLG won first stand, by the way, both of them get automatic qualification into the bracket stage. But that's going to do it for us here on our LPL broadcast for the lower finals. This time we know that the grand finals will be a little bit earlier than usual. Make sure to tune in at 1 a.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. on the East Coast of, on the 4 a.m. I should say, on the East Coast of the United States to watch what should be a very exciting matchup between TES and BLG, a rematch of the spring or the Split 3 finals of 2025. Oh, looks like our interview just ended, so we might as well just wait for player of the game, player of the series to show up.
Yeah, sure. I even brought this up during our pro show. He's technically not the first player to attend MSI 5 times. That does go over to Guma.
Yushi.
But
I love you,
for the next 24 hours at least, BLG is the first team to lock in 5 straight MSIs. So
4. No, they're at 4. BLG are still 4.
God, okay, never mind.
Yeah, we can't have anything nice. We can't have anything nice. Don't worry about it.
We just get owned by 2-1. That's just...
Hey, top 2 company's pretty good. Hey, Bin, Gumi, Yushi, that being the old... Like, I'll take it. You know, only being 2 players, that's at least something. That's definitely a feather in the cap. Bin has been unbelievable. Obviously, I think he's the best top laner in the world. I think he's proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt recently, but I hope he gets another chance to prove it. I saw what happened last time Ben played some LCK teams at an international tournament. I want that to happen again.
Sure. Will be fun to watch. I'm really excited for MSI happening in a little bit. These two teams are going to be invited. Of course, we got the grand finals coming up tomorrow. No surprise here. Knight winning player of the game.
Yeah.
And I think we can imagine he will win player of the series as well. Unkilled in the 3 wins that Billy had in this series. Can't necessarily discredit Kars. He had himself a pretty decent best of 5 as well, especially considering the way that things started out. But it really was the Knight show in those last 2 games.
Who's voting for Viper? All due respect.
Slayer, bro. Slayer hopped in the Hobbs room.
Slayer hopped on to vote for Viper in game number 5.
There it is.
Player of the series.
Man.
There it is.
13 KDA across 5 games?
And 2 of them were losses, by the way. That's normally when you do these stats, you'll try to find just the stats in their wins. You don't have to do that for Knight because he had a 10 point something KDA going into this game, and then he went 8-0-2. So just continuing to pad those stats and looking like the best player in the LPL, if not the world. So congratulations to Knight. He's going to be looking for again that 8th LPL title when he faces off against his old team in Top Esports tomorrow. But again, we'll conclude our coverage here today. We'll be here an hour earlier than usual for our grand finals. You can tune in even a little earlier than that if you want to watch a little bit of a pre-show that we're hopefully going to this time get actually underway. And before we go, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Andrea Duran, and Gelati, as their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Shout out to our casters as well, Mazel, Quacks, and Jay Beto, our producer, Shivam, all of the talent and crew that is working behind the scenes on our socials and moderator team, and of course to K-Man and Alk here on the desk with me as well. My name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to the LPL English broadcast. Final score once again, BLG winning over WE 3-2 to lock themselves into the grand finals and into the mid-season invitational of 2026. We will see you all tomorrow for the conclusion of Split 2 of the LPL.